Elden Ring My Ending. Part 2. Chapter 26. Shabriri. The name of a being that had long since lost any semblance of humanity. A bodiless, immortal spirit, the embodiment of chaos, one destined to guide an unfortunate soul onto the path of the frenzied flame. No one knew how long he had wandered. No one knew how much he had seen. The lore was full of holes, nothing to be done about that. What mattered was the ultimate goal, to find someone who could embrace the power of the frenzied flame and bring an end to this vile, disgusting world. The fame of Constantine the Tarnished had grown too loud to ignore. A figure like his, whose feats resembled the deeds of demigods more than those of a mere mortal, even one striving to ascend, could not escape Shabriri's attention. Shabriri quickly gathered all available information. What little there was, at least, the Tarnished seemed to hail from a faraway land, leaving his past shrouded in mystery. Directly approaching him was no simple matter, either. Not only did the spirit feel an uncanny sense that if he got too close, Constantine would roll right into him, but the man was also surrounded by other entities. There was the Finger Maiden, harboring a chilling curse within her soul, unlike any others Shabriri had encountered before. And then there was the one bearing the title of a demigod who had orchestrated one of the most terrifying conspiracies in the history of the lands between. Sure, Shabriri was a spirit of chaos, destruction, and all that, but he wasn't a complete idiot. At least, he believed so. The blind maiden had intrigued him for a while. Her eyes were special. She could sense the warmth of the frenzied flame, touch it, and guide the tarnished soul toward it. All she needed was a gentle nudge. Her connection to the tarnished soul that so fascinated him only strengthened his resolve. Complicating matters somewhat was the fake Finger Maiden who occasionally watched over her, likely acting on orders from the suspiciously perceptive Tarnished. But even she wasn't omnipotent. Shabriri had the skill to bide his time until she stepped away without ever being noticed. If anyone was patient, it was him. Their fury never wanes. Unfortunately, he failed. Irina's will turned out to be stronger than he anticipated. Moreover, she somehow knew to avoid consuming the grapes. Shabriri wasn't omnipotent, nor omniscient. He couldn't have known that Irina had been forewarned. And he certainly didn't expect the Tarnished to return so soon and immediately learn of his little mischief. A very, very angry Tarnished. Shabriri had no trouble slipping into the maiden's mind once more. It was the dead of night, and she was fast asleep. But that didn't stop the otherworldly voice from waking her. "Do you still refuse the gift, Irina?" The voice in her head was impossibly gentle and caring. It was clear he meant no harm. He only wanted to help. Irina couldn't wear her blindfold all the time. She opened her eyes, sitting up in bed. Somehow she knew it was nighttime. A faint smile appeared on Irina's face. "Yes." Shabriri was slightly taken aback. Her voice had grown much steadier and calmer. Her will had strengthened, as though she had found some kind of inner confidence. Where could that have come from? "Do you not seek the light, Hyetta? Do you not feel your hands reaching for the sweet grapes?" His voice was like that of a worried father, chastising his daughter for making a foolish choice. Gentle, weary, yet surprisingly nurturing. Anyone who heard it would instinctively feel the urge to follow it, to trust it. After all, the spirit truly believed in what he was saying. He genuinely wanted to help. He wanted to help cleanse this cursed world by destroying it. He believed it was the only way. "My name is Irina," she said, her smile widening just a bit. "I don't need to seek the light. I've already found it." Though Shabriri had no physical form, he still managed to furrow his non-existent brow. "And what light would that be?" Irina didn't need to respond. The door suddenly swung open, and there stood the Tarnished. Fully clad in armor, sword in hand, he resembled an enforcer of some grim inquisition, come to claim his prey. Constantine hadn't looked this serious or this furious since he'd first encountered Parkour, in a Soulslike. His rage was absolute. Even beneath his helmet, the spirit could sense, could see, the sunlight blazing in the man's eyes. What is this? In that instant, Shabriri realized he needed to flee. The casual hardcore energy bursting from Constantine's body, decidedly unfit for a constructive conversation, forced the spirit of the frenzied flame to abandon Irina's mind in haste. Though it caused her no harm, the same energy lashed out at the spirit, preemptively throwing him off balance, breaking his focus, and potentially smashing his spectral face. And who likes having their balance and concentration, and poise, shattered? Ejected from the maiden's body, Shabriri burst into flames as he phased through solid objects, naively believing he had escaped the bizarre tarnished. But then... boom! Shabriri had existed for countless ages. Who knew how many eras he had witnessed, or would witness? But this was the first time he'd encountered a madman who had rolled straight through a stone wall, smashing it to pieces. A startled Irina, still seated on her bed, shivered slightly. The room had gotten colder. She understood what Constantine had done. And, judging by her lack of surprise, she wasn't even shocked. It seemed she'd need to move to another room until the repairs were finished. Constantine, having rolled clean out of the building, had perfectly corrected his trajectory mid-air and landed smoothly on the ground. Without missing a beat, he sprinted off with the grace and speed of a seasoned assassin trained for this exact scenario. From the very moment Constantine arrived in the lands between, he had lost one of the most fearsome limitations of Soulslikes, gravity. How amusing. Costa had become the most terrifying of casuals mere seconds after his arrival in the lands between, yet he hadn't realized it. The terrifying 20-meter limitation simply didn't exist, which was enough to unsettle even a spirit, too. Shabriri darted through Stormvale Castle, frantically attempting to possess various creatures to mount a counterattack. Yet the madman, as if expecting this, would crash into every possessed servant, knocking them out with a glowing club brimming with searing, all-consuming casual energy. The frenzied flame spirit was being burned. Had no one told this psychopath about resistances? The mechanic was still there, free, someone needed to remind him. Unfortunately, for the spirit, the castle's inhabitants had been briefed that a peculiar exorcism might take place. They accepted their fates with surprising dignity. With their new lord, at least, they could clean up the place without risking their lives hunting tarnished. Getting clobbered by a glowing club for being possessed by some malicious entity? That was still far better than what the previous lord might have done to them. Some knights, already under Shabriri's control, even tried saluting their new master as he charged at them, accepting their fates with honor. Constantine could have killed them. They'd likely revive later, albeit with diminished cognitive function. By sparing their lives and merely knocking them out with his radiant club, the tarnished displayed remarkable kindness and loyalty. And this to those who had once hunted his kind. Constantine was shaping up to be one of the better rulers of the Age of Fracture. Though, admittedly, he was a ruler in title only. Melina had observed the entire ordeal from start to finish, barely suppressing a pang of sympathy. The bodiless spirit, a powerful agent of chaos, a living, or rather, unliving, legend, had been reduced to prey, hunted by a predator whose waifu he had dared to harm. The girl couldn't help but smile faintly, proud of her tarnished. Still, she knew she had to help. After all, her form of existence had its own advantages. The invisible Melina went after the spirit, following close behind the tarnished. Oddly enough, the tryhard who had embraced the essence of a casual wasn't opposed to the assistance. Anyone daring to strike at the few good things in the lands between deserved neither an honorable duel nor a hardcore victory, or any mercy at all. The only thing that mattered was eliminating the threat, by any means necessary. Shabriri didn't make it out of the castle. Attempting to escape into the sky, he found himself confronted by Melina, the finger maiden, who had already manifested with a deadly dagger in hand. The spirit of the frenzied flame had no choice but to inhabit a new body, a mindless soldier, a random grunt who had long lost his sanity and continued his duty by sheer inertia. Shabriri simply wouldn't have had enough time to fully assert control over a more worthy vessel. This would have to do. At least this way, Shabriri could have a little fun. Constantine stood before the possessed soldier, putting away his club and drawing his sword. Surprisingly, neither the armor nor the blade hindered his movements, he barely felt their weight as he broke into a run. Finally, we meet. The tarnished who would be Lord. Oh my, why the long fa? Boom! A glowing lightning bolt shot past the possessed knight, demolishing part of the wall. The casual energy barely grazed him, but it was enough for the spirit to feel the searing sting once again. I wonder if he thought about who's going to fix that later. Selen's whisper prompted Melina to nod cautiously. Apparently, even a Soulslike veteran struggled to adjust to destructible environment. No, that's not quite it. Adjusting wasn't the issue, it was coming to terms with the fact that all this destruction eventually needed repairing. Well, at least the mindless undead would have something to do. Hearing the noise, soldiers from all over the castle began converging on the area, encircling them. Among the castle's defenders were the ever-prepared Edgar and even gatekeeper Gostok. Normally, Costa would have been ready to clear out the mob, but now the situation was different. He was the boss of this area, and some random bum had come to challenge him. What a strange feeling. The spirit of the frenzied flame surveyed the scene, realizing there was no escape. From above, the bodiless, insane finger maiden was watching him with the moveset of a black knife assassin, 4. On the ground soldiers were already crowding around him. Shabriri wouldn't have been surprised if someone was waiting for him underground, too. It would have been strange if the spirit hadn't realized he'd walked into a trap. A twisted grin spread across Shabriri's face as he removed his helmet, locking eyes with the unflinching tarnished. Tisk, tsk. So fiercely you protect the young maiden. Don't you know the price you'll have to pay to become a lord? Shabriri shifted his gaze to Melina, who flinched, and his grin widened. The false finger maiden hadn't felt such fury in a long time. The vile spirit was employing one of the dirtiest tricks in his arsenal. Worse still, it could actually work on her chosen tarnished. Melina knew this. And while it warmed her heart to know how deeply the man cared, the realization that his kindness might doom their world. It spurred her into action. Melina was on the verge of attacking herself, ready to end the problem as swiftly as possible, but Costa spoke first. Who told you I was going to sacrifice my waifu? The man's unflappable composure was enough to stagger even the most focused opponent. Melina froze. He knows. Of course, it would have been strange if he didn't know. The girl lowered her head, utterly unprepared for this conversation to arise now. She'd wanted to delay it, to save it for the very end. She understood that a tarnished who knew so much would surely be aware of her destiny. And yet, deep down, she'd hoped he wouldn't know this. But he did. Melina raised her eyes, biting her lip. And more than that, he said he wasn't going to sacrifice her. Did he understand that this was impossible? Of course, Shabriri was taken aback by the tarnished's cold calm and strange confidence. The roots of the Erd tree, Constantine of the tarnished. You cannot. Who told you? The man didn't even let this late-game plot hint finish its monologue. This wasn't even a boss. Just a hint dispenser for an ending that didn't suit Costa at all. Fool, the spirit scowled. I give you one last chance. Descend into the depths, far below the Erd tree capital. Seek audience with the three fingers and the flame of frenzy. If you inherit the flame of frenzy, your flesh will serve as kindling and the girl can be spared. Shabriri didn't finish. Constantine charged, slamming his glowing fist into the spirit's jaw. Obviously Costa completed the DLC. And though he hadn't liked it much, he'd managed to pick up some useful tricks. 5. Shabriri staggered from the blow, only to receive another punch, then another, and another. Before the eyes of the astonished knights, the dumbfounded Gostok and Edgar, the frozen Melina, and the amused Selen, the wielder of two great runes began pummeling the spirit barehanded, inflicting more than just physical damage. The spirit tried to leap back and even swung in retaliation, but the blade came faster. Constantine, intent on showing no mercy to a waifu offender, plunged his casual energy-imbued sword into the possessed Shabriri. The spirit wheezed, clutching at the blade. It had been far too long since he'd felt pain like this. Shabriri is chaos incarnate, the spirit growled, before crying out in a voice from beyond, I cannot die. Ah, may chaos take the world. The body, now ablaze with frenzied flames, collapsed lifelessly. Silence fell. Costa grimaced. I never liked your dialogue. The man pulled the sword from the soldier's body, feeling a bit awkward in front of everyone else. Obviously, farming knights was no longer an option. He was about to say something, but the crowd erupted first, cheering their lord's victory. Praise the sun! Praise the sun! Praise the sun! Slightly rattled after the attack on his waifu, Constantine felt something inside him twist at their cries. Once again, they'd completely ruined his concentration. Corrin, pushing through the shouting knights, approached the possessed body and crouched over it. He sighed. He already had experience, dealing with this type of entity. He knew it couldn't have ended so easily. You haven't truly killed him, Constantine. The man shrugged. He hadn't received any runes, so it was easy to figure out. As for where the spirit had scurried off to, that was anyone's guess. Shabriri could potentially have been one of those mid-tier bosses who lose part of their HP, flee, and then pop up in random places later. Isn't the first for that to happen. Still, Constantine was confident he'd inflicted enough damage on the waifu-harassing spirit to keep it from daring to approach them again anytime soon. Not even the greater will could predict how long it would take Shabriri to recover from those burns. Costa blinked, only now realizing he'd managed to burn the spirit without really paying attention to it. Burn the spirit of the frenzied. Ahem, flame. Not that Costa dwelled on it too much. He'd never claimed to be a scholar, or lore master, for that matter. If it worked, why question it? Melina watched the now noticeably more relaxed man strolling back through the screaming crowd without a care in the world. Her heart was racing. They needed to have a serious talk. Could she bring it up, though? No. She had to. If her chosen tarnished succumbed to the frenzied flame's temptation, then. Solovis's apprentice, Selen, had been observing the false finger maiden's inner turmoil and was, frankly, growing slightly tired of it. The women surrounding the tarnished were, as a rule, not the most socially adept. And the man himself? Let's just say he wasn't much better. Taking advantage of Melina's distracted state, she'd forgotten about the illusionary exiled sorceress observing the scene. Selen kept quiet, keenly watching events unfold. Life had been so boring when she was alone. Once Costa returned to the quarters assigned to him, Melina appeared before him. Costa wasn't startled by her sudden appearance, he'd expected it. Meli loved to keep tabs on everything, after all. I beseech you, do not heed that spirit's words. It's a dangerous path. Chaos drains life and feeds on the mind. Melina fell silent for a moment, unwillingly biting her lip again and clenching her burn-scarred hands. Yes, our world lies in ruin, and it may seem as though the suffering and despair will never end. But life endures. It persists. Surely you, too, see the sad yet undeniable beauty in that. A future lord cannot forget this. I beg you, don't align yourself with the frenzied flame. Because of Shabriri's early interference, Melina was delivering this plea much sooner than she was supposed to. Costa didn't respond, simply staring at her waifu. Melina, irritated by his silence, pressed on. I beg of you, she repeated desperately. Do not seek the frenzied flame. A true lord must nurture life and every new sprout it brings. One who destroys all existence has no right to bear the title of lord, for their domain is but dead lands. Melina took a deep breath. I act of my own free will. I strive to make the world better, my own vision of better. This is my dream, mine and no one else's. And I won't let anyone defile it. Not even you. She raised a determined gaze to the tarnished, waiting for his reply. To sacrifice her life so he could become a lord, that was her choice. Hers alone. Costa stared at her for a while before shrugging. I already said I'm not sacrificing you. Then. And I'm not aligning with the frenzied flame either. He'd briefly considered skipping that ending through a certain needle in a certain place, but Shabriri's actions had quashed any desire to go that route. Not that the desire had been strong to begin with. Melina tensed. Then how? Her mind raced to find an alternative route through the roots. Only one image came to her, her brother. Her long-banished brother. The one sealed long ago in lands she herself couldn't reach easily. Naturally, the overly well-informed man had heard of the Shadowed Lands, too. You want to use. I'll check out the DLC later, but not for that reason. Costa's typically stoic, cryptic response left Melina momentarily stunned. Then how? She had no other. Melina abruptly lifted her gaze to him. You want to use the power of the sun? Costa blinked. If you mean cheesing it, sure, you could call it that. Now it was Melina's turn to blink. She had no idea what her tarnished was talking about, only vaguely grasping his meaning. I won't let anything happen to you, he said calmly, cutting through her doubts. I strive to make the world better, my own vision of better. Melina recoiled, unprepared for him to use her own words against her. After a brief pause, Constantine spoke gravely. I'll keep tryharding and cheesing and casualing as long as it takes. These were the words of a true man, a true Soulslike player, and a true waifu fan, spoken from the depths of a soul scarred by dramatic storylines. Melina had no idea how to respond. On the one hand, he outright dismissed her will. On the other, he was prepared to defy all odds to ensure that she, someone not even fully alive, could maintain her fragile existence. This stirred not only anger and frustration within her, but something else. Without her purpose, who was she? What was left for her? By his actions, Constantine was robbing her of the one goal that defined her existence. How long had she been wandering the lands between? Melina exhaled deeply. I've become completely useless. She froze as Constantine unexpectedly extended a ring to her. It was old and battered, clearly looted off some corpse. But Melina could feel a faint warmth emanating from it. I've been experimenting with some mechanics, Constantine shared as if it were no big deal, his expression still serious and stoic. To make sure no waifu suffers harm without my knowledge. There were quests that could potentially harm waifus while he wasn't around. He couldn't let that happen. He needed a solution, even if half-measure. Pushed by his enhanced perception, he had ventured even further beyond the game's basic mechanics and started tinkering with them. With experiments, casual energy felt less and less like regular magic or faith, taking on increasingly bizarre qualities. Costa's stoic demeanor cracked slightly under Melina's gaze, her eyes locked onto the ring with an intensity that unsettled him. After all, he wasn't used to this kind of interaction. Melina silently took the ring and, without saying a word, disappeared, fleeing somewhere. Constantine stared at the spot where the false finger maiden had just stood, baffled. Well, I underestimated you, didn't I? A tiny illusion of Selen appeared on his shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. A sly smirk spread across the sorceress's face. Fate favored the patient. I want to be your apprentice, 6. The fleeing Melina belatedly realized that the unnoticed sorceress had been there the whole time. The cursed eye of the false finger maiden widened. Surely, when the drowsy lunar demigoddess returned after her pre-sleep preparations, she'd be in for more than one shock. Chapter 27. They initially had no intention of staying in the castle for long. The plan was to return with the priest to help his waifu, but the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Constantine was somewhat disheartened that he couldn't yet help Irina with her eyes. The fact that her eyes were physically healthy pointed to a different nature of blindness, casual one. The man had tried to help her himself but didn't push too far, openly afraid of doing harm. Constantine felt that he could heal and remove such effects from himself, but others? Let's just say that Costa wasn't a fan of going online. So he simply didn't know how to help others. He knew an ultimate casual skill that could potentially help Irina, but for now, he couldn't use it. All that was left was to wait. And farm. It didn't need to be said how happy Irina was to receive so much care from the Tarnished. Even if he couldn't restore her sight yet, the sheer fact of all the help he had provided made her heart beat faster. As for the ring he had given her, imbued with a fragment of warmth from a waifu enthusiast. It was more valuable than any other, even the most expensive of adornments. I will await your return, Constantine of the Tarnished. Edgar coughed into his fist, seeing how broadly his daughter was smiling, clutching the ring in her hands. Such unwavering determination from the Tarnished was something Edgar had not expected at all. The man didn't entirely know what to do in this situation. Simply watch. Or try to offer some advice. But what advice could he give? Or perhaps try to speak with this caring but still, unusual Tarnished. In the end, the commander opted to simply observe for now. We were glad to see you, sir. Feel free to visit, more often, yeah. Costa shrugged nonchalantly. He would, whenever the quests allow. I'll try to sew the best garments for you, my lord. The last person Costa expected to meet in the castle was Boc. Since he was mostly thinking about his waifu, it was hard to remember all the other side quests. From the first day in the lands between, the man had known about the dynamic nature of quests. And yet, to realize that waifus themselves could progress quests as they wished. Quite unusual. Reflecting on the fleetingness of quests and perhaps existence itself, Constantine simply nodded in response to Boc's declaration of settling in the castle. I will also set out on a journey, Corin said with a sheepish smile. I have much to rethink. I'm considering leaving the Round Table hold. Do you perhaps know of the noble hero, Gold Mask? Constantine, a little surprised at the unexpected advancement of one of the dullest questlines in the game, shrugged. Yes. Corin sighed, gathering his thoughts. The last few days had been overly stressful for him. The priest felt that he himself was in need of help. Once, he was a tarnished soul living near the lands between and, at the same time, a great scholar who foresaw the phenomenon of grace visions. I've heard he now roams the lands between alone, hoping to uncover the Golden Order. I would give much to receive his guidance and perhaps even assist him in his studies. Good luck. Tarnished's overall composure and nonchalance made it hard to tell whether he genuinely wished Corin luck or not. But at the very least, he made an effort. The follower of the Golden Order smirked crookedly. Faith meant a lot. It would be strange if faith meant nothing in a world where the influence of objects of worship could be seen with the naked eye. Constantine followed some unknown, incomprehensible outer god, which should have been frightening and alarming, but for some reason, Corin instead felt calm and a strange inner warmth. And, as a proper priest, indignation, he could do better. Just give him time, and he. Corin groaned inwardly. Perhaps the astonishing simplicity of the Tarnished's faith had managed to hook him slightly. Or not slightly. And that was precisely why the follower of the Golden Order needed help in understanding himself. The hero Goldmask must know the answer. When the priest departed, Constantine was about to set out on his journey himself, but the quests, apparently, had their own opinion on the matter. Unexpectedly, an irate gatekeeper appeared, accompanied by another questline. This one was furtively looking around, and always left the man feeling duped. 1. Kenneth Haight. The fair-haired man, middle-aged with golden eyes and hair, immediately drew attention, as did the fine details of his attire, something the common folk certainly couldn't boast. However, his overall bedraggled and skittish appearance didn't inspire confidence. He had evidently been through a tough journey to reach Stormvale Castle. This is bad. Runni's whisper made Melina glance at her. The lunar demigoddess no longer even yawned. While the physical dull body didn't show fatigue, her spectral face conveyed the full spectrum of weariness the demigoddess was experiencing. She had been avoiding conversations with the Tarnished lately, but now she had to give him a mission. The preparations were complete, and all that remained was to wait. Constantine, after all, was still her servant, even if he had allowed himself to act unforgivably boldly. On the other hand, the man had proven that, in some ways, he had earned the right to his boldness. Just a little. Perhaps, had they lived in a peaceful era, Constantine's actions might have been considered merely barbaric, but in the current age, they could be called, in a sense, the pinnacle of nobility and honor. With some exceptions. It didn't take Kenneth long to pull himself together. Compared to the rest of the lands between, Stormvale Castle now resembled the pinnacle of civilization. "So, you declared yourself Lord of Stormvale Castle," Kenneth hissed, eyeing the stoic Constantine. "Well, I must admit, I'm exceedingly glad. Anything is better than that wretched Godric. Even a tarnished soul like you." Gostock, casting a thoughtful glance at Kenneth, nonchalantly asked. "May I use him for grafting, my lord?" Kenneth flinched. Honestly, for a moment, Costa actually considered Gostock's suggestion. No. The gatekeeper wasn't too disappointed by Constantine's reply, somewhat expecting as much. Sighing sadly and slumping, even further, Gostock was already thinking of leaving, but decided to try his luck one last time. "If you grow tired of him, I'll be sure to let you know." The sheer composure with which Costa said it made Hate realize that now was not the time to get too cheeky. Gostock, grinning widely, cheerfully went off to handle his own affairs. Constantine turned his gaze to Kenneth. "You want me to reclaim your fort?" Already opening his mouth, the heir to Limgrave's sovereignty widened his eyes at Costa. However, the man quickly regained his composure. "You're quick to catch on, Tarnished." Constantine. Yes, I've heard of you, Constantine of the Tarnished." Kenneth said with an awkward smile. Due to the Tarnished's rather ordinary appearance, showing no signs of his strength, for a moment Hate forgot that standing before him was a monster in human form. Thankfully he remembered that in time. The help is very much appreciated. Even from a Tarnished. Despite appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the true order. Kenneth was slightly unsettled by the decor of some of the knights, but whether it was due to his exhaustion or simply his assumption that the sun depicted on their armor was another manifestation of the Golden Order, he chose to ignore it. "Alright, since you know who I am and have heard about my fort, then." "Got it." The fort to the south, beyond the Mistwood, occupied by one of Godric's casual knights. Costa had no intention of delaying this quest. He couldn't skip it. There was a valuable item in the fort, along with the legend tied to it, but he wasn't exactly thrilled about completing it either. Kenneth nearly choked. He didn't expect news of the captured fort to spread so quickly. Even though Godric had fallen, there were still some crazed loyalists clinging to his legacy. Did that crazed knight even know his lord was dead? After all, if he wasn't trying to gather any information, how could he possibly hear anything? Selen knew this better than anyone. Exactly. Kenneth clapped his hands, his spirits lifted as he regained his composure. He cast a calculating glance around. "Perhaps if you enlist the support of your..." Kenneth never finished his sentence. Costa, unwilling to let side quests drag him away from the main story for too long, especially since he was already falling behind, summoned Torrent. "You can try returning to your fort in about a week," Costa estimated. He wasn't entirely sure how long the journey would take, so he decided to give himself a buffer. At least he could unlock a few new sites of grace along the way. Kenneth froze in astonishment. Torrent, still bitter about missing out on the chase for Shabriri, snorted indignantly but refrained from bucking Costa off. Costa, sensing the root of the issue, patted Torrent's mane. "We'll clear the location together." I mean, the fort. Hearing this enticing offer, Torrent's demeanor shifted noticeably. Snorting again, this time in a much more satisfied manner, the spectral steed galloped off. Melina pressed her lips together. After all, who would be pleased to learn that the spectral steed, entrusted with choosing the tarnished who would become the future king of the lands between, was a thrill-seeking daredevil? Kenneth, left standing in stunned silence, gestured for one of the knights to approach. Prepare me a bath. When the opportunity arises, I'll, of course, reward you generously for this. The knight stood there for a moment before letting out a lifeless grunt. Clearly, he'd already died several times. Kenneth grimaced. I'm surrounded by idiots. Who here can prepare me a bath? My journey to the castle was anything but easy. Hey! Just as Edgar approached Kenneth, he paused, casting a strange glance at the yelling noble. Meanwhile, Costa was already riding farther and farther away from the castle. That speed! Selen's projection, having hitched a ride on Torrent for the first time, was clearly enjoying herself. The fleeting glimpse of Melina's face in her peripheral vision didn't interest the banished sorceress in the slightest. Thanks to the fastest mount in all of the lands between, it only took a few days to reach the target location. Fort Hate wasn't nearly as large as Stormvale Castle. Whether he liked it or not, Costa had long since overleveled for this location, resembling those players who rushed through the main campaign only to return later with a maxed-out necromancer to help farmers with their crops. 2. That didn't stop Torrent, though. The satisfied steed bulldozed through the fort, leaving the invaders with no chance. Honestly, Costa didn't quite understand why Kenneth, the heir of Limgrave, needed a half-ruined fort overrun by demi-humans and devoid of servants. But that didn't mean he had no interest in the side quest. Hey, Melly, can you help me find a piece of the medallion? A medallion piece? The Dectus medallion. When Melina appeared beside him, she had a hard time hiding her surprise at Costa's request. The Dectus medallion. Its discovery could indeed be of great help. Not a mandatory tool for the future king, but still a highly valuable one. There were many ways to reach the Altus Plateau, but an elevator once existed that could take you directly to the region leading to the capital. It was said that this grand lift was built to strengthen the ties between the Carian royal family, the Academy, and Queen Marika's bloodline. 3. This practical purpose didn't diminish its significance in the slightest. Melina never would have guessed that Costa would remember it. Gripping the ring on her finger, she vanished. There was another reason Costa agreed to this side quest. Honestly, he was a bit nervous. He was about to meet an idol of countless, well, maybe not casuals, but close enough. One of the founding fathers of the Bleed build, how could Costa remain calm? He'd only recently become the leader of the casuals. Even the Greater Will probably couldn't calculate how many hours Costa had spent spamming a single button while wielding a Bleed weapon. It even used to be fun for some time. You just had to remember to heal in time. He didn't have to search for long. After he defeated the last of the frenzied demi-humans, the knight he was looking for leapt from the fort's wall, unconcerned about the height. Clad in armor, the knight seemed to remain loyal to the fallen Godric. Or maybe not. Satisfied, Torrent returned to the whistle, leaving the two men alone. To be honest, Costa was quickly disappointed by the encounter. Tattered, in torn clothes, filthy, and covered in his own blood, as if he'd been repeatedly cut, the knight's eyes behind his helmet reflected nothing but madness. Which, considering the state he was in, wasn't surprising. The knight slashed himself with his blood-soaked blade, running it across his chest to fuel it with his life force. That explained a lot. Well, this ash of war looks way worse from the outside than I thought. 4. Costa hadn't expected the frenzied knight to suffer the same side effects as a player. In fact, he looked even worse. Turns out, casual gameplay could sometimes be fatal. The knight tried to attack Costa, but he couldn't even land a proper hit. Costa simply dodged every attempt the casual bloodletting knight made to reach him, resulting in more and more self-inflicted wounds with each swing. Costa decided to turn this into a little challenge. Meanwhile, Melina had to work hard to locate the medallion. She hadn't expected it to be in a completely ordinary chest, lying amidst the other junk scattered around the fort, a far larger quantity of it than she had anticipated. What surprised Melina the most was the sheer number of portraits of Kenneth. It seemed he was collecting them. What's going on here? Her confusion was understandable. It wasn't every day you saw a blood-soaked psychopath chasing someone down, spamming a single attack relentlessly. Even so, compared to some other residents of the lands between, Constantine was the pinnacle of rationality. The sleepy projection of Runni materialized in a starry flash, mumbling something incoherent. In Melina's field of vision, the unknown knight, leaving himself more and more wounded with each strike, chased her chosen one like a rabid beast wielding a blood-soaked blade. Unfortunately, no legends had yet been written about the Tarnished's roles, so the knight had no idea he never stood a chance. For some reason, Melina saw a glimmer of pity in Costa's eyes as he rolled to avoid the knight's attacks, as if he were staring into a reflection of himself, a version that had made less than ideal, yet all too familiar, choices in crafting a casual build during the early stages of the game. Or perhaps it was something else entirely. It ended, predictably, with another wild swing of his blade and yet another self-inflicted wound. The knight's body suddenly went limp. He let out a faint rasp before collapsing. He had lost too much blood. Costa, maintaining a stoic demeanor, approached the fallen body. Despite his composed exterior, his expression was complicated. Your ashes of war will forever remain in the hearts of Bloodloss fans. He raised his hands toward the sun, not in celebration, but as a solemn farewell to one of the forefathers of the almost casual Bloodloss build. The rivers of blood, Eleonora's pole blade, and Mogwin's sacred spear. Selen, observing from the sidelines in her adult form, furrowed her brow thoughtfully as she gazed at the bloodied corpse. It looked vaguely familiar to her. What a vile curse. Costa shrugged. Mog was mandatory anyway. Selen lingered a moment longer, studying the unfortunate knight's body, before turning and smiling. Her expression was contemplative yet playful. Is it time for a reward? Constantine turned his head to see a composed Runni, arms crossed. Beside her stood Melina, glaring at the smiling Selen. Selen's smirk grew even more mischievous and teasing under Melina's scrutiny, causing a faint blush to spread across the not-quite maiden's face. Runni remained unusually silent for a long moment, forcing Melina, who was clearly losing the battle of gazes between not waifus but simply women, to place her hand on the doll-like shoulder of the demigod and give it a small shake. 3 times, of course. 5. The nearly dissipated, ghostly visage of the demigoddess, sharpened slightly. Runni scanned her surroundings with a sleepy gaze before nodding almost imperceptibly. You shall accompany me. Her new servant would need to meet his companions and finally receive his instructions, after which she could rest. Barely holding herself together, the young demigoddess puffed out her spectral cheeks like a child and extended her doll-like hand to Constantine. She wasn't about to forgive his insolence so easily. Oh no, the Tarnished would have to serve her well before she could truly let it go. Absolutely. And yet, perhaps it was a bit reckless to expend so much energy on that illusion. Selen chuckled. It seemed their reactions would never cease to amuse her. Don't forget about my primal glintstone, my lady. The sorceress, who not long ago would never have imagined saying such words so lightly, now found herself doing so. In her current position, she didn't have much control over her fate anyway. So all she could do was wait patiently, look for opportunities, and, of course, have some fun. Chapter 28. No matter how much Runni longed to rest, she would always awaken. The cautious demigoddess never let her guard down entirely, even now. More than that, she never stopped her vigilance. The Three Sisters. A region cloaked in magical wards, difficult to find, let alone enter. Even if someone managed to break through the enchantments, the projection of her loyal royal knight would meet any intruder with a raised scythe. If that wasn't enough, the descendant of the ancient dragons, sworn to the dark moon, would make it abundantly clear that strangers weren't welcome. Unless, of course, he ran away again. 1. The spectral visage of the demigoddess almost puffed up in frustration. Her foggy thoughts kept pulling up absurdities. Runni adjusted herself more comfortably on her chair, her doll-like body perched atop a pile of books. Her vessel was far too small, occasionally giving an incorrect impression of her stature. I have a warrior who serves me, named Blade, a half-man, half-wolf, Runni began softly, folding her hands. You should already be familiar with him. I will ask you to assist him in searching for the hidden treasure of Nokron, the Eternal City. Blade will meet you below and explain everything. Although Melina had vanished, she, of course, overheard Runni's words. The assignment for her tarnished couldn't help but set her on edge. Down there, you will also meet my war counselor, E.G., and the accomplished sorcerer Soluvis, Runni continued in a measured tone. They are quite the odd pair, but don't hesitate to seek their advice and assistance. I'm confident they will do the same. Soluvis. For the first time, a genuine malice filled Selen's whisper, Soluvis' name spoken as if it were a curse. The smiling, ghostly visage of the sorceress vanished, replaced by an expression of pure disdain. If she had her way, she would have personally transformed Soluvis into one of his grotesque puppets. Costa understood the sorceress waifu's sentiment well. In fact, he wasn't particularly eager to step into the domain of one of the best waifus, largely because of the necessity of meeting one of the chief antagonists of all waifu fans. Costa would have gladly shattered Soluvis' mask if he didn't already know that the best waifu was fully aware of her servant's intentions toward her. How many times had he botched the questline, unable to resist attacking the sorcerer outright? As usual, the greatest challenges for a casual tryhard weren't conventional battles. The lunar demigoddess felt a wave of relief as she passed along her instructions. With all preparations complete and her new servant given a task that would best test his loyalty and prove whether he deserved her trust, true trust. Runni also found herself eager to see how the man would explain himself to his four-finger maiden once she realized what her tarnished was being sent to retrieve. And, of course, whether he truly deserved to be so bold as to steal her ring. As if strength alone was sufficient. The demigoddess's mind conjured an image of the man striding inexorably toward his target, hammer in hand. He seemed to know exactly how to strike the chords of her mother's soul. And not just her mother's. The spectral visage nearly puffed up again. The tarnished's unpredictable actions unsettled her in ways she wasn't accustomed to. She'd already been unnerved by his kneeling before her, not as an ordinary servant but with something altogether different in mind. Now, with the ring in his possession, albeit sealed within an inaccessible chest hidden in some mysterious subspace, and her mother having essentially given her blessing for him to keep it, the tarnished's actions carried an unexpected subtext. What if his remarks about her feet weren't a slip of the tongue? Could this unflappable tarnished, surrounded by so many women, actually intend to set her feet in motion? She didn't even have a living vessel. How did he even imagine that would work? She wasn't thinking about such things at all. Runni huffed internally, her spectral lips pressing into a slight pout. She urgently needed to rest. The lunar demigoddess turned her sleepy gaze to the brooding exiled sorceress. Soluvis will guide you to your new vessel. After that, you will gain the freedom you deserve. I hope you can avoid conflict. That goes for you too, Constantine. The tarnished furrowed his brow as if his focus and poise had been broken. Of course, Runni was well aware of Soluvis' plans. She was curious to see how far the fool was willing to go and how confident he truly was. This would be a test not only for him but also for her new servant and the sorceress. As Runni's consciousness began to sink into the darkness of sleep, she cast a final glance at the tarnished. At least he had learned to remain clothed most of the time. Melina had done a good job. The projection of my servant and the sworn dragon guard this land. They won't harm you. I believe in you. And upon my awakening, I expect good news. She was half lying. She didn't fully believe it. But she wanted to. Moreover, even as her consciousness faded into slumber, a fragment of her spirit would always watch over them. Had she been any less paranoid and cautious, her existence would have ended long ago. These were the last words the lunar demigoddess spoke. Her head dipped, her hat veiling her doll-like face. In the tower, they were left alone. Costa stared at one of the best waifus for a moment before letting out a slow exhale and heading downstairs. Who would have thought waifus themselves would be responsible for transporting him to the necessary locations? In times when quest deadlines loomed, being a casual player whose path was smoothed out felt better than ever. The man, with the sorceress still concealed within his robes, descended to find 3 projections waiting for them below. The demigoddess had ensured that her retainers could interact with one another from any point in the lands between. Otherwise, the poor half-wolf would probably have been hopelessly lost in Limgrave ages ago. "Ah, it's been a while, my friend." Blade's joyful laugh rang out. "I'm glad to see you serving Lady Runny now." He was genuinely overjoyed. His lady's news about her new servant had lifted his spirits considerably. However, Blade's joy didn't last long. The wolf let out a melancholic sigh. "All right, let's get to business. I'm still in Limgrave." Soluvis' projection, though his mask concealed it, clearly winced. "Understood. So, you're the one Lady Runny recently recruited." Yes, I've heard of you. I am Soluvis, a tutor in sorceress arts." The sorcerer offered a faint bow. He had, of course, heard of Constantine, not just as his lady's servant. The man standing before him was rather terrifying. There weren't many left in the lands between who hadn't heard tales of such a powerful warrior and, as it turned out, sorcerer. Though Costa maintained an outwardly stoic demeanor, deep down, he wanted nothing more than to storm Soluvis Tower and perform several emphatic dodge rolls. Fortunately, the conversation was taken over by the enormous giant who barely fit inside the tower. Even seated, the projection's head brushed the ceiling, yet the giant smiled warmly at the unflappable man. "So, you're the one she spoke of," the giant boomed. "Lady Runny has explained everything. Again, I am E.G. the Carrion royal family's dedicated blacksmith, and Lady Runny's war counselor." The giant courteously attempted to bow his head before the new servant whom his mistress had accepted, but he couldn't. The projection was immaterial, but it was bound by the mental restrictions of those who utilized it. Among the trio, the only one truly skilled in sorcery was Soluvis. Mental and internal limitations played a decisive role for casuals. A casual who believes they can't casualize something and starts trying hard isn't a true casual. Just like everything can be turned into a challenge, everything can be turned into casual gameplay. "Constantine," the man responded succinctly. Soluvis, clearly uninterested in prolonging the conversation, made his stance as obvious as possible. "I reside in another tower nearby," the projection reluctantly stated. "Visit me if you truly wish to serve Mistress Runny. I understand I am to assist someone with acquiring a new body, correct?" Constantine felt the illusion of the sorceress beneath his clothing twitch. Soluvis's gaze shifted to E.G., subtly signaling that the topic shouldn't continue in the giant's presence. 2. The giant wasn't just aware of Selen, he openly disapproved of her. Quite understandably so. Fortunately, the lunar demigoddess and Selen had managed to reach an agreement. At least in theory. In any case, Costa wasn't about to let his waifu turn into a disco ball, whether through someone's malicious intent, even if that someone was a waifu herself, or through Selen's own error. He had seen how her quest ended in the loading menu. "If it were up to me, I wouldn't waste my time on someone like you. But who am I to oppose the will of my mistress?" With those words, the sorcerer's projection dissolved. Blade bared his fangs, struggling visibly to suppress his anger. If not for the fact that Soluvis served Runny, he would have buried the sorcerer somewhere long ago. But first, of course, he needed to get out of the Siofa River. "Don't mind him, Constantine. That vile little rat. Blade sighed heavily, visibly deflated. I'm still stuck in the Siofor River. Now that you serve the mistress, I can be upfront, we're searching for the eternal city of Nokron. It's somewhere below. I'm planning to descend the well in the mistwood. Perhaps I'll find the way there. He sighed again, looking as if the weight of countless years of wandering weighed on him. Blade often wondered why it was him who had to scour the lands between endlessly instead of someone like Solovis. He was sure he'd navigate much better. Constantine was about to stop the half-wolf and tell him that the path to the underground city was already known, but Blade's projection disappeared before he could. A pang of guilt unexpectedly hit him. If no one helped Blade, the odds of him finding his way out were close to zero. Constantine increasingly suspected that one of the best waifus was simply trying to keep the hapless half-wolf with topographic ineptitude at a distance, knowing the danger he might theoretically pose. Now only Iji remained in the tower. If you need the help of a blacksmith or a military advisor, you can always come to me, the giant said with a warm smile. An old fool like me knows quite a bit. I usually rest by the ruins of the royal family's estates. It shouldn't be hard for you to find me, Constantine of the Tarnished. Iji paused in thought before breaking into a hearty laugh. Assuming you don't have the same problem as Blade. Costa shrugged. Soulslikes had honed his sense of direction. Even if he got lost exploring the locations, he would eventually find the shortcuts. It was a mandatory skill for every true Soulslike player, be they a pure casual, a hardcore purist, or a true casual hardcore hybrid. In the end, Costa found himself alone in the tower, except for the hidden Selen and the unseen Melina. The first task was obvious: resolve the matter of Selen's body. Whether they liked it or not, Selen would benefit from greater independence. Her real body was bound in a place known to all interested parties, and the illusion of the sorceress was barely capable of much on its own. Outside the tower, the mist was thick. One could almost feel the casual energy radiating from the massive, shiny stones sprouting straight from the ground. Not far off, a dragon lay sprawled, its eyes snapping to Constantine as he exited the tower. However, remembering the words of the mistress, the dragon quickly lost interest in the man and closed his eyes. Clearly, no free runes would be obtained here. Disappointed, teacher? Selen's soft question made the man's eyebrow twitch. I can't teach you anything. Constantine glanced back before heading into the mist, searching for the right tower and relying primarily on the flow of grace to guide him. There were plenty of clusters nearby, ensuring he could always return here if needed. The distance between the towers was significantly greater than the man remembered. Really? Selen's voice turned more seductive. Am I truly so unpleasant to you? Costa almost stumbled. Unfortunately, the waifu wasn't about to stop there. I admit, I'm not the best person. But am I worse than the one who led the world to the shattering? Or the one who originally wanted to use you without caring about your opinion? Of course, Selen suspected that Melina might be nearby. But no matter how unpleasant her words were, she wasn't lying. Constantine couldn't dodge roll or parry such a devastating and unexpected verbal attack. He froze mid-step, feeling a darkness creeping at the edges of his vision. The world too often demanded skills he didn't specialize in. I really can't teach you anything. Why? The sorceress asked, her tone now serious. Her frown deepened, and she grew tense. It seemed as though at any moment, the finger's false maiden might appear and wouldn't let her go. And then, if things went badly, they might show her the disco balls again. Constantine frowned, trying to find the right words. I can use casualness, but I can't explain it. How is that possible? The thought seemed to flash simultaneously in the minds of both Selen and Melina. However, they quickly found the answer: an outer god. Of course, granting the man such a unique body and abilities likely included bestowing him with magic. The illusion of the miniature Selen, who wasn't considering such matters, bit her lip. Fortunately, an idea quickly came to her mind. You're such an odd one. She chuckled. I'd be delighted if you shared even the feelings you experience when using magic. In return, I'll teach you everything I know. I'll be your pupil, but you'll also be mine. A fair deal, don't you think? Costa wasn't particularly interested in any of this. As mentioned before, he wasn't a scholarly mind, a lore expert, and didn't aspire to become one. And yet, something inside him told him not to refuse. Perhaps it was his heightened perception, picking up on the faint plea in the waifu's voice, as if the success of her questline somehow depended on it. Fine. Melina pursed her lips in annoyance, deciding to withdraw for a while. She likely wouldn't see or hear anything interesting in the near future, and she still had her own task to complete, a promise to fulfill. Yet, despite her resolve to leave, she couldn't help but witness what happened next. The miniature illusion of Selen shifted into an adult form and clung to Costa, planting a soft kiss on his cheek. Entirely innocent, as if no deeper intent lay behind the gesture. But from the sorceress's gaze, Melina could tell it was just the beginning of what Selen was capable of. Seeing the brief flicker of confusion on Costa's usually impassive face, the sorceress laughed playfully before reverting to her miniature form. Treacherous, treacherous witch. Far more treacherous and bold than the other one. Melina gripped her cloak, feeling a fire begin to kindle within her. She hastily shut her cursed eye, which had reflexively opened in outrage, but even that brought no relief. Realizing that lingering any longer would only escalate her irritation at the shameless, conniving, and utterly unscrupulous sorceress, she decided to resume her search. She needed to calm herself down. If she didn't act soon, her chosen one might be ensnared so completely that even his strength couldn't set him free. Even as an emissary of an unknown outer god, Constantine wasn't invincible. Their influence wasn't all-encompassing. The history of the lands between was rife with forgotten outer gods and their servants, their power lost to the sands of time. While Costa might be unparalleled in combat, he had weaknesses, ones that could be exploited against him. Melina tightened her grip on the ring Costa had given her and left the waters of Liurnia behind. It didn't take long for Constantine to locate Seluvis's casual tower. He entered reluctantly, and his mood soured further upon encountering the real Seluvis. It was clear the sorcerer had been waiting for him. Well, well. Catching me at my word. That was just politeness, you know. You country bumpkins never cease to amaze me. The clearly antagonistic sorcerer clicked his tongue in irritation upon realizing that Costa's expression didn't even twitch. It would have been much easier if the tarnished attacked him first. While Seluvis had no intention of provoking Constantine, too much, crossing a certain line would justify retaliation. His mistress would surely defend him. I'll lead you to what you're looking for, Seluvis said, heading for the exit without waiting for Costa. The sorcerer wasn't sure how his mistress had learned so much about his little hobby, but he didn't see any real harm in it. Sorcerers often used the souls of their victims to craft puppets. It was an accepted practice in the academy. Seluvis had simply taken it a step further. He wanted to create adorable dolls, not for combat, but for his own, personal solace. As long as his mistress didn't suspect him of betrayal, there was no cause for concern. He had bowed to her for so long, surely, she trusted him. The lands between had grown too accustomed to stagnation. Few seemed to realize that time, whether they liked it or not, continued its relentless march. Seluvis led the silent servant of the demigoddess to a graveyard, one of many scattered across the lands between, and descended into a small but fully equipped tomb that doubled as his laboratory. The sorcerer approached an illusory wall concealed by enchantments, but before he could do anything, Costa started smashing the walls with his club. What are you? Seluvis's jaw dropped as cracks began forming in the walls. Before he could fully process what was happening, a final swing obliterated his material illusion, revealing a hidden chamber. Costa examined his now-worn club, then casually stored it away in some mysterious inventory before stepping into the once-hidden room. I was just looking for the entrance, he said innocently. Soulslike barely restrained himself from hurling a particularly lethal spell at the man. Damned tarnished. Costa's unshakable calmness made it impossible for Soulslike to tell whether the man was mocking him. Madness was practically commonplace in the lands between. Much like Blade, whom the mistress refused to part with, Soulslike was certain that as long as a servant had muscle, Runni would overlook any lack of brains. Strength and loyalty were all she cared for. Gritting his teeth, Soulslike followed Costa into the newly exposed area, wincing at the thought of the repairs, or illusions, he'd need to fix the damage. Inside was indeed a body, a near-perfect replica of Selen's original form. "It's yours," Soulslike said begrudgingly. "I don't know how the mistress knew about our little arrangement, but if you see Selen, remind her of the favor she still owes me." The illusion of Selen almost snorted in disdain. Costa approached the new vessel for his waifu and effortlessly transported it into whatever mysterious space he used for storage. Soulslike stared, wide-eyed, at the vanishing body. As Costa turned to leave, unwilling to prolong his interaction with the puppeteer, Soulslike suddenly spoke up. "Perhaps I have another task for you." Costa stopped in his tracks. "There's a woman named Nephili. Find her and give her this potion. Even you should be able to manage that, right?" The tarnished turned his head slowly, his impassive gaze locking onto the sorcerer. To Selen's surprise, instead of acting rashly, he asked. "Is this a quest from one of the best waifus?" Selen barely concealed her shock. "He knows this can't be from the mistress. What's he planning? Are you talking about the mistress?" Soulslike clicked his tongue. Yes, of course. "So, will you serve Lady Runni?" "Yes." Good, Soulslike said, smirking behind his mask as he pulled the potion from his robe. "Find Nephili and make sure she drinks this. I expect good news. Quickly, now." "I thought you were such an idiot only during the quest," Costa muttered. 3. Whether it was his heightened perception or the sheer erosion of Soulslike's brain by casual absurdity, one thing was clear: anyone who betrayed a waifu for their own twisted desires couldn't be considered sane. Still, compared to some of the more extreme cases, Costa wasn't so bad. Relatively speaking. What? Costa's muttered judgment was so quiet that Soulslike barely caught it. The sorcerer, however, couldn't decipher the man's utterly unreadable expression and chalked it up to his imagination. When Constantine left and they were alone, Selen's illusion couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. "Why do you need it, Constantine?" "To give it to Gideon." Soulslike squinted with interest. "You don't want to harm that deceitful puppeteer yourself to avoid going against your mistress's words, so you're handing it off to that woman's foster father instead?" "You keep surprising me, teacher-student." Either they seriously underestimated this man, or his madness wasn't as severe as they'd thought, and he was slowly regaining his sanity. "It's just an option from the questline, Constantine replied stoically. Selen laughed. "What a peculiar man. Let's go, the stars won't wait forever, and I want my well-earned freedom. You'll need to be very gentle with my new body. You haven't lost my primal glintstone, have you?" The illusion's tone was laced with irony. She always knew where her true vessel was. However, she couldn't describe exactly where the man had tucked away her soul like some random item. She only knew that it was nearby. Costa shrugged. First, they needed to find a suitable spot. On the other hand, when it came to mobility, the Tarnished was perhaps too resourceful. It didn't take them long to transfer the glintstone into the new vessel. Constantine, as though he had done this countless times, seamlessly placed the stone into the sorceress's chest. Selen needed a moment to adjust to the new sensations. Constantine never would have guessed that the sorceress would be so delighted. After a brief adjustment period, she started practically dancing with joy. "This body is brimming with youth and energy," Selen exclaimed. "A perfect vessel for my primal glintstone. But most importantly, I'm finally free of those dreadful bonds." The jubilant sorceress literally clung to the ever-stoic Constantine. "My dear Constantine, I owe you an unpayable debt. Don't try invading the casual's lair or taking it over. The last thing I need is for one of my waifus to turn into a disco ball." His words may not have been the most heartfelt, or even comprehensible, but he at least spoke with sincerity. Selen froze. "What are you talking about?" The man didn't answer, fixing her with an inscrutable gaze through the eyes of her new vessel. Though it bore an uncanny resemblance to her previous body, its appearance was still subtly different. Selen was about to speak again, but at that moment, Melina appeared, pulling back her hood and cutting her off. The false finger maiden's icy stare bored into the woman clinging to her chosen one. Then, in a low voice, she said, "I bring news, Constantine. I managed to locate Sage Gowry, the one you mentioned." Costa's eyes lit up. A meeting with a new waifu could happen very soon. That's not all. Rumors are spreading that the next festival of combat might be approaching. Heroes from across the lands between will journey to the Star-Scourge wastes. At least a handful would, anyway. Quests, whether Costa wanted them to or not, continued to advance, sometimes in utterly unexpected directions. At last, he could participate in something he was genuinely good at, giving it his all. An unexpected thought crossed the Tarnished's mind. How would the poor half-wolf even know where to go? And, just as importantly, why did Meli's voice sound so cold and, well, upset again? Sometimes, he wondered if leveling his stats had been a mistake. With heightened perception, everything around him was becoming far too complicated. Chapter 29. As horrifying as it might sound to any self-respecting, and, at times, deeply self-loathing, Soulslike player, farming spots were becoming fewer and farther between. At some point, almost every player realizes that leveling up further becomes difficult. The reasons vary: losing hundreds of thousands, even millions of runes to foolish deaths, or having a poorly optimized build that makes it impossible to survive in areas rich with potential runes due to overly strong enemies. Costa, however, faced a different problem. The unexpected increase in untouchable allies made farming them impossible, and other areas no longer offered runes. The number of runes earned depended entirely on the strength of enemies. This let Costa skyrocket through levels early on but now severely slowed his progression. Under normal circumstances, he might have welcomed the challenge, but when waifu quests were waiting and the happiness of unfortunate waifus depended on his strength, he had to prioritize. Leveling or waifus? As you might have guessed, the casual hardcore player chose waifus from the start. Challenges, he later realized, could be arranged at any level. The moral casual questions resolved long ago, a practical dilemma remained. Given the circumstances, where could he farm? Considering Constantine's destination, the answer was obvious. The Scarlet Wasteland became his salvation. Overrun by creatures afflicted with rot, feral, monstrous, and not remotely susceptible to negotiation, the area offered Costa a carte blanche for much-desired farming. Normally, anyone foolish enough to enter this region, a horrifying reminder of the clash between two mighty demigods, would tread carefully. Tarnished or common folk, or not-so-common folk, alike would move in groups, avoid direct confrontations, and occasionally fall victim to the pervasive rot, joining the ranks of the monsters themselves. Unfortunately, no one had bothered to tell Costa this. Melina and Selen hadn't seen the Tarnished this happy and exuberant in ages. Where normal people would run screaming from the hordes of rot-afflicted giant crows, decaying dogs, bears, trolls, and winged dragons that swarmed the Scarlet Wasteland, Costa joyfully sprinted toward them, stripping off his armor as he went. Needless to say, it wasn't long before the true predator was the half-naked psychopath, not the rot-infested beasts. The waifus, well acquainted with their Tarnished, didn't try to stop him. Rightfully so. Runes poured to him like a river. His body visibly transformed, overflowing with power. The runes came so quickly and in such abundance that veins on Costa's body occasionally shimmered with gold, and his eyes began to glow, not with the power of the runes, but with the tiny sun within him. A sun warm toward his waifus yet insatiably greedy. Many might dislike farming, but denying its usefulness was foolish. "Constantine, you must be careful," Melina said sharply. "This land is tainted. If you're not cautious, the rot will infect you." Though bothered by how eagerly her chosen one indulged the exiled sorceress's flirtations, she still worried for him, believing his recklessness excessive. Of course, her tarnished had a response. "Debuffs wear off," Constantine said calmly. Melina blinked. "How fascinating." Selen's illusion murmured. There was no point in her joining him physically in such a dangerous place, it would only create complications. Having gained her freedom, she had become more independent, supporting Constantine through an illusion while settling elsewhere. Costa's claim was quickly proven right. Even the blood of the monsters, with which the half-naked psychopath began bathing himself, was tainted with rot, seeping toward him. Unfortunately for the rot, like all filth, it slid off his body. Perhaps slower than normal dirt, but still, it left him entirely. What struck fear into even demigods was to Constantine a mere temporary debuff, barely worth noting. It was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. At times, Constantine, a mere tarnished, resembled a demigod far more than the actual demigods, thanks to his unique body. Rumors spread quickly across the Scarlet Wasteland. You'd think rumors wouldn't travel in such a desolate region, but never underestimate Soulslike logic. In these worlds, few can simply die mercifully. That would be far too easy. Hardly surprising in a world where even the concept of death had ceased to exist. Constantine of the Tarnished. "I have heard of you. Were you searching for me?" A hoarse voice, barely human. It was remarkable the owner, covered in rot miasma, retained even a sliver of sanity, a true feat. Knowing how unfairly positioned he was compared to his opponent, with debuffs sliding off him, conscious or not, Constantine bowed respectfully to the commander. "Yes." Though he knew the general direction, Costa never hesitated to ask passing creatures, be they bears or maddened knights, if the optional boss was nearby. Optional, of course, only if you were a heretic who didn't want to help one of the most miserable waifus in the lands between. Then again, given the genre, they were all miserable in their own ways. "For farming." Melina covered her open eye with a hand. Selen giggled mischievously. The Scarlet Wasteland had learned the horrifying meaning of the word farming in record time. Constantine unabashedly repeated it to every creature he encountered, spreading its meaning until all, from sentient beings to mindless monsters, understood its terrifying implications. Souls-like worlds, lacking the internet, still exchanged information at alarming speeds. Costa couldn't decide if that was good or bad. "Bosses aren't usually for farming," Costa said evenly. "I need the needle of pure gold, Commander O'Neill." The man wasn't surprised by the boss's talkativeness, though he hadn't expected the commander to retain so much of his mind. No one knew how long O'Neill had wandered the wasteland or how many lives he'd claimed. Most who entered prayed not to encounter him, or any of the other monsters, for that matter. "The needle," the rot-ridden commander frowned. "The needle. Yes. I understand. You'll get it if you defeat me." Though O'Neill had lost most of his mind, unlike the unfortunate General Radon, he retained a sliver of consciousness. And yet, something gnawed at the edge of his awareness. But what? The commander squinted, trying to focus on the small figure before him. Short, though built like a flawless sculpture, the Tarnished stood as a strange white blot against the sea of crimson rot. The rot seemed to avoid him, fearful, hateful. But that wasn't what unsettled O'Neill. Or at least, not entirely. The realization came too late. Why are you naked?" The absurdly calm Tarnished wore nothing but a loincloth. Hearing her chosen one's opponent pose the question, Melina averted her gaze. If the descendants of this land's survivors ever told tales of the Tarnished, she desperately hoped this peculiar quirk would be forgotten forever. How naive of her. The debuff for rot doesn't seem to come off my clothes, Costa shrugged, genuinely surprised by the unexpected turn of events. And I really don't want to deal with laundry later. For some reason, the commander who wandered through these rotted lands, a figure whose precise title the lore never clarifies, was overcome with an unexpected burst of mirth. So strong was this feeling that the commander, long estranged from joy, burst into loud laughter. It was a hoarse sound, filled with pain and madness. He had dreamed of meeting his end in battle, as any true warrior should. But that dream had been denied. Instead, he was rotting alive, slowly succumbing to madness with each passing moment. The remnants of O'Neill's sanity were held together solely by willpower, though he felt he could surrender at any time. He couldn't even leave the wasteland, bound by the rot. His only hope was that one day a warrior might come to grant him even a semblance of release. Now, such a warrior had indeed appeared. Half naked, stripping down in a region where the very air carried decay, simply because his clothes were getting dirty, without the slightest hint of concern. An extinguished soul, whose very presence the rot itself seemed to fear. The commander's laughter morphed into a battle cry. Tightening his grip on his halberd, he began to swing it, summoning a storm of rot-filled miasma around him. Responding to the call of his cry, spirits began to gather, materializing out of the ether. He wanted to fall surrounded by those who had stayed with him even after their bodies had long since perished. Some might have called him a coward, others might have dismissed him as a casual. But O'Neill didn't care. The last thing bosses in Soulslikes worry about is the well-being of the unlucky souls sent to defeat them. Constantine remained completely unmoved, as though he had been expecting this. A sword appeared in his hand. I won't break your poise. I won't summon anyone, nor will I use any ranged attacks, no daggers, arrows, bombs, or magic. But I wanted to join the fight. Costa pretended not to hear Latana's faint, almost inaudible grumble. She'd get her chance to hunt, just not in this battle. The commander's eyes widened at the extinguished one's indifferent words, nearly losing his balance just from the sheer audacity of them. This wasn't just disrespect. It was something far worse. Constantine, deep in thought, added. No rolling, either. I'll only walk forward and backward with backward dodges. If I break the challenge, I'll concede defeat. The commander roared madly at Constantine's words, swinging his halberd. At his invisible command, spectral archers unleashed a volley of arrows toward the man. To the cursed horror of Rot, O'Neill, the man did indeed only perform a single dodge, so fluid and swift that not a single arrow, no matter how fast, could reach him. Mockingly, the man spun in place, pulling out a bow for a moment as if taking aim in the opposite direction. Paying homage to the sweatiest, too, Costa muttered, as if that explained anything. Then, turning their duel into an even greater farce, he began dodging toward them. The most horrifying part was that the tarnished one's backward dodges were as fast as the sprint of a trained warrior. Trained, and terrifyingly dangerous. Closing the distance almost instantly, the man decapitated 2 archers in the blink of an eye. A wail rose, and the rot-filled miasma thickened. The commander charged at the deranged tarnished. The commander's halberd swept through the air, raising a crimson cloud of rot toward the tarnished one. But still mocking him, the half-naked tarnished dodged backward. The cursed commander of the fallen army, sinking further into madness, tried to close the gap but failed. Costa was faster. Weaving between spectral arrows and avoiding the halberd's deadly sweep, the man slipped past and impaled the roaring commander. That was only the beginning. Ignoring his wounds as though they didn't exist, the rot-afflicted commander raised his halberd again, unleashing an even denser cloud of miasma. And then, everything repeated. It didn't take O'Neill long to realize a simple, humiliating, yet terrifying truth: the tarnished one's self-imposed limitations weren't meant to demean him. On the contrary, they were meant to make the duel fairer. Completely unflinching and composed, the tarnished turned absurd, ridiculous backward dodges into a graceful dance that neither the archers nor the halberd could disrupt. The spectral archers fell first. No matter how hard the commander tried to protect his servants or keep the madman at bay, it was clear who truly controlled the fight. Soon, they were alone. The spirits had fallen. O'Neill gripped his halberd tightly, feeling his heart race. He was exhausted, gasping for air. His entire body was riddled with wounds that would have killed most creatures in the lands between long ago. Yet the half-naked madman, whose very existence was absurd and devoid of meaning, remained unscathed. Not a single wound. Not even a scratch. By now, he should have been consumed by the miasma of rot. He should have succumbed to the curse, turning into a monster like the long-fallen demigods. How, why? Strangely enough, the man understood the question perfectly. I just don't let the status bar fill up, Constantine replied calmly. O'Neill laughed again, spitting out rotten blood. He had thought himself a monster, believed nothing could be more horrifying than the moment when a cursed demigoddess let the rot consume her, dooming the entire region and condemning her opponent to a fate so terrible that even the most agonizing, humiliating death would have been a blessing. But it turned out the true horror had a different face. A face that didn't want to dirty its clothes. Then again, how many fools had laughed at the sight of General Radon, refusing to part with his longtime friend? How many were still laughing? O'Neill felt an unexpected sense of peace. A feeling of impending rest. Reaching into his clothes, he pulled out a broken needle. It's broken. His mind was clearer than ever. Yet he could feel the rot spreading rapidly within him, leaving no chance of survival. It's part of the quest. Of course, the commander didn't understand the man's answer at all. But his calmness made O'Neill think. Reaching a decision, he tossed the 2 pieces of the broken needle to the Tarnished, who caught them effortlessly. I admit defeat. Tarnished soul. All right. That simple, nonchalant reply made O'Neill cough. Perhaps it was his wounds, but who could say for sure? Finish it. The commander's consciousness was completely consumed by madness. The rot took full control, its miasma spreading in all directions like living filth. Constantine, understanding that the challenge could now be considered complete, lifted all his self-imposed restrictions. The veins in his arm glowed with light, feeding into the trembling hunk of metal in his grip. Rushing forward without fear of the all-encompassing rot, the man dove headfirst into it. A swing of the halberd. A roll. A strike. A flash. Underscore 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 underscore. When the Tarnished told Melina he wanted to find a merchant to restock his arrows, she didn't believe him at first. Even Selen, who usually embraced his every word with amused curiosity, raised an eyebrow. Merchants. Here. They were literally in the equivalent of hell. Though neither of the women had ever heard of hell, if someone described it to them, they would have immediately compared it to the Scarlet Wasteland. A region bathed entirely in red. Devoid of life, twisted beyond recognition. Overrun by creatures so terrifying that even the bravest knights would turn and flee rather than subject themselves to the soul-eroding rot. Merchants. Here. The very idea was absurd. That's what they thought, until the Tarnished stumbled upon a merchant calmly resting by a fire, completely unbothered by his surroundings. And no way. Melina whispered. Selen rubbed her illusory eyes, convinced she was seeing some elaborate illusion. But the truth was far worse. You're the first Tarnished to react so casually to me, the merchant noted with an air of nonchalance. After seeing a merchant in the Einsel River, nothing surprises me anymore. 3, Constantine replied, just as calmly. Eins, what? The question, filled with genuine horror, seemed to echo simultaneously in the minds of both Selen and Melina. They stared blankly into the void. The merchant, however, merely chuckled proudly at Constantine's comment. Our brethren are everywhere, tarnished one. Kale mentioned that. So, you know Kale. The merchant's demeanor warmed even more. Small world, tarnished one. Constantine. Constantine the Tarnished, the merchant exclaimed. Yes, yes, I've heard the name. Are you here to try your luck at the festival? That's part of it. Business has been booming lately, the merchant said with a satisfied squint. The mule behind him let out a mournful whine, having long lost faith in everything. Buying or selling? The trade went off without a hitch. Costa had gotten used to farming birds with his bow, it didn't consume much energy, and what little it did was easily replenished over time. Soon, the contented Tarnished bid the merchant farewell and resumed his journey. What was that? Melina was so dumbfounded that any trace of irritation evaporated from her voice. Whatever differences she might have had with Selen, who had gained a peculiar sort of favor from the Tarnished, could wait. They could definitely wait. A merchant, Costa replied, utterly indifferent. A malevolent entity disguised as a merchant, Selen muttered suspiciously. There had to be a rational explanation. Lack of competition. Stable climate, the Tarnished said nonchalantly. That explanation made no sense. Then again, if the Tarnished really had encountered a merchant in the Einsel River. No, this was. They could grow accustomed to Constantine's eccentricities. But a merchant? That merchant was beyond good and evil. Their journey continued until they came across an old, unremarkable shack. Remarkably well kept for the surrounding devastation, it still barely caught any attention. It might have gone unnoticed, if not for the elderly man sitting in a worn chair at the shack's entrance, clad in red robes. The old man, noticing the approach of the half-naked Tarnished, showed no sign of surprise. He merely smiled. Suspicious. The old man was, at the very least, suspicious. And undoubtedly dangerous. Unfortunately for him, such suspicions were useless against Costa, who had been specifically seeking him out. Oh, a pleasure to see you. A pleasure indeed, the old man said, smiling even wider. I am Gowry. A great sage. Constantine stopped in front of Gowry, glancing around. He seemed to be expecting something, but he didn't see it. Where's the dog? He asked. 4. Gowry's smile froze. What? The festival of combat was drawing near. Chapter 30. Only a few remained who still remembered who Gowry had been. A sage, a sorcerer, a heretic expelled from Celia, the city of sorcery, not to be confused with the academy, completely different places, who dedicated his life to serving Melnia the moment she turned her blade on Radon. Everyone hated rot. They feared it and avoided it. But Gowry was different from the rest. His life was devoted to rot, to the cycle of blooming and withering. What everyone considered revolting, unnatural, a monstrous spawn of a dreadful outer god who had cursed the daughter of a goddess, Gowry regarded as the pinnacle of beauty. He'd probably have made a great Soulslike player, even among tryhards, few loved swamps as much as he did. In the clash between Melnia and Radon, there was no victor, the rot-blighted demigoddess, allowing the curse to consume her, ultimately fled, taking the remainder of her army. It's unknown whether the cursed demigoddess completed her transformation and became the goddess of rot, or if she still holds the curse within her, hidden away in the farthest locati, corners of the lands between. Radon, though he remained on the battlefield, turned into a monster. A monster whose own servants wished to grant him release, to put a stop to their lord's agony. In truth, Gowry didn't much care about Radon's fate. His sole interest was in the rot and its goddess. Her final transformation. And the sorcerer saw a path. Finding Melinia's daughters on the battlefield turned out to be a true discovery for Gowry. Tiny red-haired things, they themselves had no idea they were pieces of the demigoddess. Gowry had heard strange rumors that goddess Marika and some of her children somehow had the ability to split themselves. Different souls in one body, multiple personalities of one entity, or something else entirely, the lore, rumors didn't say. And did it really matter? At first, Gowry had never concerned himself with such matters, until he came upon the children of his lady. Then the old sorcerer realized his purpose: he must help the buds to bloom. At least one of them. Unfortunately, Gowry realized soon after that he needed help. By himself he was too weak. And so he had to seek out someone strong enough. The upcoming festival of war, which would draw the attention of countless warriors and sorcerers from all over the lands between, was perfectly timed. If Jaren, Radon's loyal retainer, were to learn that a servant of Malenia, no, the goddess of Rot, planned to use this festival to give an extra push to the slow-spreading curse upon the world, he'd probably chew his own elbows off in anger. All that remained was to wait and seek a worthy candidate. That was one thing everyone in the lands between, dead or elsewise still alive for some reason, had mastered: patience. And apparently, that day had come. Gowry smiled at the sight of a new candidate slowly approaching him. Candidate. For some reason he was nearly naked, which didn't bother the sorcerer too much. It even cheered him. From the looks of the unruffled and unscarred physique, the man was a real warrior. Moreover, if he'd come this far through the rot-ridden Caelid with hardly a scratch, that spoke best of all to his preliminary qualifications. "Oh, what a blessing it is that you are here," Gowry smiled wider. "I am Gowry, a great sage." The unknown tarnished, what else could he be, gave a searching glance around. "Where's the dog?" Gowry's smile froze. "What?" The tarnished remained unperturbed. "The dog. An annoying dog. Madman. There's no dog here, tarnished." "Constantine." "Ho." The old man's eyes gleamed. "Could you be Costa from among the tarnished?" The famed tarnished let out a weary sigh. "Yes. That explained a lot." News of the new bearer of two great runes had spread throughout the lands between like wildfire. The tarnished's feats resembled those of the demigods themselves, taking over Stormvale Castle by himself, then an entire academy of Raya Lucaria, both achievements capturing countless souls' admiration. Warrior and sorcerer, he had seized boundless power, or so everyone said, among the scattered remnants who still had their minds. Word also traveled of certain peculiarities in the tarnished. But indeed, it would be odd if such a fearsome warrior and sorcerer were fully sane. "For a forgotten old man like me, it's an honor to meet such a tarnished," Gowry said, closing his eyes. "I have business to discuss." I was waiting for someone among the tarnished. He had no intention of hiding that he was deliberately looking for someone to carry out a task. "I'd prefer someone young and strong, since not everyone can cross Ionia, that crimson swamp." The tarnished standing before him was more than simply young and strong. He was a true monster in human form. Gowry doubted he'd find a better candidate. Seeing that the man said nothing further, the sorcerer allowed his smile to become a bit slyer. "Don't worry, I'll reward you generously if you accept. I'll reveal to you the secret of Cell." The old man nearly choked on the sweet, rotten air at the sight of a tiny stone hovering over the tarnished's hand, obeying the man's will. Gravity magic, an art one could only learn in Celia from the Celian sorcerers. "Ho ho." The sage furrowed his brow, trying to recall whether he'd ever seen this man's face before. He couldn't remember. "So you've met some Celian sorcerers who agreed to teach you, have you?" "Quite unexpected, tarnished." The man offered no reply. For some reason, Gowry sensed that this unflinching tarnished before him seemed oddly hostile. Which honestly unsettled him a bit. It wasn't pleasant to be in the bad books of someone who'd single-handedly subdued Stormvale Castle, an entire sorcerer's academy, and struck down 2 demigods, at minimum. Constantine paused, staring at the stone as though contemplating something, then released it. "How can I help you?" The waifu sorceress was teaching him. During their travels, there wasn't much else to do anyway. Whether it was because of the stats he'd invested in, or because the sorceress was a really good teacher, or a combination of both, Costa very quickly grasped a certain, general concept of casualness, visualization. 1. The better a casual user visualized casualness, the more power they could theoretically wield. Scrolls existed mostly to convey to other casuals what they themselves had figured out and visualized. Arriving at some internal understanding, the man had cast aside even more of the constraints that had invisibly manifested on him the moment he'd awakened in this new world. Yet somehow, he'd forgotten that if a casual user wanted to casualize something, they'd find a way. Any boundary or limitation, even if it was coded into the game's engine, was only a problem that a true casual user would inevitably solve. Though sometimes the search for an exploit took more effort than a sweaty legitimate playthrough would. This was the philosophy of true tryhards and casuals that the man, it seemed, was just beginning to absorb. This world was certainly multifaceted. Nothing is true. Gowry, hearing the Tarnished's question, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Help me cure a young woman. Her name is Millicent. You'll find her in the region around Celia, she's resting in a chapel on top of a cliff. The poor thing suffers from the rot's affliction. Then she's already there, right now, Constantine frowned. Not long ago, that place had been empty, according to Meli, and he believed her. Any heretic seeking to harm the good, waifus, of course, still left in the lands between deserved divine punishment. You didn't think to bring her food, help her get somewhere safer, or find anyone who could ease her illness? Those quietly observing from the sidelines, Melina and Selen, surely sensed the Tarnished's mood. He was not in a good mood. For his part, Gowry also felt a certain apprehension. Perhaps it worried him how the man's eyes gleamed brighter and how golden light began to surge in the Tarnished's veins, a glow that promised him nothing good. What did I do to upset this lunatic? Even if I'd wanted to, I couldn't reach her, too many beasts surround her, the sorcerer said sorrowfully. Only someone as strong as you could do it, he added, shaking his head. But the gleam in Costa's eyes only intensified, making Gowry feel something twist inside him. He was a powerful sorcerer, well, not quite what he'd been in his youth, but they didn't call him a great sage for nothing. Even so, the atmosphere the bearer of two great runes projected was entirely unlike any traveler he'd ever met. An atmosphere of hardcore and casualness merged within one Soulsliker. It was not something that could be resisted. Something that could destroy gods and ancient dragons, just to get all achievements. You must understand, Millicent's illness is incurable. Even when the Erd tree thrived, not even demigods could resist its effects, despite their lineage. Seeing the Tarnished's rage continue to build, Gowry frantically spoke on. But Millicent's suffering can be eased. You need a needle. By Marika's tits, where did you get that? Seeing the Tarnished produce a golden needle, the old man nearly choked again. Costa, hearing that odd turn of phrase from Gowry, momentarily broke his own grim focus but then recovered. I just did the quests out of order, too, Constantine answered coldly. This is the one, right? The question was obviously rhetorical. This madman already defeated Commander O'Neill? Gowry thought in shock as he stared greedily at the item. Let me have a look at it. This is a genuine miracle. Crafted by a true master, talented and driven to seize life's essence. Will you give me time to work on it? It's well made, but worthless at the moment. With affectionate reverence, the old man examined the broken halves of the needle, momentarily forgetting his embarrassment. You have an hour. Gowry opened his mouth to protest but, catching sight of the tryhard's crazed stare, shut it again. That's enough time. And be sure to, disinfect it or something. Gowry nearly suffocated, scandalized. Unseen Melina glanced oddly at her resolute Tarnished, squeezing the ring he'd given her. Her chosen champion was growing fearsomely resolute and cold whenever it concerned waifu. Melina had figured that out well by now. He didn't care about their lineage, or what sins or blunders they'd committed before. Even the question of living physical bodies didn't seem to trouble him in the slightest. As she could see from Selen's example, with the right approach, apparently it wasn't a problem at all. When he decided some woman was a waifu, everything else ceased to matter. Sometimes Melina felt her real discomfort wasn't so much that he offered help to so many different women, but that the two of them were no longer alone. Constantine, so far as he could manage, gave attention to all the waifu he'd met. Because there were so many, the time he spent solely with her was growing shorter. Deep down, Melina wanted him to seek her out more often. To ask for her help, to regard her as needed and useful. So that the daughter of a goddess, who'd never really gained the title of demigoddess, could feel like one. Perhaps she was far more selfish than she'd ever realized. And who would have thought she'd arrive at such insights only after her physical body's death? Whether she liked it or not, Melina was coming to understand herself. Even if she didn't publicly display her emotions and desires the way Selen or Irina, the second of which clearly knew what she was doing and had a plan, or maybe the hapless young Roderica or the warrior Nephili Lu, who'd lost her own purpose, might do, Melina was still a daughter of a goddess. Inheritance still mattered a lot. A goddess who was cruel, insane in many ways, and who had done more to seize her own place in the world than anyone else in their history. Melina respected and honored her own mother as one of her most faithful servants, but she also, knowing too much, feared her. Melina shuddered at a sudden thought. She felt horror at the idea, tried to push it away, but it wouldn't leave. The girl stared in terror at the unflinching man who waited, for the quest to continue. Yes, for Constantine to become Elden Lord, he had to become consort to the queen. That was obvious. But for him, for her chosen champion. Did he see her mother as a waifu? Melina could accept anyone. Even the lunar witch who'd committed a heinous crime against her own brother. Even the exiled academy sorceress who was actively making moves on her chosen champion. Even, basically anyone. But the idea of goddess Marika caused Melina genuine horror. And though it totally clashed with her mindset as a faithful attendant, the dread wouldn't go away, because she knew too much. Perhaps she truly needed to be more decisive. Millicent had no idea how long she'd been in the chapel. It could have been a day or. Her entire life had been surrounded by rot. Rot that saturated the rot-ravaged region in which she was born. Rot that slowly consumed her body. Early on, abandoned and forgotten by the rest of the world, she simply roamed the lands forsaken by the greater will, trying to survive. She'd always been drawn to a sword, and not without reason. Anyone who tried to harm her never came out on top. She vaguely recalled that someone important to her used to praise her for it, so she squeezed the most out of a natural talent. She no longer remembered the point at which she was abandoned, or why. But she remembered how despair overcame her when rot claimed her arm, leaving her utterly useless, helpless. Worst of all was that those who helped her weren't the ones she'd once considered family, but horrifying monsters who mistook her for the goddess of rot. However much Millicent called for help, no one came, and so the girl, devoured by rot, eventually accepted her fate, allowing the monsters who hailed her as their goddess to keep her alive. Millicent had resolved that she'd sooner rot away than become something else. She'd remain herself, no matter the cost. She repeated that every time she awoke from yet another nightmare gnawing away at her body and mind. Had she known this next awakening would forever change her life? She heard footsteps approaching through her half-sleep. Not crawling, not the scrape of disgusting limbs, but the steps of an ordinary person. That alone surprised her, even gave her a flash of hope, which promptly died. She knew she couldn't be healed. No one, under any circumstance, could help her. Which meant she had to send away whatever fool had arrived. Millicent opened her eyes with difficulty. NGGH. Who's there? Well, it matters not. If you are wise, you will leave, immediately. By nature, Millicent was soft-spoken and gentle, at least compared to her cold sisters. She might not have been weak, but she never picked fights first. She didn't have many chances to, anyway. Perhaps that was why her voice, which she tried to harden and toughen up, still sounded like a gentle plea and a polite warning. Her vision blurred. She couldn't make out the face of the person who'd come, only the silhouette. But they did not leave. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot, Millicent murmured quietly. It's a curse. No human should ever get involved with it. True Souls-like players pop humanity like one-use healing items, the voice, apparently attempting a parry, remarked calmly. I can help with your curse. This needle will halt its spread. The figure produced a golden needle from, somewhere, holding it out to her. Millicent's heart skipped a beat. She could feel her breathing grow rapid. Naturally, she didn't believe it. That a random stranger would suddenly show up, decide to help her, and could actually help. Nonsense. Impossible. Miracles like that didn't just happen. But even so, she ached so desperately for that help. Millicent wanted to live, after all. She'd fought all this time not to let that horror consume her. If what this silhouette said was true, how she wanted to believe. You ask that I stab myself with the needle. To quell the scarlet rot? But, how? The ways of cunning little boys are unknowable, free, Costa replied sternly. Obviously, Millicent didn't understand the silhouette's words in the slightest. Nevertheless. It doesn't matter, she exhaled. I've decided. I'd rather trust you than keep rotting from within. Cautiously, hoping not to graze the man with her rot-stained arm, Millicent took the needle from him. She had a rough idea what to do with it, but then she suddenly turned shy, recalling the silhouette's presence. A definitely male silhouette. Would you mind averting your eyes for a moment? She herself couldn't believe she'd ever again feel self-conscious. She certainly never believed that any living being unaffected by rot would pay her the slightest interest. And yet. Without a word, the silhouette turned, settling down by, presumably a nearby site of grace. People often built chapels on top of them. Not only chapels either. It didn't take Millicent long to insert the needle. She'd endured so much pain and misery that poking her nearly rotted body with a needle was child's play. She hardly felt a thing. But she did feel a sudden lightness. Ah. Millicent mumbled, striving to add a cheerful note to her voice. That was, not so difficult, but, why do I feel? Constantine turned, noticing Millicent had fallen asleep. After confirming the unsteady young woman was indeed just resting, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking for a moment, the man produced a blanket from some place known only to him, gently covering her and taking a seat beside her. Now all that remained was to wait. And if Melina, seeing this scene, had no particular thoughts, the tiny Selene. She narrowed her eyes, feeling an impish grin rise from the depths of her mischievous soul. How will that poor girl react upon waking to a half-naked savior? Naturally, Selene had no intention of warning him that he really should be wearing clothes at least for the first impression. Otherwise, it'd be much too boring. Chapter 31. Millicent hadn't had a good dream in a long time. Truly bright ones, free of pain and suffering, felt like a distant memory. She no longer believed such dreams could return. But this one was good. She dreamt of herself, completely healthy and breathing deeply, walking through a vast garden. A fragrant garden, filled with greenery and a variety of trees. Living plants. Millicent couldn't quite tell what she was doing in that garden. Perhaps strolling, enjoying the nature. Perhaps sniffing flowers or climbing trees like a little girl. Or maybe she was simply lying amidst the greenery, thinking about nothing. That was how it went until she decided to explore the garden further and stumbled upon a silhouette hidden among the flowers. Millicent instantly recognized the figure of her benefactor, smiled brightly, and ran toward him, wanting to express her gratitude. However, she never reached him. She stumbled when she realized the calm, composed silhouette, as she got closer, was naked. For Millicent, a girl perhaps too soft and innocent, this was far too much to take in. A brief fall. A flash. Awakening. Millicent slowly opened her eyes, her breathing quickened by the unexpectedly abrupt end to her dream. She couldn't recall the last time she'd had such vivid dreams. Maybe, this was a good sign. I'm covered with a blanket, the thought flitted through her mind. She immediately knew who had tucked her in, the one who had helped her. The realization filled her with a surprising warmth. How are you feeling? The unexpected question, asked in what seemed like a cold, emotionless voice, struck Millicent as surprisingly warm and gentle. She couldn't remember anyone addressing her like that before. Not even the person she'd once held dear, let alone her sisters. Her thoughts cleared. Her body felt light, airy in a way she hadn't experienced for a very long time. Millicent wanted to thank her savior from the bottom of her heart, but that was when she fully took in her surroundings, her mouth dropping open in disbelief. Words stuck in her throat, and her face turned the color of her hair. Her savior, just as in the dream, was nearly naked before her. Millicent had never seen a man's body up close. Her life had been filled with endless battles against rot-ridden monsters and the teachings of her adoptive father. She had certainly never seen a body so perfectly developed. Her gaze, despite herself, darted nervously over him, making her feel even more flustered. She wanted to scream like a little girl and cover her face with her hands. Well, hand. I was hoping to see you again. By the greater will, it was impossible to put into words how difficult those words had been for her to say. She tried to sound calm, but she utterly failed. Against her will, Millicent wrapped the blanket tighter around herself. The man's face broke into a smile. Even among the unfortunate waifu, Millicent's fate as the red-haired waifu was unusually tragic. While Melina and Runni had choices, Millicent was guilty only of being born in a Soulslike. Sometimes Costa struggled to keep himself from tearing up at such heartbreaking stories. True Souls-like players might roll through emotional pain just as they rolled through combat, but only if their controllers or keyboards didn't break first. Right now, though, he wasn't a tryharder. He was an ordinary, miserable fan of waifu, who loved Souls-likes and thus was destined to suffer all the more. Constantine. Just Costa. Melina, seeing the suffering behind her chosen champion's smile, exhaled softly. Please, see cover yourself. Millicent's voice was quiet, barely audible, but to Costa, it sounded like thunder. From the look on Millicent's face, it seemed she was about to cry. For a waifu fan, this was like an arrow to the knee, the worst of all betrayals. Melina had never seen her tarnished gear up so fast. Within a second, he was fully dressed, as if he'd never been undressed at all. Forget the laundry or discomfort. The man's barely audible mutter caught Melina's attention. Her accursed eye, well, given how often it opened these days, it seemed it might as well remain open all the time. She squinted slightly. If I act like that, will he stop undressing? The thought came and went quickly. She no longer wanted to manipulate his feelings like that. Millicent blinked, momentarily not believing her eyes. For a second, she even thought he might not have been naked at all, that it had just been some trick of her fevered mind. Needless to say, that didn't make her feel any better. Pulling herself together, Millicent removed the blanket and leaned against the wall behind her before. Simply and unceremoniously standing up. Lightness. She hadn't felt such lightness in so long. She felt as if she weighed no more than a feather. As if she could jump and fly at any moment. Even if it all turned out to be a lie and the curse knocked her back down again, this time for good, the red-haired girl wouldn't regret it. The relief she felt was priceless. Her heart swelled with gratitude. And alongside it, a deep sense of shame. She must have looked terrible, her blood-stained, tattered, dirty clothing, smell of rot that had seeped into her. She didn't even want to think about the state of her hair. Please, give me a moment to at least fix my hair. Costa frowned thoughtfully. He had no intention of letting the quest limit him. I can take you to the castle, where they'll help you. Millicent, holding her old hair tie between her teeth as she tried to brush her hair back with one hand, froze, her eyes widening as she stared at nothing in particular. Sea castle. Her voice was so faint it was as though she might lose consciousness. The Tarnished shrugged. They'll feed you, give you new clothes, and heat up a bath. There are certain perks to being the boss of a location. Millicent didn't fully understand some of the words her savior used, but she grasped the overall meaning. Normally, an offer like that from a stranger might seem suspicious at best, but the red-haired girl had no doubt he was sincere. Her heart filled with even greater warmth. And shame over her own helplessness. I feel like I can manage on my own. Thank you. She could always accept his help later. Her benefactor had already done so much for her. Besides, she couldn't bear the thought of appearing in such a state before a large group of people. She still had some pride left. Costa, sensing the true tryhard spirit in this waifu, nodded solemnly and didn't argue. That didn't stop him from producing a comb out of thin air and offering it to Millicent. Honestly, Costa rarely thought about such trinkets. This had been Melina's idea, and by now he saw no point in arguing. He simply let the overactive waifu stock him up with whatever she brought. As it turned out, not without reason. Millicent hesitated for a moment when she saw the offered comb but then timidly took it. Refusing would have been foolish, after all. Thank you. What a sweet girl, Selen's illusion smirked. The sorceress fully understood why Constantine had done so much to help the red-haired waifu. Had Millicent been a student of the academy, Selen wouldn't have dared suggest involving her in any of her experiments. In fact, Selen might even have admitted to herself that she'd have defended her. After all, she wasn't completely heartless. Carefully observing the scene, Selen glanced toward the jealous servant of the Tarnished. Well, well. Have you fallen for her charms too? The sorceress mused to herself with a mischievous chuckle. Though Melina, the false finger maiden, looked contemplative, she clearly bore no ill will toward the unfortunate red-haired girl. With the comb in hand, Millicent managed to tidy her hair much faster. While she still didn't look her best, there was a notable improvement in her appearance. She looked more put together and visibly pleased with the change. When she tried to return the comb, Millicent found herself met with Costa's stern gaze, one that brooked no argument. Keep it, he said simply. Millicent hesitated for a moment before nodding and pressing the comb against her chest. I understand, she said softly. Taking a deep breath, Millicent felt a small surge of confidence. Well, not complete confidence, but it was a start. My apologies for when last we met. I fainted before I could even thank you. Everything is as you said. Everything you said turned out to be true. Her quiet voice carried a hint of wonder, her eyes lighting up. Since inserting the needle, the scarlet rot has ceased to writhe. Even the nightmares have abated. And now, though I can scarcely believe it myself, I can move as I please. I'm glad. Costa knew he couldn't remain silent. So, he simply said what he truly felt, happiness. For a fan, there was no greater joy than seeing a waifu happy. Millicent lowered her head, finding it hard to put her feelings into words. After all, no one had ever taught her how to openly express her emotions, nor had there been anyone to express them to. I don't think I'll ever be able to properly repay you, but please accept this small token of my gratitude. She couldn't even remember who had given her the talisman or when. That no longer mattered. What mattered was that it was the only valuable item she could offer her benefactor. Costa didn't argue with the waifu trying to repay him in any way she could, silently accepting what he recognized as a nod toward yet another alternate ending that was cut from the game. 1. Seeing him take the only thing she could offer, Millicent sighed in relief. However, her relief was short-lived. She realized she had no idea what to say next. Her topics were quickly exhausted, and She was terrible at conversations. Costa, noticing the quiet panic on her face, narrowed his eyes. The real lands between had forced him to sweat in entirely different ways than he ever had before, and he knew he would continue to do so. He would keep sweating, enduring, so that the light of the waifu would never fade. It might not have sounded particularly lofty, but it was a deeply held conviction. He shifted into the necessary mode. Now he would lead the conversation. And no waifu would help him, not this time. The needle was broken. An old man in red, Gowrie, repaired it. Do you know him? Millicent furrowed her brows for a moment before her eyes widened in recognition. Let's go. The girl blinked dumbly before nodding without question. Before she could say anything, the man pulled a whistle from nowhere and summoned Torrent. Huh. As the ground seemed to disappear beneath her feet, Millicent found herself locking eyes with the steed. Torrent, half hoping for yet another siege, snorted and glanced at his summoner with a silent question. What a beauty! Millicent's whisper reached Torrent's ears, causing him to shift his gaze toward her again. Before he could snort again, Millicent, her smile radiant, approached and began stroking him with a gentleness perhaps no one else could muster. Melina stared blankly at how her old friend succumbed so easily to Millicent's touch, nuzzling his nose against her. You're in big trouble, aren't you? The witch's sly whisper made the maiden's face twist as though she'd bitten into something sour. The false finger maiden turned her head to her shoulder, where a fearless miniature version of Selen had perched. Get off me, witch. Aren't you going to try catch me again? Selen squinted playfully. Melina didn't respond right away, turning her attention back to her tarnished and the red-haired girl, who was awkwardly climbing onto Torrent. The girl's expression, when Costa mounted the steed as well, was one of someone about to faint. It's pointless now, Melina muttered. You've gotten what you wanted. Selen skeptically eyed the supposedly unbothered false finger maiden. As if that feigned calmness could fool her. You're overcomplicating tea. Melina's burned, scarred hand seized the startled illusion of Selen, who froze, realizing she was in real trouble. Her gaze met Melina's cursed eye, which stared directly at her. Millicent glanced around, sensing a strange tension in the air. Costa, catching a glimpse of the scene from the corner of his eye, remained outwardly calm. Or mostly calm. He would have liked to focus on untangling the drama among the few beautiful things in the lands between, but first, he had to finish the main quests. And, of course, ensure that the other quests didn't destroy each other in the process. At least he trusted Melimeli enough to know she wouldn't do anything to Selen. Too serious, at least. The journey to Gowrie's shack didn't take long. Strangely, the old man wasn't there. But in his place was a giant, cursed dog prowling near the shack. Millicent, seeing the massive beast mutated by Rot's curse, didn't even have time to react before something whizzed past her, striking the snarling, irritating dog square in the head. The irritating, utterly maddening dog. It didn't seem to comprehend what had happened, glancing around in confusion until its eyes locked with Costa's. And then, just like that, it fell. A thin stream of runes flowed into the tarnished, a testament to the creature's fate. And most importantly, it wouldn't, finally, respawn. This is for all the Soulslike players, whose nerves you shredded. Costa whispered. Millicent dismounted Torrent and approached the massive dog's corpse. A dagger? She knew firsthand just how tough these creatures were. While they hadn't posed a problem back when she still had both arms, she had to admit they were exceedingly irritating. For an ordinary piece of metal to not only pierce through the beast's skull but lodge itself so deeply required truly insane strength. From the beginning, Millicent had suspected her savior was a tarnished. But the sheer power Constantine had displayed exceeded all logic. Fortunately, or unfortunately, she had no time to pay attention to rumors. Still, it wasn't as if the red-haired girl cared about her savior's strength. I probably needed to say goodbye to him. She remained uncertain. The image of the old man named Gowry seemed oddly familiar and significant to Millicent. It felt as if meeting the man her savior had mentioned might clarify things, but he wasn't here. Millicent felt like she was supposed to do something important. She was striving for something. Yet she couldn't remember what it was. The sensation was agonizing. She didn't know what to do or where to go. Perhaps she should set out on a journey, too. "I can help you," came Constantine's calm voice. Millicent broke from her thoughts, turning to him. "Help me? To find a replacement for your arm." The girl grew visibly uncomfortable. "You've already done so much for me, Constantine." Thank you, but..." For a moment, Constantine's face twitched, but then, "I might need your help in battle." Melina froze, fingers wrapped tightly around the illusion of the sorceress. Even Selene, who had been struggling futilely to free herself from the deceptively delicate grip, fell silent, slack in Melina's grasp. The two women exchanged glances. He asked for help on his own. Just like that. Their thoughts aligned once more. "I'm going to get called even less now." A sorrowful whisper from Latenna, laden with infinite melancholy, went unnoticed. Behind her, her spectral wolves howled mournfully. Millicent, oblivious to the slight hitch in Constantine's voice, flinched at the sound of his words. Her heart began to pound. She had been born a warrior. Perhaps too gentle and timid for the role, but a warrior nonetheless. The red-haired girl didn't believe that offering her talisman had been sufficient repayment to the tarnished. Besides the talisman, all she had was her sword. But without her dominant hand, she was nearly useless. At least compared to Constantine, she was. Millicent desperately wanted to repay him. At the same time, she longed to rediscover her purpose, to remember it. The thought of finding a replacement for her arm seemed like an impossible dream, one she hadn't even dared consider. Unbidden, her gaze drifted to the dog's corpse. "But you..." Millicent cut herself off abruptly. "I understand." Constantine nodded, his expression pensive. "If you don't mind, I'd like to visit a few locations first." Locations, she repeated, unfamiliar with the term in this context. There was still so much for her to learn, about the lands between and the people within it. "I want to check out a fort and attend the Festival of Combat." He said it as though discussing the weather. Without a doubt, he was eager for the festival. But compared to finding a suitable mystical prosthetic for a waifu, it seemed far less important. A fort and the Festival of Combat. Millicent frowned slightly, then. The Festival of Combat? Her expression became more pitiful than that of a kitten left out in the rain. As if that wasn't enough, her stomach growled audibly. It was impossible to tell when she had last eaten a proper meal. From Melina's and Selene's perspectives, it seemed that Millicent only avoided a mortified squeal through the sheer, monumental willpower of an unbroken warrior. Nothing else could explain it. Chapter 32. Grail's Dragon Barrow had long lived up to its name. It was home to dragons, including Grail herself. Once a great dragon matriarch, the mother of those now called devolved ones, Grail had been afflicted by rot, leaving her grounded and unable to fly. All she could do now was pray for the day when a resourceful farmer, with a bleed and frostbite build would come to end her suffering. Though, ideally, not one who would reload the area before her death, that would just be insulting. To be fair, Grail's thoughts didn't exactly run along those lines, but the sentiment was the same. Perhaps her life would have ended long ago if not for her offspring guarding her relentlessly, ensuring her torment stretched on indefinitely. The situation was so contradictory and maddening that all the ancient dragon could do was wait for someone strong and brazen enough to challenge her, a hunter, not a farmer. Wait. 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 And wait. For the lands between of the current age, such endless waiting was the norm. So much so that no one truly believed it would ever end. And yet, strangely enough, everything ends eventually. Grail slowly opened her ancient eyes, her decayed vision picking up the faint sound of her foolish children snarling. They were rushing at intruders, the usual arrogant fools who dared disturb their mother's slumber. Typically, such encounters ended quickly. Even as degenerates, her children were a nightmare for most humans. Who wouldn't fear an ensemble of reused assets with oceans of health, identical attacks, including those frustrating AoEs, broken hitboxes, and sizes so massive that the camera would often spin out of control, too. This, however, was different. Greol could feel it, one by one, her children were falling. Someone was defeating them. More than that, they were being defeated without being killed, a feat requiring far more effort than a straightforward fight. This intrigued the dragon matriarch. Her vision, blurred and long since dulled, still managed to pick up a human figure weaving amidst her panicked offspring. Was he, rolling through their flames? Has the rot finally overtaken my mind? For the first time in countless years, Greol felt discomfort. And she wasn't alone. Nearby stood another human figure, though for some reason, it inspired a deep sense of revulsion and rejection within her, a familiar feeling. Strong enough that the great dragon let out a weak growl. Rot. The strange man, if he was even human, made quick work of her children. He was too fast, too agile, too strong, too absurd. The man didn't care about AoEs or fiery onslaughts. Even when somehow cornered, he would summon a spectral steed that instantly carried him into the air, seemingly leaping off the very wind. Was this a true dragon hunter? He knew them too well, predicting their every move. To do so, he must have slain not one, not two, but dozens of dragons before. If this was how her suffering would end, it was not the worst fate. At least she would be killed by a worthy warrior, not a Bleed-Anfrost farmer. The man and the living embodiment of Rot approached her, allowing Greol to get a closer look. Only then did she realize that what she had assumed to be the physical manifestation of Rot resembled a human far more than the peculiar man. For the first time in an eternity, the ancient dragon felt something other than rage, fear. Brief, fleeting fear. Costa, grumbling as he extinguished his smoldering clothes again, hadn't expected any reaction from her. He simply wanted to test something. But the reaction came. Why did you spare them? The voice that echoed in Costa's mind carried the power of a fearsome, fire-breathing dragon. Yet it was weak and weary, a shadow of its former strength. Costa shrugged. You could have died, 3. What nonsense. Did he take her for a nurturing mother who couldn't bear the loss of her degenerate offspring who refused to let her die in peace? Nonsense. This tiny creature, smaller than her claw, pitted her. The rot has left her no choice, Constantine, Millicent murmured, her voice tinged with sorrow. What a terrible fate. Greol's frustration surged anew. She was being pitted by a living embodiment of Rot. Rot. This human insect in a woman's body thought she could fool her. Greol would not be deceived so easily. Kill me, the dragon said coldly. My death will grant you power beyond your wildest dreams. That would have been more relevant at early levels. I'm overleveled, Constantine replied matter-of-factly, his tone thoughtful. Also, I'm not a fan of Dragonheart builds, 4. He turned to Millicent, his gaze softening. Clean, no longer hungry, and dressed in fresh clothes, the red-haired girl had truly blossomed. Not entirely, of course, but still, the transformation was remarkable. Her perpetual state of being in bloody, tattered clothing during their journey through the lands between had been a constant source of irritation for him. Initially, Millicent had been shy about accepting such gifts. But the determination of a Soulslike player was not so easily denied. She now had things she'd never dared to dream of. Even the desolate beauty of the starry wastes had taken on a new charm for her, despite her familiarity with the region. I want to try something. Do you remember what I asked you? I'll find the medallion, Constantine, Millicent said with a smile. She knew he didn't truly need her help. Yet he kept involving her, offering her opportunities to fight rot-afflicted creatures, assigning her tasks like keeping watch while he slept, though she suspected he didn't actually need sleep, and even letting her take charge of cooking. Simple meals, given their circumstances, and her one-handed limitations, but he still expressed gratitude. Constantine pushed himself time and again to give her a sense of purpose. Melina and Selen had strong opinions about his behavior. Their shared journey through the starry wastes had been brief, but Millicent knew she would treasure it forever. For a girl born under the curse of rot, these were memories she couldn't afford to lose. She didn't need to be told twice. Clutching her curved sword, she bravely bypassed the massive dragon and headed toward the fort. Though she wielded her weapon in her non-dominant hand, she still had plenty to show. Constantine and Grail were left alone. Almost, Melina and Selen were ever present, but their presence hardly fazed him. The Tarnished stared into the ancient dragon's weary eyes. The starry wastes had already given him so much. He had farmed so extensively that even the rot-afflicted creatures had stopped attacking. When they spotted the unflinching Tarnished and the red-haired girl at his side, wearing an expression as though she were on the best date of her life, they preferred to flee, on legs, claws, or whatever else they had. With every attribute he leveled that related to his intelligence, Constantine found himself entertaining new thoughts. Thoughts came clearer, more fluidly. Concepts formed in his mind that he'd never have considered otherwise. Though the core of his thinking remained as it was when he first awoke in this world, his perspective was broadening. At first, he re-evaluated the behavior of the beings around him, no longer treating events solely as quests. He continued calling them quests out of habit, but the meaning had shifted. Then, he reconsidered casualness itself. Became more attuned to the emotions of the creatures he encountered. This newfound awareness didn't solve his problems, it only compounded the psychological strain on the beleaguered hardcore casual. And now, in recent days, as he hunted alongside Millicent, consuming an immense influx of runes from the living and the dead, steamrolling through the starry wastes, another shift was beginning to take place. Perhaps Constantine was the only Tarnished who had ended so many lives in such a short span. He was certainly the only one capable of absorbing and channeling runes into himself with such monstrous efficiency. As for the great runes that constantly fed his power, keys to reshaping the lands between, they barely needed mentioning. "I've been meaning to try a certain prayer, but I didn't have enough casual energy to use it," the man said, seemingly to no one in particular. What are you talking about?" Grail could barely comprehend what this unshakable creature before her was saying. "Now I have enough," he continued, "and I feel like I can use it. I want to try helping you." The ancient dragon would have laughed at such an absurd claim, but for a variety of reasons, she couldn't. Grail did not believe help was possible for her. The man's expression shifted imperceptibly. He looked unusually thoughtful. "The thing is," Constantine mused, "I've started looking at prayers and spells differently. And my power, too." With Millicent's arrival, his lessons with Selen had grown less frequent, but he had already grasped the core of casualness, visualization. Wasn't he doing this all along? His power was clearly different from that of typical casuals. Still, he had been unknowingly visualizing effects similar to theirs. Without much thought about his actions, Constantine had been practicing casualness successfully. But now, with strange thoughts intruding unbidden, he was beginning to see flaws in his approach. To be honest, Constantine felt like he was unexpectedly diving into cut lore and content, forming theories, and trying to connect dots that no one had planned to connect. He was undergoing one of the most terrifying transformations in the Soulslike community, awakening the seeds of a great and terrible lore scholar. The kind whose hours-long breakdowns of meaningless armor-set descriptions captivated casuals, tryhards, and even those who'd glitched through boundaries to emerge from the basement, those who must not turn on the timer. Even those unfamiliar with Soulslikes had heard of these sages and, before they knew it, found themselves absorbed into the community. They became part of the endless attempts, oceans of suffering, triumphs, and challenges. Was there ever any doubt about the inherently horrifying nature of lore scholars? I don't understand. In Soulslikes, that's normal, Constantine replied evenly. Are you ready to take a risk? Let's just say Constantine, a veteran of bleed and frostbite builds who also dabbled in farming, felt a twinge of guilt toward the dragoness. Grail bared her teeth weakly at the tarnished's question. Risk? Her entire existence was agony. She understood that even if she died, her suffering might continue in some form. The rotting Golden Order, with no room for destined death, would not allow her to fully escape. The offer from this being cloaked in a human guise was laughable. Grail locked her weary gaze on his calm gray eyes. She saw in them a faint light, not the repugnant glow of gold, but something warmer, more natural. Yes. Neither Melina nor Selen could fully grasp what Constantine intended. They suspected he planned to use his power somehow, but how exactly? They were about to find out. Constantine nodded and smiled. Then, beneath him, a glowing triangle covered in radiant circles appeared. He spread his arms, raising his left hand while lowering his right. 5. Melina's heart skipped a beat. Constantine invoked the law of regression, a creation of Radagon. He couldn't say he agreed with the law, which symbolized the stagnation of the Golden Order. Yet he could still use it. While regression was not inherently good in a broader sense, there were moments when it could prove useful. After all, who doesn't long to recall times when the pain wasn't there? Constantine believed that the law of regression, as he understood it, could help bring such memories to life. Fortunately, he needed no catalysts. 6. A wave of light engulfed both him and the dragoness, washing over her massive form before dissipating. At first, Constantine frowned, disappointed by the lack of visible effects. But then he heard a low growl from Grail. It started quietly, then grew louder and louder. Of course, Grail recognized the fundamental prayer of the Golden Order. An ancient dragon like her couldn't not recognize it. And the fact that it had been used on her filled her with a fury so intense she could barely contain it. The pain made her lift her enormous head, glaring down at the unflinching man from above. And then she realized what she had done. What? Constantine, seeing the results, suddenly raised his hands to the sun and shouted. Praise the sun. Grail, too weak to hold up her massive body, lowered her neck, staring incredulously at the being whose form was now bathed in energy resembling forsaken gold, yet distinct from it. Energy beyond the reach of mortals. Lowering his hands, Constantine met the dragon's now much livelier gaze. I'll come back occasionally and repeat the process until you can fly again. The casual principle is too draining to use frequently. Think of it as my way of compensating for all the runes I farmed. He seemed slightly uncomfortable, just the faintest bit. Of course, neither Melina, Selen, nor Grail could understand his words. The great dragoness slowly closed her eyes, the corners of her massive mouth curving upward slightly. Perhaps it was the relief of feeling better for the first time in ages, or perhaps the sheer absurdity of the situation. Fortisax, may have been, right. 7. Soon, a somewhat battered but triumphant Millicent returned from the fort, carrying the other half of the medallion they needed. Now it was complete. Their journey continued. Slowly but surely, they made their way toward the site of the promised festival of war, clearing out everything in their path. The starry wastes had not known such silence in ages. The countless rot-afflicted creatures, once so confident in their dominion over the land, now fled at the sight of this unstoppable force. A king had come to reclaim his domain. Millicent, however, saw things quite differently. The cursed girl had never received so much care and attention in her life. Constantine supported her in battle, let her finish off foes, and even allowed her to rest at night, knowing he would watch over her. As if that weren't enough, he lavished her with gifts, beautiful clothes and ornaments she could never have dreamed of owning. Sometimes, Constantine would disappear briefly but always return with something new. And every time she woke, she felt just a little better. Her body felt lighter, her wounds healed faster. She knew he was trying to help with her affliction, and that knowledge filled her with a happiness she had never known. Even if his efforts ultimately failed, Millicent felt she owed him her life, and beyond. There was just one downside. A downside that, had Melina heard it, would have made her choke with indignation. Millicent was far too shy to handle such attention. Naturally timid and quiet, cursed with rot from birth, she had never seen herself as someone who could attract anyone's notice. The attention she now received exceeded even her wildest dreams. After all, what warrior wouldn't dream of finding someone to fight rot-ridden monsters alongside? The more Millicent traveled with Constantine, the more she realized that they were never truly alone. This didn't upset her, she had already received so much. Instead, it made her curious. The more she learned about the man, the more questions she wanted to ask. Soon, her curiosity was satisfied. Have you found out why you can't cure her completely? Melina's soft voice drew Constantine out of the sea of thoughts swirling in his head. Millicent was asleep nearby, not far from the campfire. I have a theory, he replied. For some reason, despite all his power, he couldn't fully heal her. The rot seemed to have integrated itself into her being. As for fully restoring her arm, that was an even more distant prospect. Melina wasn't surprised by his thoughtful response. She carefully sat beside him and removed her hood. You're very gentle with her. What surprised her more was how quiet the starry wastes had become. Normally, the air was filled with the screeches and groans of rot-afflicted creatures. Now, even the sky seemed strangely clear. Constantine's aim was too precise. The man shrugged. It seems like Millicent needs it more than most. Though his reply sounded composed, Melina could hear a warmth in his voice that hadn't been there before. She wondered how things might have unfolded if she had met this version of the Tarnished from the very beginning. It would have been boring, no doubt. Strangely enough, Millicent didn't evoke any negative emotions in Melina. If anything, she felt pity and, on rare occasions, a slightly irritating fondness. Cuteness was a weapon too unfair to wield, whether against men or women. You're getting closer to your goal, Melina murmured. You've surpassed every expectation I had, even in my boldest dreams, Constantine. You've become a symbol of hope for me. But please, don't forget to be careful. Melina dreaded the upcoming clash between the terrifying demigod and her chosen Tarnished. A demigod who commanded the stars. The lands between might be a mythical place, but it rarely bent to ordinary logic. It was steeped in the otherworldly. She hadn't expected to admit as much, even to herself. Luckily, unlike Millicent, Melina wasn't timid, she simply had issues with communication. As long as Constantine sat upon the throne, she could believe that the mysterious outer god wouldn't accomplish anything catastrophic. The thought was so absurd that, coming from anyone else, Melina might have regarded them with cold disdain. Constantine pondered her words briefly, then allowed himself a smile as he met the gaze of, perhaps, one of the best waifus. I already told you, I won't let you die, Meli. I asked you not to call me that. Melina sighed wearily. Still, it didn't take long for her to forget the silliness. Her heart warmed at the thought that he remembered his promise to save her, no matter how fantastical it sounded. Then again, Constantine had already performed so many miracles that, maybe. Melina clenched the ring on her hand. Yet she knew better than to lose herself in dreams. In a way, such thoughts frightened her. She had devoted her existence to a singular purpose. She didn't know what she would do if that purpose ceased to exist. I have a question. The goddess and Queen Marika, to you, what is she? Constantine interrupted her by unexpectedly grabbing her hands. Melina, startled, nearly dissolved into spectral intangibility. She was about to ask why he had touched her scarred, burned hands so suddenly, but then. Warmth. His hands faintly glowed as a living heat began to seep into her body. For a brief moment, Melina understood why Fia, the companion of the dead, had such a visceral reaction to the warmth she drew from men. The warmth was so tender, so soothing, so overwhelming that the spectral maiden, entirely unused to such sensations, stupidly opened her mouth, her eyes misting from sheer bliss. Constantine's energy was too warm, too gentle, too potent. It was utterly unlike the cold, alien power of sorcerers. "It's working." The Tarnished's voice snapped her out of her uncharacteristically improper state. Realizing what he meant, Melina looked down at her hands. The burns had faded slightly. Constantine, caught up in the mechanics and theories of his newfound ability, finally glanced at her. He froze. Breathless, her face flushed, her misty eyes wide open, and her accursed eye glowing faintly, Melina locked gazes with him before letting out a high, indescribable sound and vanishing into intangibility. "I was curious," Constantine muttered to himself. Selen's loud voice pulled him from his thoughts. "I must say, I'm intrigued." He turned toward Millicent, who was staring wide-eyed at the miniature sorceress perched on her shoulder, too stunned to speak. For the first time in ages, Constantine, lost in his experiments and theories, had let his guard down. But judging by the situation, it could have been far worse. Not long after, they reached the Redmane Castle, the gathering place for warriors and sorcerers across the lands between who were brave enough to challenge a mad demigod. Chapter 33. If anyone least expected a visit from Melina, the spectral attendant of the fingers, it was Iji, the loyal counselor and servant of Lady Runny. In the lands between, legends had long circulated about the mysterious spectral attendant, riding a ghostly steed in search of a tarnished worthy of becoming the next Elden Lord. Iji, having lived through countless eras, knew more about these tales than most. He knew of the bodiless, long-forgotten daughter of a goddess, wandering in search of her chosen one. It seemed she had found her candidate. "I never thought you'd reveal yourself to me, Melina," Iji said, setting aside the massive book he had been reading. "It is an honor." The giant closed the tome, one he had read countless times over the years. Unfortunately, it was one of the few books of appropriate size left to him. The last time he could place an order for books suited to his stature, Godwin the Golden had still been fathering children. Melina removed her hood, her serene gaze meeting the giant's. "I have a task for you," she said plainly. "As a servant of Lady Runny?" Iji asked, his tone curious. "For Constantine, the Tarnished," Melina replied, her voice growing subtly colder. Iji chuckled softly, nodding. "For Constantine, the Tarnished." Shouldn't this request have gone to Hugh? It struck him as odd that the Tarnished hadn't come himself. Clearly, this was Melina's initiative. As a blacksmith of no small renown, Iji knew of Hugh, the master smith working in the Round Table hold. It would have made far more sense for Constantine to approach him. "Hugh is already crafting a weapon for him," Melina explained, her voice calm. "I want you to create a temporary substitute." "That explains the club, then," Iji said, clearing his throat awkwardly. He had been trying not to focus on the massive club resting in Melina's deceptively delicate hands, but his curiosity had been gnawing at him. Melina, however, seemed unconcerned with his reaction. Over time, the eccentricities of her chosen Tarnished had stretched the boundaries of what she found strange. Why should only waifus influence the Tarnished, after all? "This will be an interesting challenge," Iji admitted, carefully taking the club in his enormous hand to inspect it. "Let's see here." The old blacksmith froze mid-sentence, his eyes narrowing as recognition dawned. "This is a branch from the Erd tree," Melina replied evenly. "Only it can withstand his strength for now. I want you to make it sturdier, and deadlier." Iji's gaze shifted, his expression becoming far more serious. The club was a sacrilege. It wasn't a matter of where she had acquired it. The true question was how she had dared to do so. To wield a branch of the sacred Erd tree in this way was to desecrate the very symbol of the Golden Order. He knew how devoutly loyal one of the Queen's elder daughters was, yet here she was, handing over this blasphemous weapon with an unsettling calm. Had her years of wandering truly changed her so much? Or was it that this tarnished had somehow become more important to her than the doctrines of the Golden Order? The thought was absurd. Yet Iji, having observed this tarnished from afar, could admit, albeit reluctantly, that Constantine was unlike any tarnished he had ever seen. A man whose sheer absurdity seemed capable of bending the will of not only a daughter of a goddess but perhaps even Lady Runmi herself. It was unsettling. Still, the giant counselor and smith could only trust in the decisions of his lady, and now, it seemed, the decisions of the goddess's daughter. Never would I have believed a man could bring together women with such conflicting histories. For most families, fratricide would create irreparable divides. But the lineage of the Golden Order was far from ordinary. The Queen's children rarely felt warmth toward one another. They didn't feud, no, but neither did they share the bonds of affection common to mortals. How could they, given who, and what, their mother was? Iji sighed, scratching at his helm in thought. His little mistress had grown into a full-fledged adult. He still remembered when she was just a child, playing in the garden with Blade, unaware of the weight of her future. It felt like only yesterday. And yet, how many decades, centuries, had passed since then? Miracles. He murmured, glancing back at Melina. But why a club? Melina pressed her lips together. She had asked herself that same question. It seemed her tarnished simply liked clubs. His fists were already stronger than any club, yet he still picked up random sticks as if he were a bored child. Never mind that they broke after a few swings, he enjoyed them regardless. She could only adapt to his peculiar tastes. And craft him a temporary gift. Seeing her expression, Iji nodded in understanding. Very well. I'll need time. The giant lowered his gaze to the sacred branch, his brow furrowing. To imbue even a unique piece of wood like this with the properties of metal required an entirely different process. This would indeed be a challenge. I'll gather the stones, Melina said. You'll receive the runes now, blacksmith. Iji looked at her thoughtfully. Rumors have been spreading lately about a tarnished wandering the Scarlet Wastes. They're true, Melina confirmed. Indeed, rumors spread as quickly as wildfire. If you get the chance, please send my regards to Jaren. Whether through yourself or Constantine, it doesn't matter to me. The old knight hasn't visited in ages. Iji chuckled, the sound deep and resonant. At times, he felt he might die of boredom. Melina allowed herself a faint smile. I'll see to it. And with that, she departed. Her next stop was Stormvale Castle, where the demi-human seamster, BOC, resided. While Constantine explored the Scarlet Wastes, the castle slowly transformed. More knights bearing the sun emblem appeared, the grounds grew cleaner, and repairs continued, despite the lingering curse that tainted the area. Melina had been deeply impressed by BOC's work. Beneath his modest, trembling demeanor lay the heart of a true master tailor. Unfortunately, her attempt to encourage him had backfired. My apologies, milady, BOC stammered, clutching a piece of fabric in his hands. It was no ordinary fabric. It gleamed faintly with golden light, a relic of the ancient demigods. Melina had scoured Lendl to find such material, determined to clothe Constantine in garments worthy of his status. But BOC's confidence was as fragile as ever. This is cloth of the demigods. BOC cried, trembling. Mother once said royal tailors could work with it in minutes, but I. Melina sighed. The universe itself seemed to conspire against her efforts. As she turned to leave, BOC called out hesitantly. Milady. Lord Hate, he still hasn't left. He asks for a warm bath every day. Melina narrowed her eyes dangerously. You'll have to endure his presence a little longer, she replied curtly. Until Constantine returns. Of course. It is an honor to warm a noble's bath, truly. BOC exclaimed, though he looked like he might collapse from exhaustion. I just thought, you should know. Disgraceful, Melina muttered under her breath. The aristocracy had indeed fallen far. Tracking down Constantine in the lands between was never an easy task, even with her connection to Torrent. Melina had spent enough time with the spectral steed to know she could always locate him eventually. But even then, there were limitations. She had to wander for a time, knowing only the general direction to travel, and along the way, there were always obstacles. Lately, however, the Scarlet Wastes had grown eerily quiet. Far too quiet. Farming has become terrifying, the thought crossed her mind again. Perhaps one day, the term farming in the lands between would become synonymous with genocide. The Red Mane Castle loomed before her. It had been many years since she last visited. The battle between Malenia and Radon had devastated many beautiful places, and Red Mane Castle was no exception. Once grand and reflective of a demigod's immense power, it now stood as a shadow of its former self. No, the entire continent was now but a shadow of what it once was. Among the loyal servants who had survived the battle of their lords was the steadfast castellan of the castle, Jaren. It was he who organized the festival of combat. Melina respected the old knight, who sought to grant his master the only release fitting for a true warrior, death in battle. The festival hasn't started yet, Melina thought, raising her gaze to the sky. The festival always began when the stars aligned. So why do I feel like? She instinctively opened her cursed eye, realizing she had arrived just in time. Her chosen one, not bothering to wait for the festival to begin, had already launched his assault on the castle. To her mild amusement, he had left an astonished Millicent standing on the bridge. Riding Torrent, who seemed infuriatingly happy, Constantine charged across the impassable bridge, dodging catapult fire with ease. It took him little time to reach the other side. Melina allowed herself a small, proud smile. Her old friend bore the title of the fastest steed in the lands between for a reason. To her surprise, however, Constantine didn't fight the castle guards. He simply ignored them. Just as he ignored the castle's locked gates. Instead, he patted Torrent on the mane, said something to him, and the steed, as if fueled by newfound motivation, leaped. One jump led to another in midair, then another, and another. Torrent quite literally soared over the walls, treating them as no obstacle at all. Melina thought she saw Constantine smile, broadly and with satisfaction, but only for a moment. Lately, he had been showing more emotion than ever before. At the very least, he had grown noticeably more gentle. Her cheeks flushed, and she decided it was best not to dwell on that. Noticing that Millicent was accompanied by the illusion of a certain sorceress, Melina headed into the castle herself. What she found was a battle unlike any other. The Castellan of Red Mane Castle, Jaren, an old knight and Radon's most loyal retainer, stood clad in colorful, eccentric armor. His face was obscured by a pointed hood that, despite its odd appearance, didn't seem to hinder his vision. The two men, Constantine and Jaren, stood surrounded by knights who had parted to witness their duel. Anyone watching could see that Jaren was a formidable and experienced knight. His movements were quick and precise, and he wielded both blade and staff with skill. The latter summoned spells faster than most sorcerers, leaving Constantine with far less room to maneuver. Spell-slinging swordsmen were, without question, deeply annoying opponents. Yet Jaren's movements weren't without a peculiar theatricality. It was as though he were performing for an audience, savoring the attention. He sought to turn their duel into a spectacle, and Constantine didn't oppose him. Instead, he fully adapted to Jaren's style, even mirroring the old knight's techniques. When Jaren cast spells at him, Constantine responded with identical spells. When Jaren sent a stream of flames toward him, Constantine retaliated with a more potent and unforgiving torrent of fire. And Jaren loved it. The knight understood that Constantine could end the fight in an instant if he so desired. Yet he chose not to, engaging the warden in a battle that had the surrounding crowd utterly enraptured. Enough. Jaren abruptly halted, and Constantine's massive greatsword stopped just short of taking the old knight's head. Without a flicker of emotion, Constantine lowered his weapon and stepped back. He glanced around thoughtfully. Did I come too early? Is he joking? Melina thought, stunned. Constantine cast her a glance, a faint smile gracing his lips. The spectral maiden shivered. Jaren, meanwhile, laughed heartily. Do you think we greet festival participants with catapults and locked gates, tarnished? Constantine shrugged. A preliminary selection process. Not just anyone can defeat a demigod. The warden's laughter grew louder. Yes. Yes, you're absolutely right. Welcome to the refuge for the vanquished, 3, tarnished. Constantine. The Constantine. The tarnished. That explains much. Constantine sighed, prompting another laugh from Jaren. Melina had often worried about Constantine's position should he become Elden Lord. She feared he might be reduced to a tool of the Queen, discarded the moment his usefulness ended. The tale of the first Elden Lord was all too telling. He had been the perfect conqueror, but not a ruler. In the short term, Melina suspected her mother would relish having someone capable of defeating even demigods, but what then? Would the Queen truly allow someone so dangerous to remain by her side? It seemed her fears were unfounded. Constantine's strength was growing, but so too was his character. Where once she had been apprehensive, she now felt only pride and warmth. The festival was nearly upon them. Despite its grand name, the Festival of Combat didn't draw many participants. This wasn't just because there were few warriors in the lands between strong enough to face Radon, but also because this wasn't the first festival. No one could say how many times Jaren had organized it, always with the same result. As a consequence, those who dared come were either incredibly strong, hopelessly insane, or complete fools. Buddy. Patch's face contorted in dismay. Didn't expect to see you here. What a delight. Why couldn't I keep my mouth shut, the rogue thought, his eyes darting around nervously. The last thing he wanted was to run into the half-naked lunatic again. He had told him so. So why were they meeting again? The former bandit forced a laugh, patting Constantine on the shoulder and praying the man didn't remember his previous words. Constantine, for his part, had genuinely doubted until the very end that he would see him here, Fortunately, the sight of an actual friend quickly eased his mind. A friend who had helped him embrace the philosophy of casual hardcore. Can you believe it? Exclaimed Alexander, the living jar, clenching his clay fists. I get to face the greatest hero of the Shattering, a demigod in the flesh. I was so hoping to meet you here, Constantine. His voice remained as refined as ever. Constantine brushed off Patch's hand with a smile. I'm glad to see you too. The living jar tilted slightly in acknowledgement. To be honest, I'm nervous. Radon has a fearsome reputation. He's just a true Soulslike player, Constantine replied calmly. How many times had Radon tried? He even embraced casual mechanics to keep going, proving himself the ultimate sweaty Soulslike warrior. Strangely enough, Costa had a positive impression of Radon. Exactly. Alexander exclaimed, not quite understanding but agreeing nonetheless. But fear only convinces me further that this trial is worth enduring. Absolutely, my friend. Patches chimed in with forced enthusiasm. Alexander glanced uneasily at the bald rogue. Do you know him, Constantine? He's renowned in certain circles, Costa replied calmly. Of course, the rogue laughed proudly, rubbing his bald head. Who hasn't heard of Patches the Untethered? Never heard of him, Alexander admitted honestly. You didn't have to specify that, you know. Patches raised an eyebrow. Were you never taught tact, you oversized clump of clay? Patches froze mid-sentence as an impossibly strong hand clamped down on his bald head. The pressure made it feel as though his skull might be crushed like a watermelon. The rogue chuckled awkwardly, shifting his gaze to Costa. I was just joking, you know. Nearby, Millicent stood slightly apart, gazing around with childlike wonder. The sky glittered with bright stars, she was surrounded by warriors so unique they felt otherworldly, and her heart raced with excitement. A silent warrior in peculiar, rounded armor and a sharp hat stood a short distance away. Beside him was another man, carrying an enormous hammer on his back. Despite his unusual weapon choice, he radiated a surprisingly friendly aura. That was more than could be said for another participant further down the line, a swordsman from the land of reeds. The masked warrior bore a visage resembling an unseen beast, unsettling but oddly captivating. Millicent thought she heard him call himself a bloody finger. Standing further away was an actual finger maiden. Dressed in concealing robes and making no effort to interact, she was vastly different from the companion following Millicent's benefactor. Yet, for some reason, this maiden seemed strange. No, that wasn't it. Of course, finger maidens weren't ordinary by any measure, but this one. She resembled some kind of doll. No matter. 5. And then there was the peculiar bald rogue and the towering, living jar who seemed to be on friendly terms with her benefactor. I never thought I'd have the chance to be part of something like this. Millicent's heart beat faster. She vaguely recalled a dear person telling her tales of lords who fought alongside loyal warrior maidens. The more she reflected on her journeys with Costa, eradicating the creatures afflicted by rot, the more she saw echoes of those stories. Millicent no longer wanted to leave the man who could destroy more monsters in a single day than she had in months of hunting. She wanted to watch Constantine's rolls and the rare parries with his shield until her very last breath. How peculiar. Your expression doesn't match the occasion. The gentle, resonant voice startled Millicent, making her turn her head toward her shoulder. A faintly visible figure of a diminutive sorceress appeared there, wearing a crown resembling the heads of sorcerers. Noticing how flustered the otherwise composed warrior maiden seemed, the sorceress giggled playfully. Unfortunately, her mood was far from joyful. Seelan turned her gaze toward the festival's organizer and the one who had once vowed to claim her life. The doom that would seek her out once fate began to stir. The show was about to start, and everyone knew it, the festival participants, the illusion-disguised sorceress, Melina, and even she who was supposed to rest. Bodiless, lacking even the semblance of a spectral form, Runni couldn't ignore what was about to unfold, observing from the edges of her consciousness. Champions, welcome. Jaren's voice rang out. The stars have aligned. The festival is nigh. General Radon, mightiest demigod of the Shattering, awaits you. Champions, prepare for battle. Defeat the general, claim glory, and grab that great rune. A celebration of war. The Radon Festival. Are you good and prepared, young chum? The festival begins. The scattered participants let out fierce war cries. Costa, however, remained silent. He was thinking about something else entirely. Everyone and everything. A dash of fatalism wouldn't hurt the lands between, or even Queen Marika the Eternal herself. How unfortunate that the man was always so busy. Selen would have loved to spend more time with him, teaching him magic properly and learning a thing or two herself. They could have built a wonderful relationship as teacher and student. And vice versa. Sadly, even if Constantine had the time, Selen herself had been preoccupied lately. At least her illusion had far fewer concerns, leaving her filled with a sea of amusement and positive emotions. Don't relax too much, redhead, Selen suddenly whispered to the startled Millicent. The red-haired warrior, still unused to the usually invisible presence, furrowed her brows in confusion. Relax? What do you mean? The miniature illusion shot a sly glance at Constantine's back. You're not the only one here. I also want some of Constantine's attention. But most of all, there's one jealous maiden. Melina flinched as if struck. The sorceress smirked, watching the rot-afflicted girl's face turn the same shade as her hair. Millicent seemed ready to say something, but Selen's illusion vanished before she could. Constantine reached the nearest grace, settling down beside it. He felt a deep connection with this energy, one that had only grown stronger. Millicent carefully sat next to him. They were preparing to move forward. "Where are we going now?" Millicent asked softly, lost in thought. Costa glanced at the warrior, barely suppressing a weary sigh. His perception had become too sharp. He couldn't physically miss Selen's presence. More than anything, he feared that interactions between the waifus, no, the women, might spawn quests so convoluted that even he wouldn't be able to complete them before the world inevitably destroyed itself. The lands between would plunge into darkness and someone would rekindle the fire. 3. Before Costa managed to complete all the potential quests born from waifu interactions. Costa sighed heavily, unable to hold it in any longer. However, he quickly collected himself and fell deep into thought. "I need to fetch the half-wolf and hunt the deer. Then, no Kron." "No Kron?" Millicent blinked. Immersed in his musings, Costa extended a hand toward her. Millicent stared at it, puzzled. Constantine belatedly realized he had never used this ability in front of the red-haired warrior. There simply hadn't been a need. "Take my hand." Millicent opened her mouth to protest but stopped herself, recalling their recent embrace. Her heart began to race slightly as she hesitantly reached for Constantine's hand. However, any trace of shyness vanished the moment Grace's energy enveloped them and whisked them away. Whether it was her naturally reserved nature or the unyielding will of an indomitable warrior that kept her from screaming, no one knows. The false finger maiden watched as the tarnished disappeared along with the red-haired maiden. The illusion of the exiled sorceress was likely to follow. As for Melina, she wasn't planning to join Constantine just yet. The false finger maiden opened her accursed eye. She had held back for too long, tried to manage with half measures, hoping the sorceress would tire of this game. But her patience wasn't infinite. It was time to locate the slippery sorceress's physical body and have a more direct conversation. They definitely needed to establish some kind of hierarchy. Just because she couldn't strike her down didn't mean Melina would forgive her every word. The blacksmith should be finishing the gift for her chosen one. Nothing would happen if she tested it first, right? Chapter 36. Selen was undeniably talented. Simultaneously managing both her illusion and her true body was nearly impossible for an ordinary person, or even an extraordinary one. But she wasn't called the most gifted sorceress in the history of the Raya Lucaria Academy for nothing, was she? Now that she had a physical body, she could address matters she had been unable to resolve before. Chief among them was finding the Academy's founding fathers. Selen was so gifted that only the founders themselves could teach her something truly intriguing and unique. Naturally, the exiled sorceress longed to seek out the teachers who had long since left the Academy. However, this was no longer strictly necessary. What she needed most of all was knowledge, and Constantine seemed to possess everything she sought, perhaps even more than the founders themselves. Even without mastering theoretical knowledge, he could execute spells in practice with a finesse unmatched by any sorcerer. For Selen, this was more than enough to deconstruct powerful spells into their components and, eventually, master them herself. The problem lay elsewhere. It wasn't just Costa who was influenced by those around him. The people who surrounded him also changed, perhaps subtly, in ways not immediately obvious, but they changed nonetheless. This was inevitable. They were altered by the Sunbearer who rolled through space and time, the one who held the keys to reshaping reality. How could it be otherwise? At first, Selen simply wanted to acquire the knowledge she needed. Now, however, she felt an urge to express her gratitude personally. Could there be a sillier reason to traverse half the continent? The man who had inspired Selen, who extended a helping hand to women he didn't even truly know, thought differently. They might not have bodies. They might be deceitful, duplicitous, or afflicted with a plague that twisted both body and soul. But none of that mattered to the tarnished. He simply did what he wanted, because he could. And Selen wanted to follow his example. Still, she first needed to set up a sanctuary somewhere, perhaps in the depths of a dungeon, catacombs, or a burial site. The lands between had no shortage of such places. Unfortunately, the sorceress, despite planning her journey carefully, overlooked one detail. "I can't say I'm pleased to see you, Soulslike." Selen had not expected an ironclad bird to suddenly swoop down upon her. Of course, after regaining her body, the sorceress checked to ensure nothing was amiss. Finding nothing critical, and distracted by Constantine's adventures, she completely forgot about the possibility of a tracking beacon. Passive and devoid of obvious signals, it could have easily gone unnoticed. "I'll have to inspect this body more thoroughly later," she decided without much disappointment. After all, it was her own fault for not taking the matter seriously enough. The tarnished had made her relax too much. A pleasant but foolish feeling. Perhaps that made it all the more pleasant. Although she couldn't see it under the projection of her old acquaintance, the sorceress was certain the puppeteer had grimaced. "I see you've quickly adapted to your new body." Luckily, Selen wore her favorite crown, so her own grimace remained hidden. Soulslike's tone was as condescending as ever. "All thanks to your craftsmanship, Professor." Indeed, the arrogant sorcerer accepted the praise with ease. "There's still a debt between us, Selen. Do you remember it?" His voice turned tense and fearful. He was clearly worried she might refuse him. "And what trouble have you gotten yourself into, Soulslike?" She arched an eyebrow. If one looked closely, they might notice the sorcerer's phantom looked dirty, as if he had recently been rolling in the mud. A piece of his mask was broken off, as though something heavy had struck him. Selen's gaze lingered on his singed hat. Despite her disdain for the vile puppeteer, Selen calmly acknowledged that he was quite powerful. His main strength lay in his loyal puppets, an army he had amassed over the years. His minions ranged from monstrous creatures to skilled warriors and sorcerers. And of course, his beloved marionettes, adored by magicians everywhere, were in a league of their own. "I was set up," Soulslike's voice distorted. "Gideon has declared a hunt on me." A filthy tarnished delivered a potion to him. "That loathsome peasant, that wretched worm, that dim-witted." "I get it," Selen interrupted with a slightly predatory smile. She really did get it. Apparently, the one who had brought her such a necessary ray of sunshine had found time to deliver the gift meant for the savage girl to her foster father. Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing, could be as slippery and treacherous as he wanted, but none of that negated his power. If anything, it complemented it. More importantly, it didn't negate a certain attachment to his foster daughter. Who would like discovering that the tool they had spent years honing was being claimed by a swindler, and an old enemy, one, no less? Selen didn't know the full details, but she could imagine the kind of feuds that might occur between two scoundrels. Of course, Constantine could have crushed Soulslike himself, especially now that he possessed the rune of one of the most powerful demigods in the history of the lands between. But that would have put him at odds with the puppeteer's mistress. She had made it clear she didn't want conflicts between them. So, the tarnished hadn't laid a finger on the sorcerer. He had simply warned the doting father that his daughter was in danger. Given the demigoddess's character and her usual way of solving problems by delegating them to others, Selen was sure the tarnished's actions would have pleased her. A shiver ran down the woman's spine. Unlike the surprisingly modest daughter of a goddess, Selen had no intention of provoking Lady Runny, except, perhaps, just a little, when she was in a good mood. "I need your help, Selen," Soulslike said, somewhat calmer now. Selen didn't want to agree. Soulslike was entirely to blame for his predicament. Who in their right mind assigned such tasks to the first person they met? There hadn't even been a single fetch quest as a prelude. And yet, she couldn't outright refuse him. A deal was a deal. The only thing that could force her to abandon the quest thrust upon her would be some urgent matter of her own. For instance, if someone were to try and kill her, or something along those lines. "I understand," the woman sighed quietly. "I need to know whe." The sorceress flinched as she felt the defensive wards at her refuge's entrance shattered by a powerful burst of energy. "Selen." Soulslike frowned, noticing how the sorceress suddenly became alarmed and began looking around. She seemed about to say something, but then the puppeteer heard something explode behind her, followed by a different woman's voice. "We need to discuss something, Selen." The last thing Soulslike saw before the connection was severed was a cloaked figure with a massive club hurtling toward the barrier shielding the sorceress. Something definitely exploded. Marika's tits. Soulslike cursed. Or didn't curse. It depended on your perspective. He doubted the sorceress would be able to help him anytime soon. Could she have orchestrated this? Still, he didn't have time to ponder. Like the exiled sorceress, Soulslike jerked upright as he felt the protective wards of his latest refuge shattered. Rapid footsteps echoed closer. Marika's tits. It seemed he needed to flee once again. Blade couldn't express how overjoyed he was to see Constantine. The half-wolf couldn't even recall the last time he had hugged someone so tightly. Costa's warrior companion piqued his interest, but he was far too ecstatic to ask questions. Especially when he had such an interesting topic to discuss. "You won't believe what I saw, my friend," Blade exclaimed. "The explosion was so loud, I thought my ears would fall off, haha. It was awful." Constantine unexpectedly felt a pang of guilt. "I didn't think about that." "I'm sorry, Blade." The half-wolf's grinning face froze. "What?" Costa's story wasn't long. He'd arrived, participated in a festival, and casually defeated a demigod. Constantine wasn't one for dramatic storytelling. Truthfully, he didn't see the need. Even his brief summary was enough to make Blade's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. "Why, you defeated the Star Scourge? Stars above, how can you talk about it so casually?" Blade clutched his snout. "While I was stuck here, you were fighting a demigod for Lady Runny. How could I miss that?" The wolf raised his head and howled loudly. Millicent felt a genuine pang of sympathy for Blade. As a warrior herself, she would have loved to participate in such a challenging battle. But deep down, she knew there was nothing she could have done. "You wouldn't have been able to do anything," Millicent murmured softly, exhaling deeply as memories of the fight surfaced. It was terrifying. When the demigod took to the skies, and the meteors. "Whoa." Millicent stopped mid-sentence, startled by Blade's even more desperate howling. "How could I have missed this?" his mournful cries seemed to say. Constantine, watching the wolf's distress, didn't know where to look. Outwardly composed, he was inwardly consumed with guilt. "We can hunt the stag together if you want," he offered hesitantly. "Whoa." Of course, Blade couldn't wallow in self-pity for too long. Grinding his teeth, he swallowed the bitterness that overwhelmed him. Perhaps he'd howl at the moon later in private when no one could see him. After all, they still had a mission to complete. That said, Blade didn't decline the offer of a stag hunt. The spectral deer had been a thorn in his side during his navigation woes, and he was more than willing to settle the score. Without needing to search for and ignite beacons, too, the process was much smoother and faster. Before long, a determined Blade and Millicent set off on their hunt. An Albinoric joined them soon after. Upon arriving, she looked sorrowfully at Constantine, stroking the spirit wolves that now served as her legs. "I thought you'd forgotten about me." The spirit wolves howled mournfully alongside her. "Everything would be much easier if you didn't all love fighting so much." Costa sighed. The man's unexpected conclusion made Latenna smile faintly. She had noticed how the Tarnished was slowly, almost imperceptibly, changing. As his emotions and feelings grew more pronounced, he became more human. With his increasing strength, it seemed he was shedding invisible constraints. It was fascinating to watch. In some ways, he reminded Latenna of herself, having undergone her own long transformation. "You're hardly one to talk, Constantine of the Tarnished," the archer said, smiling as she drew the string of her bow. Constantine remained impassive, turning his gaze toward the massive stag that Blade and Millicent were already charging toward. Let's just hope it doesn't clip through the textures like its counterpart. 3. The Albinoric glanced at Constantine, outwardly unflinching. What once had seemed like madness now felt more like calculated mockery. She didn't want to know what he truly meant. Sighing, she patted her wolf's mane, giving it a command. Her spectral companions rushed forward to assist Blade and Millicent. The beleaguered spirit, fending off the relentless half-wolf and warrior, let out a plaintive wail as it saw the approaching archer and her wolves. Clearly, the spirit was no tryhard eager for challenges. The stag's fate was sealed. The victory over this minor boss lifted Blade's spirits, as it would any true Soulslike enthusiast. The now more cheerful half-wolf considered bringing the wandering merchant along, but... "Are you sure you don't want to come with us, merchant?" The merchant merely waved lazily, continuing to play his favorite instrument. Come if you want to buy something, dear customers. I'll stay here." Blade scratched his furry chin. "Suit yourself, friend." To say that Runni's loyal servant and sworn brother was astonished by Constantine's ability to traverse the lands between with such ease would be an understatement. Already not in the best of moods, though the stag hunt had improved his spirits slightly, the wolf grew visibly more sullen. He knew finger maidens could assist the tarnished in traveling great distances, but the fact that Constantine could do so himself. Later, he would need to howl at the universe's unfairness for a bit longer. The scale of sprawling Nokron amazed both the red-haired warrior and the moonlit demigod servant. The massive stone structures of this long-forgotten civilization filled the subterranean realm, their eerie grandeur leaving them awestruck. Millicent never imagined she would find herself in such a breathtaking place. Accustomed to the many shades of rot, it was difficult for her to grasp that somewhere nearby, there was an entire world untouched by the dreadful curse. Unlike the others, Costa remained largely indifferent to the sights around him. His mind was elsewhere. "The pillar of casualness is near," he muttered darkly. The ominous tone of his voice made his companions instinctively tense up. "The pillar of casualness?" Millicent whispered. Costa nodded grimly. "The mimic tear. A tear that fights against those who summon it." His cold, ominous words left Blade and Millicent even more on edge. They exchanged uneasy glances. Nokron loomed over them. Its oppressive grandeur, cold stone walls, eternal subterranean night, and false stars created a foreboding atmosphere. Any one of these elements alone might not faze a Soulslike inhabitant, but together. "Let's find the blade and get out of here," Blade declared resolutely. Millicent nodded quickly. She didn't fully understand what Blade he meant, but she wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiment. They were quickly forming a strong bond. Constantine shrugged. The sights of grace were present even here. The local atmosphere didn't deter him, which meant that soon, he could return and do some light farming. Of course, Nokron wasn't completely deserted. Aside from the innumerable spirits, the fallen city in every sense of the word boasted an abundance of tears. Costa, who had only recently expressed an interest in the path of a scholar, a lore enthusiast, had a vague understanding of what they actually were. He knew they were some sort of casual experiment, but that was the extent of his knowledge. What he was certain of, however, was how utterly irritating they could be. The formless silver masses that inhabited Nokron could mimic attacks and even take the forms of their opponents. On their own, they might seem harmless, but that was only until they cornered you in a group, like the most treacherous of casuals. Millicent would long remember being chased by a silver woman with a crossbow who seemed to ignore all their attacks. Or was it a silver man with a Zweihander? While they ultimately posed no real threat to Constantine, the atmosphere remained no less unsettling. It became particularly eerie when they encountered a ball. "Why did you stop, Constantine?" the half-wolf asked, leaning casually against the sphere. "Balls." Costa squinted. "Their treachery is the stuff of legends. Step away from that thing. Slowly." Millicent blinked. Blade scratched his snout, already about to ask what the tarnished meant when suddenly The ball he was leaning on moved. Lady Runny be his witness, Blade was brave, nearly fearless. Of course, he experienced the full spectrum of emotions, and fear was no exception, but at that moment, in the forgotten city under the artificial stars, filled with strange mimics, when that cursed ball moved. The once silent city echoed with half-wolf howls, growing especially loud as the ball gained speed, rolling after its fleeing prey. In truth, the danger wasn't all that significant. At least not for the Tarnished who had defeated 3 demigods. Boom! The massive sphere shattered into pieces as it collided with Constantine's fist. His cold glare, forged by the hardships of life and loathing for these accursed balls, bore into the shattered remains of the monstrosity, perfectly conveying his feelings about the treacherous contraption. "I've dreamed of this moment for so long," Costa admitted. Millicent blinked again, glancing at the ball's scattered remains. The massive half-wolf, who had somehow managed to hide behind Constantine, hiccuped. I wasn't scared at all." If Melina and Selen had been observing, they undoubtedly would have had some comment, but unfortunately, they were a bit occupied at the moment. Costa shrugged. "Let's move on." Someone was watching them. Constantine knew it. But after he smashed the treacherous ball with his fist, the potential threats vanished as if they'd never been there. Back in the starry wastes, he'd grown accustomed to potential farming targets fleeing before he could act unless he actively pursued them. Now, however, the fear had reached a whole new level. Opponents didn't even try to show themselves anymore, preferring to disappear entirely before the powerful psycho could so much as glance their way. He had long since come to terms with this. But that didn't make the situation any less depressing. The path he'd walked, the well-being of his waifus. Everything demanded a price. And this became especially evident when they finally stumbled upon one of the pillars of casual power. The Nokron presented to Constantine was much larger than the one he had seen in the game. Far more expansive, with a multitude of pathways and routes. Only by knowing the general direction, possessing the supernatural sense developed by Soulslike players navigating without guides, and, of course, thanks to Grace, did he have a rough idea of where and how to go. So, it wasn't entirely surprising that the appearance of the mimic tier caught him off guard. It began to coalesce before them suddenly. On yet another bridge, one of the many shapeless blobs distinguished itself subtly from the others. Costa sensed it. "You who strips casuals bare, 4. So, we meet at last." Millicent and Blade once again cast nervous glances at the man. He stepped forward, patiently waiting for the opponent to finish its mimicry. Surprisingly, the Tarnished could feel something unseen, as if it were scanning him. Trying casually to extract information, adapt to him, mimic him. It was a strange sensation he wouldn't have noticed without his leveled perception, but Constantine had been leveling up for a long time. The Tarnished frowned, noticing the mimic tear hesitate. It trembled strangely, struggling to assume a form but only managed to produce an odd blorp. Then again. And again. And again. "Maybe it's not feeling well," Millicent whispered. Blade scratched his snout. Costa, feeling his brow twitch, approached the great and terrible mimic tier. "Don't disgrace the pinnacle of casualness," he said, his voice alone cowing the mimic tier. "Come on, you can do it." The creature, seemingly nodding eagerly with its gelatinous body, hastily began taking Costa's form, mimicking him. Soon enough, a perfect replica of the man stood before him. Except, instead of the stoic composure it should have displayed, the copy trembled, staring at him as if he were a monster. Clearly, the mimic tier was intelligent in its own way. "You." The mimic tier, shattering Costa's mind further, unexpectedly knelt before him, extending its hand. Constantine stared blankly at the mimic. "Heart. Stolen, 5. No, and no, not this." Blade and Millicent froze, trembling, for the first time seeing a flicker of panic cross the face of the bearer of 3 great runes. Truly, Nokron was terrifying. So terrifying that it could instill fear even in the unflinching Tarnished. Defeating one of the mightiest demigods was child's play in comparison. Melina and Selen, busy with their own matters, could never have imagined what they were missing. Meanwhile, the blade was drawing closer. Chapter 37. The hidden treasure of the Eternal City, Nokron, the Fingers Layer Blade. It wasn't surprising that the moon demigoddess sought it so desperately. With it, she could finally stop fearing the two fingers. Costa suspected the artifact had the power to sever the connection between the fingers and their mother, rendering the once mighty, albeit strange, beings either helpless or at least significantly more vulnerable. To be honest, the man found it a bit baffling how some fingers, unable to even scratch themselves, managed to oppose a powerful sorceress. Thankfully, he wasn't interested enough to dwell on it. Perhaps some of the fingers were more independent and just set themselves a challenge. After all, everyone can try hard. Constantine knew exactly where to go and was determined to complete this quest as quickly as possible. Blade and Millicent, seeing the Tarnished's darkened mood after the mimic's unexpected actions, refrained from asking unnecessary questions and obediently followed him. The journey wasn't short. They traversed not only the city and its many bridges connecting the sprawling underground realm but also spectral forests, dodging various creatures. All of it led them to a massive crypt teeming with mimics. One wrong step could end disastrously. However, Constantine was clearly not in the mood. I haven't properly used pyromancy in ages. He muttered. The man knelt, placing his hands on the cold floor. The fiery energy within him surged through his hands, spreading across the crypt. Before his companions could ask what he intended to do, flames erupted from the ground with such intensity it seemed as if a firestorm had been unleashed. The fire, almost alive, pounced on the mimics, consuming them entirely. The normally radiant power seemed partially tinged with crimson. "Let's go," Costa said grimly, scanning their surroundings as though looking for something unseen. "We're close." Blade and Millicent nodded quickly. When they reached the massive corpse seated on an equally massive throne, the man stopped. "This is it." Both the red-haired warrior and the half-wolf could barely believe their eyes. Giants existed in this world, even giants among giants, but a dead body so large it rivaled the grand structures of a fallen civilization was still awe-inspiring. Of course, no one had bothered to remind Costa about this. The small bosses were always scarier. Once again, he glanced around, frowning. "Come out." Millicent and Blade quickly grasped the situation. The half-wolf, scowling, unslung his massive sword. The warrior woman reached for her shamshir. Indeed, Costa was not mistaken. Out of the dark corners of the buildings, like living shadows, emerged humanoid figures blending seamlessly with the gloom of the abandoned city. The few remaining descendants of the once majestic city. The man had suspected from the beginning that he wouldn't casually run into Nox swordstresses or, worse, knights maidens around a random corner. But the fact that they had deliberately gathered and observed them from the shadows still surprised him. Nonetheless, Costa's expression remained impassive. After overcoming the shock of the stolen heart incident with the mimic tear, which now obediently resided in his spirit bell, fewer things in this world could faze him. Of course, unless it directly involved his waifus. That was likely Costa's greatest weakness. And yet, it was also his strength, the driving force that pushed him to try hard and casually annihilate gods and dragons alike. The Noxians did not rush to attack. They had seen and heard enough to understand that even all of them together couldn't defeat the monstrous being in human form standing before them. Until the end, they hoped to avoid direct confrontation, but Constantine had come too close to the treasure they were bound to protect. Constantine of the Tarnished. Costa wasn't at all surprised by how quiet and cautious the voice of the Knight's Maiden sounded, a high-ranking spiritual figure of the Forgotten City. Perhaps they could have had their own questline. At least here, they weren't dismissed outright, too. The man didn't deem it necessary to reply, the Knight's Maiden wasn't asking but stating. The question was what she intended to say next and whether it was time to start rolling. Obviously, Costa was fine with that. The question was whether he was the only one. The lands are rife with rumors, Constantine of the Tarnished, the Knight's Maiden continued slowly. Why do you seek the blade? Why do you want our treasure? Is the power you already possess not enough? Naturally, had they neither known nor seen firsthand the kind of monster that had come for their relic, they wouldn't have bothered with diplomacy. They'd have attacked immediately, trying to rid themselves of the intruder, even if it were some overconfident demigoddess. But the tarnished fame echoed throughout the lands between, leaving few fools brave enough to attack him without a second thought. Blade, ready to defend his lady's honor at all costs, was already considering stepping in to speak. However, the tarnished silenced him with a gesture. Not for me. For someone dear to me who desires freedom. Millicent, despite herself, pursed her lips, feeling slightly out of place. Having received so much from the tarnished, she would never dare to be greedy, especially in front of those who might help him more than she could. Yet, a completely absurd fear that Constantine might simply forget about her crept into her heart. It had first emerged the moment she saw Selene and Melina. Moreover, Millicent knew that there were others who had also captured the future king's attention. The girl exhaled. An absurd thought. She, someone whom others couldn't even touch without risking illness, someone who might die the moment the needle was pulled from her body, dared to think of something like this. Didn't that make her even more pitiful and helpless? Constantine waited briefly before adding. For me, the power I have is already too much, but for her, it's still not enough. Blade nodded sagely. How skillfully his friend had chosen his words. Lady Runny was precious to them all. He didn't yet know. The surviving Noxians exchanged glances. We cannot stop you, Constantine of the Tarnished, the Knight's Maiden said in the same soft, cold tone. But we can ask this, please, show mercy and return the treasure once the one you hold dear gains her freedom. We will not stand in your way again. The Knight's Maiden inclined her head, and the others followed. Not deeply, not in a way that expressed submission, but with acknowledgement. Constantine raised an eyebrow, then shrugged nonchalantly. Fine. He doubted his waifu would strongly oppose this request. Besides, he planned to visit the Greater Will's envoy anyway. Defeating it should, in theory, sever the two fingers connection entirely. Costa was curious whether Mater, 3, could still show something interesting to someone as strong as he was, and who might soon grow even stronger. Hearing the simple, resolute answer, the Noxians gave brief nods before quietly retreating. Their forms melted into the shadows, leaving no trace of sound. The only sign they had ever been there was a single whisper. Beware the black knives. Costa smiled. I'd actually be glad if they tried to kill me. It seemed someone among the shadows almost stumbled. You shouldn't joke about the black knives, Constantine, Blade warned, frowning as he glanced around. Those scoundrels. I know, Costa replied with a shrug. I'll never forget that challenge. It ruined so many attempts, for. Blade blinked. Beneath the massive corpse lay a passage, leading to a crypt where they quickly found the blade they were searching for. To everyone's surprise, there were no traps. The moment Constantine picked up the blade, he immediately understood its significance. It was unnaturally cold, alien, menacing, and inherently wrong. Constantine squinted with satisfaction. Just what the doctor ordered for a Soulslike. Quest complete, Constantine said, turning to Blade and Millicent. We can head back now. His companions let out relieved sighs, and, as the outer gods and other multi-phase entities could witness, Constantine understood them perfectly. They stepped out of the crypt. Constantine looked up, catching the glint of the moon. It wasn't visible in the false sky above them, but the moon demigoddess and the outer god she was linked to clearly weren't bothered by such trivial details. Perhaps she wasn't fully observing everything, but at the very least, she had to be aware that Constantine had succeeded. It was time to deliver the good news to Runny. Describing Runni's state with terms like sleep or slumber would have been inaccurate. In a sense, she remained conscious, even while immersed in a dream filled with countless visions. The plight of Blade amused her, though she wouldn't admit it to him. Their paths might soon diverge. Runni still hadn't found a way to save her adoptive brother, her friend, and, only afterward, her loyal servant. It saddened her, but she had come too far to stop now. Solovis had completely disappointed her. She'd tried to give him a chance, but he fancied himself too clever. The puppeteer couldn't resist his vile tendencies, so soon, she'd ensure the furious Tarnished reached his goal. Constantine's unexpectedly simple yet elegant solution to the problem showcased his better qualities. She also couldn't ignore Melina's behavior. Who would have thought that such a terrifying entity, one of the foundations of the detestable Golden Order, would have such a relatively ordinary daughter? Moderately selfish, reserved, awkward. Melina lacked and could never possess the qualities of a ruler of the lands between. And that was reassuring. The images of Constantine in her visions were the blurriest, the most incomprehensible, and outright strange. She couldn't observe him as easily as she could others. Something persistently obscured her vision, a light so radiant that the only way to track the man was through the eyes of others. Yet this didn't stop her from witnessing her brother's liberation. Undoubtedly, she was a powerful sorceress. One of the most powerful the lands between had ever known. Selen, often called one of the most gifted mages in the history of the Academy, was little more than a brazen child to Runni, someone she could crush at the slightest provocation. Crush so thoroughly that her very existence would be reduced to a disco ball. 5. But even her might wasn't enough. To defeat her ailing brother, raw strength was required. Runni's skills lay in intrigue, concealment, mobility, and assassination from the shadows. Against her brother, none of this would have worked. Nor would it have worked against either of her brothers. Had Runni felt relief when, at the edge of her consciousness, she sensed her brother Radon's death amidst the overwhelming light? Partially. She felt relief, but for a brief moment, something seemed off. What exactly, she couldn't discern. What she did know, however, was who had retrieved the relic she had long sought. Despite her power, she was far from omnipotent. Most of her strength was devoted to remaining hidden. But now, Runni opened her eyes, feeling her consciousness clear. The demigoddess could have slept much longer, but for now, a short rest sufficed. Unlike the strange, burned daughter of the goddess, who had existed for countless years in a spiritual body as if it were nothing, Runni was primarily a spirit. This brought both advantages and significant disadvantages. Still, these weren't the thoughts occupying the demigoddess's mind at the moment. Meeting the gaze of the ever-calm Tarnished, she took the offered blade into her puppet hands, feeling a reassuring cold spread from the hilt, a cold that promised victory. "So, it was you!" Runni exclaimed, unable to conceal the excitement in her voice for the first time in ages. "You helped Blade. I sensed it, even in my dreams." TN, her original dialogue from the game would be out of place here, so I didn't replace it. Her emotions were muted, but after her rest, having seen so much, aside from the strange light, having touched the relic she had sought for so long, she allowed herself a moment of genuine feeling. After all, the daughter of Renala, the full moon queen, was far from emotionless, no matter what others might think or say about her. Constantine shrugged. The ethereal visage of the demigoddess smiled. Now she could see how greatly Constantine had changed, not just physically but mentally. The man's gaze had become far more focused, filled with emotion. That the madman had overcome his affliction was undeniably heartening. Once, the thought of someone so dangerous gaining clarity would have terrified her. But now, Runni traced a puppet finger along the blade's edge. Her mind swirled with thoughts. The time she had prepared for so long had unexpectedly arrived. Like all who retained their sanity in the lands between, she had grown used to time standing still. Days blurred into weeks, weeks into months, months into years, and yet, no days seemed to pass. Who could have imagined that the arrival of a single tarnished and her own curiosity would change everything so drastically? "My thanks," she said, much calmer now. "Finally, all the pieces are in place. Soon must I begin my journey. Upon the dark path only I may tread." Runni allowed herself a small smile. She was now fully convinced that the power Constantine wielded posed her no harm. If it did, it would have punished her long ago for attempting to observe him. And an enemy wouldn't have stolen her ring, unless it was just to mock her. Thankfully, Runni had slept enough not to let herself sulk over such thoughts again. "And you are bound for a radiant path, one open only to you." Constantine was slightly surprised by the unexpected words from one of the best waifus, but he took it in stride. Other waifus, in much more precarious situations, still awaited him. The moonlit waifu was exposing herself to danger too, but she, like Melina, was markedly different from the others. "I ask you to return the blade when it is no longer needed," Constantine said stoically. Runni hesitated for a moment before. The tarnished froze. Did she blush? If only for a split second. "So, you seek another meeting," the demigoddess's voice grew noticeably more businesslike. It seemed she had swiftly reached some internal conclusion. "That can be arranged." Runni extended her puppet hand, and an inverted statue obediently flew into it. She handed the statue to him. "This is my token of gratitude for your impeccable service," Runni declared with importance. "A strange gift, perhaps. But someone like you will find a use for it." The demigoddess let out a barely audible sigh, not with her puppet body, but spiritually. Constantine couldn't explain how he even heard it. "Now I know that fate itself ensured our meeting. And I am grateful to Torrent for this. And, to Melina," Runni added after a moment's thought. "Now go. Your service was brief but useful." How could she possibly still consider him her servant? As previously mentioned, Runni still remembered how this audacious tarnished had stolen the chest containing her ring. And with his strength, he had proven that he had the right to do so. Now, she wanted to see just how far his foresight could take him and whether he was prepared to walk this path to the very end. Constantine, glancing at the statue, sent it into some space only he seemed to understand, then nodded, grinned brightly, and headed for the exit. The quests wouldn't wait. He still had a few things to take care of, and he needed to find a suitable prosthetic for Millicent. Once outside the tower, seeing Millicent and Blade waiting for him, Constantine paused in thought. There were indeed quite a few quests left. Turning his head, Constantine noticed Melina appearing, with a sorrowful illusion of Selen perched on her shoulder. "We had to step away for a time, Constantine," Melina said calmly. The illusion of the sorceress grimaced as if forced to eat something exceedingly sour. However, she didn't dare speak. The hierarchy had been firmly established by the most effective means. Constantine cast a sidelong glance at the massive club Melina held effortlessly in her delicate hand. The false finger maiden straightened slightly, noticing how her chosen one's eyes lit up. He was clearly pleased with her decision. She was especially satisfied when her chosen one accepted the gift, looking all the more like an elated boy who had just found the biggest stick in the forest. As Constantine examined the gift with bright, eager eyes, he unexpectedly lowered his gaze to Melina's burn-scarred hands. He suspected that the burns extended far beyond just her hands. "We'll continue your healing, Melina," the tarnished said after a brief pause, deep in thought. Then, unexpectedly, he added, "You won't be running off so easily now." Melina froze, her spectral heart feeling as though it had leapt out of her body, her mouth slightly agape in dumbfounded silence. The miniature illusion of Selen clenched her illusory mouth shut, tears of laughter welling in her eyes as she struggled to maintain composure. The illusion was impressively lifelike. Chapter 38. No matter how much Constantine wanted to make the red-haired waifu a little happier by fetching the prosthetic she needed from the depths of the lands between, something else gnawed at him, the crumbling storm veil. If it had been empty, he honestly wouldn't have cared. But that place wasn't just home to a waifu. It had become a refuge for all those who, for some reason, believed in him. It was where he became the boss of the area, crushing trespassing riffraff. At least one, for sure. Something had to be done about that thing sealed away and cursing the castle, and Constantine had a good idea of how to handle it. Not through simple destruction, nor by helping Nephili, he wasn't even sure about her. No, this needed to be something more advantageous for everyone. Constantine wasn't too eager to visit the Round Table Hold again, already having a rough idea of what awaited him there. But he couldn't completely ignore the place either, nor was he willing to give up the opportunity to visit certain other waifu. So, he had to be more discreet. Finding an empty room was easy, they were almost all empty for one reason or another. The hold had long since lost its former glory. To Constantine's surprise, Gideon was nowhere to be found, likely off handling his own quests. That played right into Constantine's hands. Now, he just needed someone to help him contact the right people. Luckily, there was someone perfect for the job. Who would have thought even someone with 3 great runes could be afraid of something? Roderica smiled hesitantly. The fearless Tarnished clearly didn't like being congratulated by crowds. He hated it. Loathed it, even. Roderica found that unbelievably endearing. Constantine hadn't been around the hold much recently, which made Roderica a little sad. But her new mentor kept her too busy to dwell on it. Master Hyug was indeed knowledgeable in the unusual field of spirit tuning, introducing her to something entirely unique. Roderica had always been attuned to spirits since childhood, so she quickly understood what was required of her. What she hadn't realized was that she could not only communicate with spirits but also influence their very essence. She could change them, empower them, and if she wanted to, corrupt or break them. Not that such thoughts even crossed her mind. She simply grasped the possibilities opening before her. They were right there, obvious, plain as day. Had Constantine not appeared before her at the right time, not helped her, not found her loyal servants or shown her the path that had been under her nose all along. Roderica felt her heart race. Since their meetings were infrequent, she had a clear view of how quickly the Tarnished was changing. How his eyes took on the color of the sun, how golden energy coursed through his body, how, little by little, he was growing taller. She'd notice it even more clearly if he didn't keep showing up fully clothed. If only he'd strip again, she could better evaluate just how much he'd changed. Is everything okay? 0. His concerned voice brought the blonde girl back to herself. Her breathing quickened, and a slightly peculiar smile crept onto her face. Why yes. She couldn't ignore how he was changing on the inside too, becoming more human. Almost physically warm. Not gentle, but more protective, nurturing. How could she not like that? Still, if only he'd come back without his. Roderica bit her tongue. Hard. Probably drew blood. I'll deliver the message, Constantine, she blurted out quickly. The man gave her a grateful smile. How's your craft coming along? Roderica felt like dancing. She was overjoyed that he hadn't forgotten someone as useless as her, or at least, as she used to be. Her eyes lit up with life. I'm happy to report, she said, curtsying, that Master Hyug has taught me the noble craft of spirit tuning. Her joy didn't last long, as she suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. I still don't know what I'm fully capable of yet, but I'll be more than happy to help if you need me. She mumbled shyly. And if there's even the slightest chance to ease the suffering of my poor soldiers who became ashes, then I must try. Catching herself, Roderica took a deep breath, determined to be more confident. Roderica, novice spirit tuner. Pleased to meet you. Constantine's smile grew even warmer. Then I'll need the help of a spirit tuner right now. From nowhere, the man produced a bell, ringing it several times. Before him appeared familiar spirits that Roderica recognized, the spectral steed, spectral wolves, the beloved spectral jellyfish that had protected her until the very end, and some strange, frightening ooze that seemed to exist simultaneously in both the physical and spiritual realms. It was clearly artificial. Roderica hadn't expected him to request her spirit tuning expertise so abruptly and found herself slightly flustered. I might need some help. Her eyes widened at the sight of the ghost glovewort, one, he offered her. The plant was utterly unique, something her mentor had described as impossible to find in the lands between, even with a flame to light the way. Yet here he was, holding it as if it were some random trash picked up in a garden stroll. Torrent snorted proudly. They had farmed those resources together. Moreover, the plants he offered were clearly sorted by quality. Tuning something as complex and fragile as spirits wasn't a simple task. It was a slow, painstaking process where Roderica would need to extract power from the spectral plants and transfer it to the ashes. If the plant was too potent, its energy could even harm the ashes. For a moment, Roderica dumbly stared at the plants, realizing how easily he entrusted something so valuable to her. And not just him, but even the spirits, they trusted her. Even the strange ooze, which seemed mostly indifferent yet still willing to comply. That profound trust filled Roderica with a newfound confidence. Thank you, for believing in me to the very end. Constantine was about to shrug when Roderica suddenly stood on her tiptoes and clung to him, kissing him simply and unabashedly. It was shy but passionate, and there was something recklessly bold about it. Pulling away from the frozen man, Roderica, red as a beet, spun around and darted off into the many corridors of the hold. The ashes, along with the mimic tear, exchanged glances and casually followed after her, knowing full well why the tarnished had brought them here. Torrent rubbed its neck affectionately against Constantine before following the others. Could the steed have anticipated that it too would be given the chance to grow stronger, too? Costa stood at the entrance to the empty, long-abandoned room, watching the fleeing waifu. His mask of composure cracked. Quests didn't prepare me for this. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. The outer gods themselves couldn't fathom what this casual hardcore gamer was thinking. But whatever it wasn't bad. Not everyone shared that sentiment, though. A short distance away, the intangible Melina stood, wide-eyed, her accursed eye glaring in the direction Roderica had fled. Selen, perched on Melina's shoulder, squinted. What a bold girl. You'd never guess just from looking at her. So now she's ahead. What a surprise. Of course, the sorceress couldn't afford to openly voice her true thoughts anymore, or at least, not all of them. Her body still ached from countless reminders that the hand of the goddess's daughter was heavy. Selen had learned her lesson and wasn't eager for a repeat. That didn't stop her from casting a glance at Melina, whose lips were pressed tightly together in a sulky pout. She had clearly just had something stolen from her. Fortunately, the illusion still wore her crown, so it wasn't visible how broadly the sorceress grinned. Constantine, regaining his composure, continued walking down the empty corridor. There were still things he needed to finish before departing. He figured enough time had passed for the warrior waifu to process and accept everything. Although, he truly had no idea how much time had passed, but that's par the course for the lands between. The important thing was that all the preparations had already been completed. Costa wasn't surprised to find Nephili in the empty training yard. She was focused, swinging her axes and creating a whirlwind around her, with herself at the eye of the storm. Amazingly, the storm didn't damage the surroundings. Then again, this was the lands between. Constantine had, just days ago, or so it seemed, sent a demigod off to grind in some DLC, a demigod who had held back the creatures tied to the stars and the waifu's fate. Costa shook his head. No, the thoughts swirling in his mind were undoubtedly interesting, but now wasn't the time or place to delve deeply into them. Another time. Probably much later. His tarnished brain was itching with questions that grew with every stat upgrade, yet the answers refused to come to him. Indeed, great and terrible scholarly minds, lore nerds, were cursed in their own way. You seem more at ease, Nephili. His voice startled the warrior. She stopped abruptly, turning to look at the faintly smiling man. He wasn't asking, he was stating a fact. Yes, Nephili smiled in return. Thank you, Constantine. Or should I start addressing you as the future king? The warrior burst into loud laughter. Constantine was the first tarnished to claim 3 great runes. If Nephili had ever entertained the thought of competing with him, even in the smallest way, that notion was laughable now. She understood that she would likely never be able to defeat the Star Scourge. Such power wasn't something a mere tarnished could wield, it was something far greater. When word of his victory spread, the hold had once again gathered to welcome their hero. But the man never appeared, clearly busy with something else. Nephili would have bet anything that the first thought among the tarnished was fear that Constantine might follow in the footsteps of Vike. Thankfully, this wasn't the case. Constantine, just Costa, he calmly reintroduced himself. The warrior had suspected he'd say something like that. Were you looking for me? Yes. I want to take you somewhere. Nephili raised an eyebrow with curiosity, though her smile was a bit strained. The time she'd been given to reflect had indeed helped, but she was far from fully recovering. Her life had revolved around faithfully following her foster father, only for everything to crumble suddenly and absurdly. How could she completely move on? She wasn't like some Soulslike player, rolling through problems. Surprise me, Constantine the Tarnished. Selin barely managed to suppress her laughter as she glanced at Melina standing slightly to the side. The latter was clearly deep in thought. Nephili wasn't particularly surprised by Constantine's ability to move freely between sites of grace. She had seen and heard enough to know he had far more than he let on. She smirked to herself. The Tarnished wasn't hiding anything, there simply wasn't the opportunity or need to share. A shame she hadn't attended the festival. The Chapel of Anticipation, Nephili murmured as the wind hit her face. Constantine didn't bother explaining anything, simply leading the warrior waifu to the chapel. They climbed a staircase to a small vantage point where Nephili could see something she likely needed most right now. The King of Stormhawks, 3. The rush of wind and the majestic bird slicing through the stormy skies captivated Nephili so completely that she stared at it for minutes on end, watching every flap of its wings, every subtle movement, every gust of wind. Ashes, they carry the scent of an ancient storm. Costa extended his hand, pinning the bird with the gaze of a sweaty Soulslike player. The hawk, letting out some indescribable but clearly indignant sound, obediently landed on the Tarnished's shoulder. Constantine's cold gaze instantly softened. The hawk clicked its beak in annoyance. It had been flying peacefully around the chapel, bothering no one, summoning storms, and now here came some lunatic. Constantine handed the hawk over to the astonished Nephili. The spirit was about to protest but stopped as the warrior summoned a gust of wind with her bare hand, gently enveloping the startled spirit. It was clear that the waifu warrior shared a kindred casualness with the hawk. So much so that the bird, surrendering to the current, began circling curiously around the now brightly smiling woman. "Thank you," Nephili said softly, gazing at the storm swirling around her. "I will gladly accept it." She paused for a moment before continuing in a low voice. "I'm not like Rod Erica. I can't see spirits, nor do I even feel their presence. But these ashes, they remind me of my first hawk." Deep in thought, the warrior waifu turned to Constantine. She didn't know where to go or what to do next. But, as with Rod Erica, the answer was obvious. All it needed was the right push. Her next words didn't surprise Constantine in the slightest. "You've taken your place in Stormvale Castle, becoming its lord by right of strength. A future lord of the lands between. I no longer have anyone to serve. Will you accept me and my axes as your servant, my friend?" Costa smiled. Another quest, albeit with some minor adjustments, had reached its conclusion. And with every properly completed waifu quest, the burden on Costa's soul seemed to grow just a little lighter. The key was to keep up the pace. I just hope I don't get handed a dragon smithing stone right now. The bestest quest reward ever, obviously, for. Still, Costa's day wasn't over. He turned his head briefly toward the dark, brooding false finger maiden. Something was clearly bothering her. At least for now. Underscore 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 underscore. Millicent had to admit that she cherished every break they took. Lately, her time with Constantine had become an endless cycle of events, a constant, clearly deliberate journey toward some goal, accompanied by an ever-present sense of urgency. Did the journey itself bring joy to a girl who had long since stopped dreaming of seeing the rising sun? Of course. But there was also beauty in simply stopping for a while. However, with the arrival of usually unseen onlookers, the situation took on an entirely unique turn lately. Particularly when it came to the false finger maiden. I'm a little jealous, Selin murmured. Millicent almost reflexively agreed but caught herself just in time. Though she didn't see anything truly improper, the mere expression on the usually neutral, composed maiden's face sent shivers down her spine. The golden energy, visible to the naked eye, flowed from the man's hands into the false finger maiden's, clearly granting her unforgettable sensations. No matter how much she tried to hide it, Millicent could tell that Melina wasn't exactly suffering from the man's help, if anything, quite the opposite. Millicent bit her lip upon hearing just how unique Melina's sigh was. In equal measure innocent and dirty, like she was ready at any moment to fall into the tarnished's arms and do things she had never even dared to consider before. Right now, jealousy, newly awakened though it was, barely concerned her. Nor did the potential onlookers. The sorceress had learned her lesson, and as for Millicent, she wasn't the type to exploit such weaknesses. Melina couldn't remember the last time she had felt this good. Even though her body was hardly different from that of the living, she was still, in some ways, dead. Yet Constantine's power didn't just gradually heal the wounds left on her soul by the flames, it also reminded her what it meant to be alive. And that terrified her. You unfair. Melina barely held back another shuddering breath as she felt her body tremble. From the tips of her toes to the crown of her head, she could feel the Chosen's power coursing through her. To feel so whole, so undeniably alive again, it only made the thought of sacrificing herself to the flames that much harder. Selfishness stirred within her once more. While she had resigned herself to death to restore the Elden Ring and guide the Chosen to the throne, all those wretched women would remain at his side, reaping the rewards she, a forgotten daughter of the goddess, could never even dream of. When she was alone, such thoughts never plagued her. Only the goal had mattered. But this had gone too far. Far, far too far. And then, there was the creeping dread, the fear of what might happen to Constantine should he fall into her mother's hands. Melina had a sinking feeling she knew exactly how that would end. Thoughts fit only for a heretic, one who had betrayed the Golden Order, her own mother, their queen, their goddess. But she couldn't stop herself. She had spent too long wandering with the torrent, searching for a worthy tarnished. She had seen too much, heard too much, endured too much. And now, having finally found her Chosen, she had gained something she had never even dared to hope for. Only to throw it all away, to burn herself to ash, offering her soul in sacrifice. And at the very end, she would have to see it. The infuriating smirk of a wicked sorceress. The haughty gaze of a demigoddess with unfathomable motives. The sultry smile of a harlot, always leeching away the Chosen's warmth. The reckless spirit caller who, without hesitation, had gone even further than the exiled witch. And countless more women, each with their own inscrutable desires and intentions. Who knew how many more would appear down the line? The future king, so hopelessly weak to waifus, was doomed sooner or later. This was no longer a matter of physical strength, magic, or even divine power. It was about a force far more terrifying and insidious, one wielded not by waifus, but by women. Melina squeezed her legs together as fresh tears welled in her eyes. She wasn't even sure why she was crying anymore. Meanwhile, Costa, ever composed, merely glanced at Millicent, who was staring at them, wide-eyed. Perhaps these healing sessions were best held in a more private setting. Or maybe not. The next morning, he met with Roderica again. Not only had she seamlessly imbued spirits with newfound strength, swiftly securing her place as an invaluable master within the stronghold, but she had also negotiated with the knight who had recently arrived. The lands between, why shouldn't the goddess's shadow use it? Or was it the result of space-time manipulation? Farum Azula existed outside conventional realms, and Malekith might have split into two entities? Or... The mental groaning grew louder as Constantine, like countless Soulslike players before him, wrestled with the intricate plot crafted by a brilliant game designer. If he weren't standing directly in front of Malekith, he might have been able to push the thoughts aside. But with this embodiment of asset reuse glaring at him, there was nothing he could do. Thankfully, none of this inner turmoil showed on his face. "I'll take my leave," Dee said. "You know what to do, Constantine of the Tarnished." Constantine nodded calmly, still deep in thought. Dee sincerely hoped the madman wouldn't try anything weird. Who knew what might cross his mind? Now alone in the sanctuary's hall with Malekith, even Melina had refrained from following her chosen one, knowing that the goddess's shadow would inevitably notice her. Constantine held out a root that emanated an unnatural darkness, offering it without fear to the massive wolf-like figure. Geraint, sniffing the root, trembled and let out a guttural growl. From beneath his tattered robes, a long arm emerged, reaching for the root. Constantine watched as the outstretched hand shook and claws extended, as if ready to attack him at any moment. Once again suppressing his instincts, the goddess's shadow accepted the offering, greedily tearing into it with his teeth. Within seconds, the root vanished. "More. I am not sated. Give me more, death. Tarnished, and I shall grant. Underneath Stormvale Castle lies something that should interest you. I don't need your power." Constantine's calm voice cut the clergyman off mid-sentence. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him with such tranquility and neutrality. Most of the clergyman's followers, few as they were, feared him, and rightly so. For the first time, Malekith, who had scarcely paid attention to the Tarnished's presence, lifted his head and met Constantine's gaze. Did Constantine expect the beast to suddenly snap and lunge at him? No. But that didn't mean he was opposed to it. Without hesitation, Constantine rolled out of the way of Malekith's frenzied attack, staring at him in surprise. For his part, the beast seemed momentarily stunned. His rage gave way to genuine confusion. Where is your clothing?" Previously clad in tattered, singed attire, Constantine now stood before him wearing nothing but a loincloth. Costa shrugged nonchalantly. He took the shadow of the goddess seriously enough that he couldn't help but respond. One could even say this was the Tarnished's way of showing respect. "I'm still working on that reflex. Don't mind it. Keep going, attack." His clothing reappeared on his body as if it had never been removed in the first place. Malekith growled. He didn't quite understand what initially provoked his fit of rage. It was extraordinarily difficult to control himself, and something about the strange tarnish triggered his instincts, caution, even fear. The casual intensity radiating from Costa's very essence couldn't escape the shadow of the goddess. This man was too dangerous. And soon, the beast was utterly convinced of it. Malekith was fast. Insanely fast and ferocious. The slayer of demigods didn't bear his title without reason, posing a deadly threat even to the mightiest of the goddess's children. A shadow of her caliber couldn't wield anything less. But it seemed Constantine hadn't gotten the memo. Like a wild animal, Malekith dashed after the man across the hall, swiping at him with clawed paws and his ceremonial blade, a weapon capable of slicing even divine flesh. The problem was that to slice something, you had to hit it first. Even by the standards of the lands between, the beastly priest was ancient, having faced hundreds, if not thousands, of the most skilled and absurd warriors and sorcerers. Their techniques were often so bizarre that any attempt to describe them was doomed to fail. But, the tarnished style was different. Malekith could have described what was happening, but the description would have made the situation all the more absurd. Constantine rolled. No matter how perfectly executed, the essence remained the same: rolls. Nothing but rolls. And that encapsulated the entirety of what was happening. What is this technique? The hall was crumbling before their eyes. Claw marks scarred the columns, and tiles shattered underfoot. The beast's rage, with each failed attempt to catch the rolling madman, gradually gave way to genuine bewilderment. Once again, he swung his ritual blade, confident this time that the tarnished couldn't possibly roll away, but instead, too focused on catching the elusive figure, Malekith crashed headfirst into a pillar. Bam! The hall fell into a grave silence. Completely unscathed, Constantine approached the dazed wolf, who had just seen countless stars and nebulas. His gaze was contemplative. I wonder if it's the poise that broke or the 50% health threshold. 4. Malekith peeled himself off the pillar, shakily regaining composure. His muzzle turned awkwardly toward the unflappable man. This is the first time I've seen someone roll through space and time. Malekith slumped onto the cracked floor, his earlier pain and fury now replaced by a sense of surprise and confusion. These fresh, long-forgotten emotions gave him a brief respite from his eternal struggle. Hearing Malekith's words, Costa shook his head. I haven't gone out of bounds yet. 5. Naturally, Malekith had no idea what Costa meant. Not that Constantine was particularly seeking understanding. Why didn't you attack? My hunger, my sin. We'll fight someday, just not yet, the Tarnished replied with a smile. Malekith couldn't fathom where the Tarnished soul's friendliness came from, let alone what exactly the man meant. A flicker of interest stirred in the shadow of the goddess. Then. I'll guide you. The black blade blinked dumbly. Perhaps the impact with the pillar had been strong enough, or maybe his sheer confusion over the situation was intense enough, that the beastly priest refrained from asking any further questions and simply agreed. After all, his current form was only a fragment of the whole, and distance was no obstacle for him. Even shadows of the gods, having absorbed the concept of death itself, needed to stretch their legs once in a while. Soon enough, the priest realized why the mad Tarnished had sought him out. A relic, death. I cannot forget. Something massive, resembling a disfigured head, referred to for some reason as a relic. Constantine nodded indifferently. The piles of corpses surrounding it didn't faze him, nor did the pervasive stench in the air. What bothered him more was that this abomination was destroying the castle, and thus, the home of his waifu. He wouldn't have had the strength to deal with this before, but now things were different. If Geraint refused, Constantine was ready to deal with it himself. At least, that was the plan. Fortunately, it didn't come to that. As if entranced, the goddess's shadow approached the thing that had been ruining the once majestic castle for years. It didn't take much guessing to figure out what happened next. While it couldn't satisfy the cursed servant of the goddess entirely, the peculiar dish, at the very least, diversified his diet. Costa nodded in satisfaction. Before long, the residents of the castle noticed the changes. The air became cleaner, the oppressive atmosphere began to lift, and sunlight pierced through the dark clouds. Morale among the castle's inhabitants improved, and it wasn't long before they realized what had happened, or at least, those still capable of realizing it. Aside from Irina's blindness, only one major problem remained in the castle. And where is my morning bath? It's still heating, my lord. Kenneth wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. Taking too long. Bach bowed apologetically, lowering his head. The heir of Limgrave wasn't in any rush to leave. To be honest, he didn't really have anywhere to go. His fort had been looted, most of his servants were dead. It was likely they were now wandering as undead, and it was doubtful they'd obey his orders. Even if they did, what was the point? Could Kenneth spend his days sitting idly in his ruined domain, surrounded by the living dead? And that's without considering the effort it would take to rebuild the fort. Sure, it was possible, he could find new servants, push past his disgust to make the undead work, and begin gradual reconstruction. Limgrave didn't experience harsh winters, so at least the cold wouldn't be an issue. But why bother, when he could just stay at Stormvale Castle? The castle was better protected than ever, filled with reasonably intelligent beings he could talk to, had no food shortages, and had an abundance of vacant rooms. And, most importantly, he now had hot baths every morning. After all, he was the heir of Limgrave. That pitiful Godric had only been a disgrace Kenneth had reluctantly tolerated. Now that Godric was gone, or, if they even kept the corpse, Kenneth doubted it, he was just a decrepit undead sack of meat, Kenneth could focus on what he truly deserved, rest. Permanent rest. Unfortunately, Kenneth's flawless strategy had some flaws, and they weren't shy about making themselves known. My lord. Boc's nasally voice made Kenneth grimace. He was about to turn and demand what the little runt wanted, but the creature suddenly forgot about Kenneth's very existence and dashed ahead. It didn't take the rightful heir long to see who Bach was running to. Kenneth felt a chill freeze over inside him. The intimidating Tarnished, walking in his direction with his usual unflappable demeanor, filled Kenneth with a strange sense of foreboding. Adding to this was the dark-skinned woman walking beside him, her sharp gaze scanning their surroundings. Unexpectedly, Nephili locked her eyes on Kenneth, who flinched under her scrutiny. A vicious grin spread across the warrior's face. 6. Although it was still a secret for now, it wouldn't remain so for long. The rightful heiress, a descendant of Godfrey himself, the first Elden Lord, had come to claim what was hers. Kenneth swallowed nervously, sensing the problems advancing toward him on two legs. Boc, entirely forgetting his usual reluctance to show himself to Constantine, fell to his knees before him. May I ask you something, my lord? Constantine froze. Yes. Bach sniffled, paying no mind to how the situation might appear to others. Do you mind if I call you, Your Majesty? I've heard that you and other Tarnished are competing for the title of Elden Lord. I'm sure the throne will be yours, and I'll be just so happy, for a kinder soul is nowhere to be found. WL. Boc hesitated for a moment. With the exception of your handmaiden. So please, grant me this. Let me address you as such. The man blinked dumbly. Naturally, Melina stood a little to the side, observing the situation with a stony expression. Hearing Boc's speech, she barely held back a melancholy sigh, turning her gaze toward the increasingly suspicious Kenneth, heir of Limgrave. The recently arrived Irina, Edgar, and gatekeeper Gostock were yet to grasp what changes awaited them in the castle. Though the gatekeeper already had his guesses. So, my lord, am I allowed to graft him a bit, or not just yet? The Altus Plateau was closer than ever. Chapter 40. Excitement. Lately, this feeling had firmly settled within Melina. Though it was important to recognize that excitement came in different shades, excitement born of joy or fear. Excitement tinged with resentment. Excitement born from. The girl adjusted her hood, lowering her head. Excitement born from pleasant sensations, accompanied by the steady fading of her burns. Whether she wanted to admit it or not, she was self-conscious about them, reluctant to reveal her scorched hands, let alone the rest of her body. The unexpected aid in healing, despite certain side effects, had brought her great relief. Melina had long grown used to the sensation of her soul being burned from within. But ordinary warmth, gentle, soothing, and astonishingly tender, was something she had never experienced. Souls-like worlds weren't designed for such comforts. Her current excitement leaned more toward positive emotions, rather than negative ones. The grand lift of Dectus was active once again. The massive statues of the intricately enchanted arch were alive, welcoming their new lord. Constantine held the two halves of the medallion as if he had done this hundreds, even thousands of times before. In the future, as king, he would undoubtedly use it many more times. It's hard to believe the lift is active again. Runni folded her hands, speaking calmly. Melina reflexively nodded, but upon realizing who had addressed her, turned her head toward the demigoddess with a displeased frown. Selen, meanwhile, mesmerized by the marvel of magical engineering, absently checked if her little crown was still on her head. Neither the terrifying daughter of Queen Renala nor the jealous, and therefore even more terrifying, daughter of the goddess were people she intended to provoke right now. Her new body still ached. Constantine fulfilled your task. What else do you want now? Melina asked, her tone cold. Am I not allowed to witness the lift's revival? Runni asked calmly, her faintly spectral face showing a hint of surprise. Rested, she had noticeably better control over her emotions and even refrained from pouting, for no reason, at least. Melina didn't respond. The demigoddess's awakening had made her feel slightly more at ease. Now there was less of a chance of dubious individuals, usually lounging brazenly on her shoulders, doing something questionable. On the other hand, there were now two witches watching her chosen one as he helped her heal her spiritual wounds. Melina retreated further into her hood, unwilling to show her face. Before meeting Constantine, she had never imagined she would find herself in a situation like this. Fortunately, the barely audible, malicious chuckle from the perceptive Selen went unnoticed by the false finger maiden. Runni, meanwhile, paid no attention to Melina at all, remaining focused on the arch. Her lineage had built it, so it wasn't surprising that she wanted to see a piece of its former glory. As for Selen's illusion, if Runni had noticed it at all, she regarded it as nothing more than part of the scenery. The daughter of Queen Renala of the full moon was naturally calm, but her calmness wasn't necessarily a virtue. It served more as a mask, hiding the demons lurking deep within her soul. Beautiful. Millicent stood slightly aside, entirely focused on the marvel before her eyes. She could feel the numerous mechanisms beneath her feet coming to life. Costa lowered the two medallion halves, seeing that the process of casual activation had completed. He strode toward the lift with firm steps, unbothered. Behind him followed Millicent, Melina, and Selen. Runni was nowhere to be seen, as if she had vanished into thin air. The red-haired warrior, now standing beside the tarnished, glanced around in confusion. Nothing seemed to be happening. However, she had drawn conclusions too soon. Even the Soulslike veteran himself was taken aback by the unexpected special effects. Instead of the lift simply beginning to ascend, somewhere, a massive magical sigil erupted in a dazzling display. In the next moment, Constantine felt his surroundings change. The sky turned golden, the world sank into perpetual autumn, from the golden grass to the trees whose leaves seemed on the verge of falling but, for some inexplicable reason, hadn't done so in ages. Even the air felt different to Constantine, richer with grace. The very vision of grace, which had followed him since his arrival in the lands between, grew sharper, more intricate. He reached out, touching the stream of energy. And yet, though the lands between were closer to death than to life, even the most die-hard haters couldn't deny the sheer aesthetic beauty of its game design. Constantine smiled. Millicent, however, had the most genuine reaction. She had seen nature bloom before, but the view of the Altus Plateau entirely transformed her understanding of what beauty could be. She took a few tentative steps forward, wide-eyed as she looked around, like a cat seeing snow for the first time. It seemed she could barely believe what she was seeing. Overwhelmed with emotion, Millicent turned to the man who had made it all possible. There was no need to once again express how deeply grateful she was. That could no longer be conveyed with words. Only through emotions Millicent had never been taught how to properly express. She was certainly more open than Melina, but her illness had kept so much locked away. The red-haired warrior still couldn't fully believe she might one day be rid of her affliction. It had haunted her since birth, becoming a part of her. Constantine had already accomplished the impossible and continued to do so. Though a faint hope for another miracle had recently taken root in Millicent's heart, until and unless that miracle came to pass, she couldn't allow herself to fully express her feelings. She wasn't selfish enough for that. Constantine looked around one last time before whistling for Torrent. The spectral steed responded immediately, appearing before him. Though it wasn't obvious at first glance, the mount had grown visibly larger, its muscles more defined, even its horns had become more imposing, longer, sharper. The spirit tuner had done her work well, transferring spectral energy to the steed, which it could harness far better than mindless creatures. One of the land's between's greatest injustices had been rectified. The same was true for the mimic tear, the jellyfish, and the wolves. The only summon from the bell that hadn't received a level up was the albinoric, but, unfortunately, this method of empowerment simply wasn't suitable for her. 1. I wonder if dire wolves live here. The barely audible whisper of the equally captivated Latenna lifted Costa's mood even more. He was glad that, overall, at least one of the waifus was pleased with the way things were going. Costa helped Millicent onto the steed before mounting himself, his gaze thoughtful as he scanned the surroundings. So, Shaded Castle. Millicent, knowing why he was heading there, lowered her head. If you. Sorry for putting this off. The red-haired warrior's eyes darkened. The last thing she wanted was for the Tarnished to apologize to her. She had seen how much he had to juggle, nearly tearing himself apart to handle everything. And yet, he always found time to help her. Millicent exhaled slowly. Thank you. Constantine shrugged nonchalantly. Who else would take care of the small amount of good left in this cursed world? The light of the waifus was the only thing that had kept him going during the sweatiest and most grueling tries, no matter how many bad endings he faced. Such was the fate of waifu fans in dark fantasy, likely in any fantasy. They knew what they were signing up for, yet still suffered all the same. Fortunately, Constantine now had the chance to fix things, and for that, he was willing to push himself to the brink. Maybe not perfectly, but at least enough to achieve the ending he wanted. His own. Torrent, energized like never before, snorted contentedly and took off, soon disappearing into the shades of the eternally autumnal region. Melina and Selen stayed behind, watching the receding figures. What a pair of odd ones. Selen commented with a sly smirk. The false finger maiden turned her gaze to the sorceress. Have you still not left that shelter? There's barely anything left of it, my lady, Selen replied, removing her miniature crown with a sour grimace. Am I supposed to live among ruins? Melina, adopting some of her Tarnished's mannerisms, shrugged impassively. In today's lands between, many lived among ruins, those who still retained some semblance of reason, anyway. The mindless creatures didn't even warrant mention. As if they had a choice in this half-dead world. The false finger maiden narrowed her eyes in thought. You're not going to. Selen. Melina looked around, not finding the sorceress perched on her shoulder. Either Selen had fled, or, more likely, she had simply dispelled her illusion. She's hard to control, Runny noted from the side. Melina reflexively nodded, then sighed upon realizing who had spoken to her again. She decided not to continue the conversation. At the very least, she could be certain that the demigoddess wouldn't allow anything questionable to happen. Melina herself still had some matters to attend to, things that needed checking. Seeing the goddess's daughter vanish, descending to wander the lower realms of the spirit world, Runny allowed herself a faint smile. She was very interested in observing firsthand how Constantine healed the scorched maiden. Of course, her interest was purely academic. Nothing more. Absolutely nothing. But first. The demigoddess turned her gaze to the side, frowning. The mechanisms within Blade, which she had failed to suppress, were starting to activate, too. Unfortunately, that day had come. The journey to Shaded Castle turned out to be much simpler and faster than Constantine had initially anticipated. Torrent, now upgraded, reached speeds so astonishing that their figures were practically invisible, merely a fleeting silhouette accompanied by the rush of wind. Poor Millicent had no choice but to press herself tightly against the Tarnished, lest she be flung off entirely. Only the outer gods knew if she could have survived such an extreme landing. At first, the red-haired warrior tried to keep some distance from Constantine, fearing that the rot within her might somehow affect him. But Constantine didn't seem to notice, instead holding her more securely. They made rare stops to rest, and Constantine still needed to touch Grace at intervals. Even so, their journey took less than a couple of days. For the Tarnished, the entire continent was like the palm of his hand. At this pace, he would eventually be able to jump across the lands between at will. Such casual efficiency was beyond even the supreme sorcerers. That was fast. Thank you, Torrent. The Tarnished patted the steed's mane. Torrent snorted, glancing meaningfully at Millicent, then snorted again and flicked his tail. Costa raised an eyebrow. Yes, thank you for that as well. From the moment the whistle that summoned Torrent had come into his possession, Constantine had felt a strange connection with the steed. This bond only deepened with each upgrade. Sometimes, it seemed as if the mount could speak, just in a different way. Millicent, catching an odd meaning in Constantine's words, felt her ears burn. Over the past few days, she had even gotten used to being embraced. Accepting the idea that the Tarnished seemed oblivious to the scarlet rot within her was difficult, but embarrassingly pleasant. Are they doing this on purpose? Her life had not prepared her for this. Killing creatures infected with rot was far simpler and more straightforward. It seemed this thought, in some form or another, crossed the minds of every remaining sentient being in the lands between. Shaded Castle wasn't called that for no reason. In the distance, a mountain loomed, obscuring half of the structure. But that wasn't the castle's defining feature. Costa inhaled the familiar swampy scent, feeling an unprecedented surge of vitality from the poisonous vapors. At some point, swamps consumed every Soulslike player, it was inevitable. The castle, once grand, was now half sunken into a toxic mire, with even the air turning yellow from the poisonous mists. An ordinary person had no business being near it. Luckily, or unluckily, depends on those who they encounter, both Millicent and Constantine were far from ordinary. While Constantine's resilience was expected, or not, but everyone was used to it, Millicent, in a sense, had her own immunity to all manner of infections. The aggressive rot within her simply eliminated all potential competitors. However, this didn't save her from the foul stench. The arm, is it really here? Millicent asked quietly. What were the odds that a prosthetic suitable for her would be in a random abandoned, poisonous castle on the edge of the lands between? Practically zero. But that chance rose to 100% when Constantine was involved, a man whose knowledge exceeded the imagination of Millicent, Melina, Runny, and anyone else. They had all come to terms with the fact that the man, becoming more human, and inhuman, by the day, possessed knowledge inaccessible to others. Yes, Constantine nodded absently, lost in thought. The castle's warden was obsessed with Melina. He made several prosthetics for her. One of them should still be here. Melina? Millicent flinched. The name not only sounded eerily familiar but also felt disturbingly personal. Unfortunately, Constantine didn't delve into the lore himself, as he didn't know all the facts. His focus was elsewhere. I need spikes. Preferably thorned vines. Huh? Spikes? For what? Constantine shrugged. Despite knowing that Millicent wouldn't understand his reasoning at all, Constantine decided to reply in his usual manner. I want to cover my set with them. It's important. A matter of respect. Millicent blinked dumbly, noting how serious the Tarnished had suddenly become. The castle was far from deserted. In Constantine's eyes, it was a genuine location that required clearing, and he wasn't about to deny himself the pleasure of hunting down the undead and other creatures infesting the swamp fortress. Whether it was decaying human corpses, undead dogs, ghosts, or even undead perfumers surrounded by golem guards, none of them posed any challenge to the man, even when he imposed restrictions on himself. Fortunately, Millicent was there, eager for combat. Constantine didn't limit the waifu's desires, simply observing the events with detached interest. The most intriguing part awaited them deep within the castle. A corpse who had survived his own execution, ruling over a fortress that had sunk into the swamps, preserving fragments of reason even in death. Frankly, Costa had little interest in this undead knight's backstory. 3. His focus lay on the knight's attributes, which resonated deeply with someone who had gone, or spiraled, far beyond the limits of a typical hardcore challenge runner. A figure to admire, though certainly not to imitate. The undead knight had entrenched himself in the castle hall, seeing no reason to ever leave. Covered head to toe in jagged spikes, clad in heavy armor, his mere presence commanded respect. Unfortunately for him, Costa had a tribute to pay. An Lemor of the Briar was the unfortunate recipient of that respect. "Are you sure this is comfortable?" Millicent cautiously asked, eyeing him from head to toe. Clad in armor covered with razor-sharp spikes, the Tarnished gave an impassive nod. It wasn't his first time fully gearing up in a proper set. "More than comfortable." The red-haired warrior pressed her lips together, clearly harboring doubts. It took the undead knight a moment to process that someone had entered his rightfully conquered domain, completely wrapped in thorn vines. Even in death, Lemor still retained a shred of intelligence, which was precisely why he hesitated. The Tarnished's bizarre appearance was disturbing. Even to a dead man. What are you?" Lemor took a step back as the madman suddenly began rolling toward him. The worst was yet to come. Unsurprisingly, the watching Runny observed Constantine's actions from afar. How could it be otherwise? She had, after all, given him this chance. To claim that the demigoddess was hard to surprise would be an understatement. She had witnessed sorceries that defied the laws of reality, performed the impossible herself, and her very existence was an embodiment of madness. Faking her own death through the use of the conceptual rune of death was the mark of either a lunatic or the classic quiet girl reading late into the night in the library. But what she now witnessed, even by her standards, was too strange. It seemed that very thought synchronized in the minds of Millicent, Runny, and the knight about to meet yet another gruesome end. With an impassive expression hidden beneath his vine-wrapped helm, Constantine began rolling at the bewildered undead knight. This was his strategy for victory. Lemor tried to dodge the rolling madman, but Constantine was faster, brushing him with the spikes mid-roll. Though the undead knight also wore spiked armor, Constantine didn't care. The spikes still reached their target. Great runes were keys to controlling reality. If the bearer of the Elden Ring declared there was no death, then there would be no death. This law would hold anywhere there was faith in the ring and the power of an outer god. 4. But even without the great runes, the Tarnished, by virtue of his casually hardcore existence, was already shattering the boundaries of rationality. But with 3 reality-altering keys in his possession, the boundaries of logic bent even further, bowing to the will of a sweaty Soulslike player. In the end, this was the essence of Soulslike games. The undead knight swung his sword, lunged, slashed vertically, controlled his blade from a distance, and desperately tried to fend off the terrifying rolls of the spiked madman. The spikes were meant for aesthetics, not this, attempted to block with his shield, and even resorted to grabbing him. All to no avail. Roll after roll. The spikes dug deeper and deeper into the knight's body, leaving more and more wounds with each hit. At some point, Lemor, barely able to hold his sword, soaked in blood from head to toe, simply fell. Behind the helm, his face was frozen in genuine confusion and incomprehension. The next time he rose, whatever remnants of sanity the knight still possessed would likely abandon him completely, a blessing in disguise. Covered in someone else's blood, Constantine stopped rolling and calmly removed his helmet. For some reason, he didn't feel like praising the sun. Honestly, he didn't even feel like a victor. The air was thick with awkwardness. Yeah. That's exactly how I imagined this challenge. Completely pointless and absolutely merciless. 5. Costa frowned, pondering how all this must have looked from the outside. He turned to Runny and Millicent, both of whom stood frozen, their eyes glazed over. For some reason, he felt relieved that Melina hadn't seen this. Such challenges were too dangerous for her gentle spiritual heart. Removing the spiked armor, Costa coughed awkwardly. We still need to find the prosthetic. Millicent dumbly nodded. Runny vanished as if she had never been there. At least the man had paid his respects, albeit in a most unconventional way. Chapter 41. TN, this is a re-upload. Millicent couldn't believe how well the prosthetic worked, it felt as natural as a real hand. She could even feel through it. It was nothing short of a miracle. Casual technologies, absurd as they were, worked flawlessly. Costa's curiosity, upon seeing the iron hand for the first time, got the better of him, and he furrowed his brows, trying to understand how this marvel of casual ingenuity even functioned. The answer, however, was quite obvious. Magic. Costa sighed, feeling how his own energy resonated with the strange power within the prosthetic. In the future, he wanted to take a closer look at how exactly it worked. Unfortunately, now was not the time. The hand almost seemed to cling to him, but first, he already had a full set of hands, and second, the prosthetic truly responded only to Millicent's power, treating the tarnished himself with a certain indifference. Like a well-trained pet, it immediately attached itself to the stump of her missing arm and didn't even wiggle. At least, not unless Millicent willed it to. Clearly, this prosthetic made no distinction between Melina and her daughter. The heart of a true waifu fan swelled with joy, seeing just how happy the girl was as she once again grasped a sword in familiar grip. Usually reserved in her emotions, now Millicent was practically glowing with happiness. But the joy did not last long. Now that the main part of her quest was complete, it was time for a farewell. You've done more for me than anyone else in my life, Millicent smiled sadly. If there were any meaning in it, my sword would have long belonged to you, but, there is no meaning in that. She turned her gaze away. She was too weak. The usually unshakable man before her was on an entirely different level, and the only ones who could truly threaten him were those who would cut her down without even noticing. Even with the prosthetic. Constantine remained silent, listening to her carefully. I see how busy you always are, Millicent spoke softly. And how many quests you need to complete before you become the true Elden Lord. Now that I can reach my full strength, I need to. She didn't want to leave him. But at the same time, she knew she had to. At least for a while. And it wasn't just because the man had to focus on more important things, but because, as a warrior, she wanted to fully experience battle. Being at the tarnished side, the red-haired warrior subconsciously understood that she was always safe. She liked that feeling, but it also limited her, preventing her from growing. And Costa himself understood this, despite all his concerns. I understand, Constantine nodded sternly, supporting her. You have your own quests too. Millicent latched onto his words with an iron grip. Yes. Quests. I need to finish my quests before we meet AG. She had been about to say something, but then, she felt it. His power coursing into her. And once again, the unyielding warrior woman faced a trial of pure willpower. The tarnished was doing everything he could to help his waifu. In particular, suppressing the rot inside her as much as possible, filling her with enough inner light that the infection, restrained by that evil little boy's needle, wouldn't be able to spread for days. Training on the dragoness had helped him piece it together. The rot was a manifestation of an outer god's power. And while curing an afflicted dragon was as simple as expelling the infection and healing the body, Millicent's case was different. He had to sever the rot's link to its outer god first. Only then would he have a real chance at curing her completely. He knew when and where that would be possible. "Our quests will cross paths again soon," the Tarnished said, surprisingly tenderly, staring into Millicent's darting eyes. "Maybe we'll even do some farming together." "Sounds good." "Why yes." The voice of the as red as a lobster unbroken warrior was so quiet that, if not for the man's absurdly good hearing, one might think she hadn't spoken at all. It seemed this was the most romantic moment in the life of a casual hardcore player. Constantine slowly let go of the barely standing waifu, giving her some time to recover. "Why?" the girl suddenly whispered. "I'm just, rotting." Constantine frowned. If some heretics had dared to insult a waifu, that would have been simple and straightforward. But when the waifu insulted herself, that was an entirely different challenge. A challenge far harder than any trial he had ever faced, far beyond the sweatiest of runs that had pushed Costa beyond all limits. "If I cared only about outward appearance, I could never call myself a true waifu fan," Costa said, more serious than ever. "You are one of the few truly beautiful things in this world. If not for waifus, he would never have tried this hard." The light of waifus had forged his spirit in a way nothing else had. What an idiot he had been, separating his inner waifu fan from the sweaty Soulslike player. Those two aspects had always complemented each other. Hearing such an unexpected compliment, Millicent wished she could sink into the ground. She never considered herself beautiful in any way. A rotting, dying body, nothing more. Even she struggled to see herself as a woman, so how could anyone else? But as she felt the warm, gentle energy filling her with strength and an still unfamiliar sense of hope, the warrior smiled more happily than ever before. For so long, she had fought the rot inside her without a reason. Life just for the sake of existing. But now she had a purpose. Too bad Melina isn't here to see this, Runni thought absently. Watching from afar as the unusual Tarnished awkwardly deepened his relationship with the red-haired warrior, who looked like a stray kitten, was quite entertaining. Runni had barely interacted with the girl, but she had already formed a good impression. Millicent had barely reacted to her first appearance, simply accepting it as a given. Then again, after traveling with Constantine, was it really that strange to see a living puppet? Perhaps, if she wasn't a fragment of Miquella's blade, Runni might have even considered making Millicent her servant. But there was one thing that bothered the demigoddess about this situation. Or maybe not just one. Runni didn't even realize she was pouting. Appearance doesn't matter, the demigoddess thought, lowering her gaze to her puppet hands. Hearing that was nice. After all, even if she was a little insane, Runni, like any girl, had desires, not just grand dreams of altering the cosmic order and indulging in adolescent rebellion. More earthly fantasies haunted her as well. More importantly, she had given this womanizing Tarnished a chance. The more his madness faded, the more it became clear, his bizarre pull toward women hadn't disappeared. In the grand scheme of things, that was probably a good thing. That wasn't the problem. "Aren't you the least bit interested in studying my gift more closely, Constantine?" Costa, still watching Millicent disappear into the distance, blinked dumbly before turning his head toward the waifu who had suddenly materialized before him. Runni's doll-like face remained impassive. But the spectral one, the one that reflected her true emotions, was ever so slightly puffed up, like a child desperately trying to hide her frustration. Unfortunately for her, Costa was way too perceptive. "I'll definitely visit your family's library, but a little later." Hearing his answer, the girl's mood immediately improved. "Then you know the path forward." Runni clasped her hands together. "That is enough for now, Constantine. But do not keep me waiting too long." Her voice grew much firmer, her gaze sharper. Normally, she could afford patience. But this Tarnished had sped up time itself in the lands between. And for the first time in decades, perhaps centuries, Runni felt something she hadn't in a very long time. A sense of urgency. A terrible, forgotten feeling. And yet, strangely refreshing. Satisfied with his answer, the demigoddess vanished, leaving a stunned Constantine alone. One of the best waifus just approached him with a quest, directly and efficiently. The man stared at the spot where she had disappeared, suddenly feeling that it had been far too long since he last visited Merchant Kale. And this was far from over. Has Lady Runni left, my teacher student? The whisper of the ever-sly sorceress made Constantine turn his head toward his shoulder, where a miniature Selen sat, suspiciously glancing around. Her face-concealing crown was absent. He had noticed her from the very beginning but preferred to pretend otherwise. Obviously, the waifu would have revealed herself had she wished to. She probably noticed you. I know, Selen huffed. But the lady would appreciate that I didn't go out of my way to annoy her. The sorceress looked around once more. Even after the BEA hierarchy had been established, Selen found Melina far less terrifying than Runni. The first was much simpler and more comprehensible by nature, whereas the second. Only the moon, or whatever entity the demigoddess's lineage worshipped, knew what was going on in her puppet mind. Is she really not nearby? Now it was Constantine's turn to look around, carefully tuning into his inner senses. The waifus loved keeping an eye on him. He had understood that for a long time. The question was, did it bother him? Not really. He knew that they knew that he knew, but everyone was content with the arrangement. Honestly, even back in the game, Costa could tell that some waifus had odd inclinations when it came to covert observation. No. Ah. Selen once again glanced around. And the jealous girl? The jealous girl? Costa furrowed his brows, thinking. You mean? Meli. Selen smirked. The man actually straightened his posture. She's not nearby either. Selen looked even more pleased. You've surrounded yourself with strange people, my teacher student. Where are you heading next? The miniature woman's gaze took on a suspicious glint. Costa raised an eyebrow. If you need help, just say so. I'm just happy to see how quickly my teacher student is regaining his senses, Selen smiled gently. And it also reassured her that certain fruits, in their attempts to claim him, wouldn't end up tearing him apart. Handling the personalities of royal daughters was nearly impossible without overwhelming strength, and more importantly, keen intelligence, even with terrifying foreknowledge. The influence of the outer gods had always been indirect and highly limited. Those who carried their power weren't necessarily destined for greatness. Most followers had fallen, and with them, their faith. How many outer gods had the lands between already forgotten? And how many more would be lost? Not exactly help, Selen continued, pondering. More like I need a companion to safely reach a certain place. It turned out to be far more dangerous than I had anticipated. The man thought for a moment. I have quite a few places to visit, but right now, I plan to head toward Gelmir. Really? The miniature sorceress exclaimed. The stars truly favored her. With some caveats. Constantine stared at Selen in confusion. Though, he quickly pieced together the cause and effect, this side quest had, so to speak, been generated by his own actions. The waifu sorceress wanted to meet the primeval sorcerer Azza in person, her first teacher. As for finding Luzat, after Constantine's biome-clearing efforts, that was no longer an issue. The search for her first mentor, however, had proven trickier. Naturally, Constantine had no objections to escorting Selen. He needed to hurry if he wanted to complete all the quests in time, but in this case, their paths aligned. And, to be fair, he didn't mind the company of the waifu sorceress, even if she had some disagreements with Meli. I'd be very grateful, Constantine, Selen smiled. Have you ever heard of the hero's grave on Gelmir? I'll be waiting for you there. She sighed. My illusion won't be able to stay with you, my teacher-student. Have you heard what kind of mess foolish Soulslike got himself into? A mess. Constantine frowned. Did you really think Gideon Ofnir wouldn't go hunting for the fool who tried to drug and abduct his precious tool using none other than the famed Tarnished? Selen raised an eyebrow with ironic amusement. Well, actually, Costa had thought that, too. The man shrugged indifferently. What a weirdo. The woman huffed. Unfortunately, I keep my word, Constantine. Soulslike asked for my help. And Selen would have helped, if not for certain developments. Now, she couldn't contact him. Normally meticulous in her dealings, she was now simultaneously handling her own affairs while trying to locate him, a task that is proving to be challenging, as Professor Soulslike was surprisingly good at running away, skillfully evading his old enemy and his hunters across the lands between. I suspect we may soon encounter him in person, Selen said with distaste. She really did not want to meet that scoundrel in person. What do you mean? Constantine asked in surprise. Somehow, he can track the location of my new body, the sorceress's illusion shrugged her miniature shoulders. Where else would a desperate, cornered sorcerer flee? The lady won't save him, and he knows it. I see, Constantine nodded grimly. Be prepared for more lessons when we meet, teacher-student, Selen raised a finger in mock instruction. With that, the illusion of the sorceress vanished completely, as if she had never been there. More and more quests were becoming intertwined, whether Constantine wanted them to or not. In any case, this wouldn't affect his route too much. He had wanted to visit Volcano Manor for a while now. Melina had been right, the moment Constantine set foot on the lands of the Altus Plateau, a tale followed. At a distance, it remained just outside her chosen one's abnormal perception, but the false finger maiden was anything but ordinary. She had known from the start that her brother wouldn't let Constantine go so easily. That he would make his move. So, she wasn't surprised when he did. Though she doubted it would help him. Melina materialized before a seemingly ordinary commoner. Gaunt, pale, clearly someone who had died more than once yet continued wandering despite it all. Unfortunately for him, such a disguise wouldn't fool her. 3. I kept waiting for the servants of the dread omen to reveal themselves, but they never appeared. The commoner stared blankly into the void for a moment before. Before her stood an illusion of her brother, tall, covered in protrusions, not the dread omen, but the king of omens. Yes, subtlety had never been Morgoth's strong suit. The man frowned in irritation, realizing how much of a fool he looked. I have abandoned my foolish ambitions. My servants will accomplish nothing against this monster, they would only throw away their lives in vain. I will do this myself. The Omen King had heard the rumors. And they terrified him. The Tarnished's pace was monstrous. Absurd. Beyond reason. His retainers, even if they had tried, simply hadn't had the time to be an obstacle. It was entirely possible that Constantine had killed a few of them along the way without even realizing they were supposed to be fearsome agents of the dread omen. It was shameful. Your illusion won't fool the Tarnished, Melina stated confidently. You are just as vile a traitor as the rest, Melina, Morgoth growled. Do not think I have forgotten that. Melina shrugged impassively. My chosen one will recognize you easily. Impossible. Morgoth seethed. The illusions of the Golden Order are flawless. It wasn't widely spoken of, but their lineage was famous for its illusions. The best of the best. Stable, carrying echoes of the original's true power and grandeur. 4. Melina had now become a full-fledged heretic and traitor. Want a bet? The girl smirked under her hood. Fine, we'll bet. Morgoth exclaimed. But do not think I will forget your betrayal, Melina. Once again, the girl merely shrugged indifferently. The black knives may be nearby. Be careful, brother. Morgoth, caught off guard, seemed about to say something, but his sister had already disappeared without a trace. Despite the Marika bloodline's greatness, and the inherently cold relationships among the goddess's children, some of them could, at times, be just a little less indifferent toward one another. The projection of the King of Omens remained alone. Sighing heavily, Morgoth cursed under his breath before his body, woven from the power of the Golden Order, once again took the form of a commoner. He refused to believe that the Tarnished would recognize him. Impossible. Chapter 42. The Tarnished was fast, and Selen knew it. Watching him cover distances in days that would take an ordinary person weeks, if not months, had only been surprising for the first few days. Constantine's spectral steed wasn't called the fastest mount in the lands between for nothing. But what was even more terrifying was the way he somehow memorized sites of grace and could teleport between them with a single touch. The lands between had plenty of ways to traverse long distances quickly, but Constantine had taken it further than anyone else. And yet, even knowing all that, Selen was still a little surprised to see him approaching just a few days after her illusion had faded. Wonderful, Selen removed her crown with a smile. You really don't like keeping a woman waiting, do you, my dear teacher-student? The man dismounted from the vanishing torrent with an indifferent shrug. Waifu quests don't wait. The jealous daughter of a goddess had been right, Selen hadn't been able to sense everything through her illusion. A construct woven from magic, after all, could only simulate sensation rather than transmit it to her real body. What she saw now with her own eyes far exceeded anything she had expected. Power radiated from the Tarnished's body, making Selen's eyes glimmer with intrigue. She wanted to study him, to understand how much his body differed from the other Tarnished and whether he could even be called one at this point. If anything, Constantine looked far more like a demigod than a man abandoned by grace. Or perhaps not even a demigod, but something beyond. 1. There was something else the exiled sorceress was curious about. How would her body react if infused with the Tarnished's energy? The illusion hadn't been able to convey the sensation properly. Unfortunately, her body still hurt, a painful reminder that she had best not get too greedy. Selen was very curious who had taught Melina to hit in a way that left no bruises. That hesitant daughter of a goddess had an absurdly heavy fist, yet could restrain herself with masterful precision. It was, honestly, something to admire. Hearing Constantine's response, Selen perked up even more. She raised a finger in mock seriousness. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. And, by the way, you do remember what I said, don't you? I'm ready for new lessons, Constantine nodded sternly. And I have some things to share in return. Could Selen be any happier? She loved teaching. But even more than that, she loved learning. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the path to a witch's heart was paved with magic. And whether intentionally or not, Constantine was walking that path confidently. Selen glanced toward the Gelmir hero's grave. You must already have a good idea of where I'm headed and why, don't you, she said. Which means you know that my business isn't exactly urgent. She wasn't selfish enough to demand Constantine handle her problems before his own. Even if that jealous girl showed up right now and put a stop to her plans. Selen had never really believed in anything, except the stars and the magic they had brought into the world. But even she hadn't been able to avoid the feeling of hope creeping in. Before Constantine, she hadn't believed the lands between had a chance. Their world was dead. No, worse. Neither alive nor dead. The only thing left for them was to chase their own goals and forget about time. But now, everything had changed. That neither dead nor alive hope had been reborn. And in an unexpected form, a man running around completing waifu quests. And, oddly enough, Selen herself had become one of those waifus. She, the one who should have rotted away long ago for her crimes, had somehow gained more than anyone else. It wasn't fair. But who had ever said hope was fair? No. Hope had its own goals. Constantine stared at the dungeon, the Gelmir hero's grave, for a while before losing interest entirely. He'd never liked clearing repetitive dungeons, and now there was even less reason to do so. A waste of time. Maybe, if he was really bored in the endgame, he'd come back to fight the boss. A letter appeared in Constantine's hand, the one Zarias had given him. I want to visit Volcano Manor. Volcano Manor? Selen frowned. The manor had a reputation. She had, of course, heard the rumors about Preta Tryhard, one of Queen Renala's children, drowning in blasphemy, and the devoted wife who was willing to follow him into madness. Torturing enemies to death. The lunacy of the fallen son of the Academy's Grand Master and his equally deranged woman, that was what Volcano Manor meant to Selen and anyone with even a little knowledge of the situation. What could the Tarnished possibly be looking for there? The answer was obvious. I need to visit a waifu and defeat a cinematic boss, Constantine answered flatly. And then, we'll see. Don't worry, I won't drag out this quest. Costa frowned. He had zero intention of doing this quest the way the game intended. Selen narrowed her eyes. You do realize we don't understand half the things you say, right? Costa shrugged. Of course he did. He just didn't care to explain most of the time. Such a weirdo. Selen, thoroughly enjoying the Tarnished's deadpan attitude, burst into laughter, only to nearly choke from the pain. Sudden movements were still a bad idea for her. But fortunately, that didn't dampen her spirits. Through her real body, everything felt so much more, brighter, sharper, realer. What a shame that at any moment, a jealous servant girl could appear, and who knew what would happen then. For now, though, she would enjoy the moment. Costa, watching the sorceress wince through her laughter, blinked in mild surprise. The most terrifying thing was, he was pretty sure he knew what had happened. But his thoughts quickly shifted in a different direction. He really hoped the manor would be emptier than it was in the version of the quest he knew. Sure, he wanted to kick a certain bandit off a cliff again, but that was something to do in the endgame, when he had more free time and was in the right mood. And besides, it would be weird if said bandit was already at the manor when it was in a completely different part of the continent. Of course, he could have found a way to travel absurd distances quickly, too, but... Costa scowled. He had a bad feeling. And, as it turned out, not without reason. Volcano Manor. A place that many would, without exaggeration, call hell, if they even had the words to describe it. Oceans of lava, a pitch-black sky, scorched earth upon which loomed a vast, foreboding estate that repelled the few visitors foolish enough to approach within cannon shot. Unfortunately, not everyone had the good sense to stay away. Rhea remembered the strange, bald bandit. Watching Constantine the Tarnished battle a dragon had been one thing, but the sight of Patches distracting, or rather, falling on top of, the dragon had left, quite the impression. That alone had saved the bandit when he was caught by Lady Tanitha's knight. She could only imagine the sheer terror Patches must have felt upon seeing the towering knight in heavy armor, whose sword alone was as big as the bandit himself. Well. Patches let out a thoroughly unconvincing laugh. Could it be you've heard of the one and only Patches the Untethered? Zariah's pupils slit like a snake's as she gave the question serious thought. Never heard of you. The massive knight took that as his cue and raised his sword in silent preparation to strike. But before the words had fully left her lips, Zariah frantically waved her hands. Wait. I've never heard of him, but I have seen him. The giant sword halted just before Patch's neck, leaving the stunned bandit staring dumbly at the knight. Do as your mistress tell you. Put that thing away before I get angry. Rhea nearly hissed in exasperation. Has he completely lost his mind? A rhetorical question. While she found Mount Gelmir far less unsettling than most who still retained their sanity, considering it not the most welcoming place, but still home, she did understand that the road to said home was, let's just say, highly specific. Why are you here? Zariah sighed. She certainly didn't remember giving him an invitation, too. Unusual goods can only be found in unusual places. Patches puffed out his chest in mock bravado, though he quickly deflated when he caught the knight's meaningful gaze. So expressive was the knight's silence that even through the helmet, Patches felt it. Ha! You thought I'd actually say something like that? Patches grinned, his false confidence barely holding. Of course I'm here to serve Tanith, or whatever her name is, with absolute loyalty and dedication. Patches was no fool, he was a very shrewd merchant. He made a habit of learning about the big players in whatever land he found himself in. He'd heard about Tanith, or whatever her name was. In passing. Just a little. Lady Tanith, Zoraya's corrected with a frown. Yes, yes. Maybe I should just, you know. The knight's grip on his sword shifted slightly. Zoraya's nearly shifted into her true form in shock. You can talk. The Crucible Knight remained impassively silent. 3. He never spoke. The girl licked her lips as an intrigued hiss escaped her. Interesting. She had to give him a chance, at the very least, she had to introduce him to her mother. Lady Tanith would decide what to do with him. Patches, sensing he had once again survived a brush with disaster, smirked. Once again, Patches the Untethered has slipped his way out of trouble. Or so he thought. Lady Tanith, though surprised by the appearance of such an eccentric figure, did not immediately dismiss, or worse, execute, the bald bandit. To be honest, much like her adopted daughter, she was intrigued. Brave Tarnished. Yes, yes, that's me. Bathed in candlelight, the woman thoughtfully adjusted her mask. After a brief silence, she continued in her usual composed tone. I am Tanith, the proprietress of this house. In all honesty, Patches wasn't particularly interested in hearing whatever it was this castle, or manor, or whatever lady was saying. He was far more concerned with the deeply meaningful look the giant armored knight was giving him. He could feel the menace through the helmet. True terror doesn't wear heavy armor, or any clothes at all, Patches shuddered, thinking back to his dear old friend. Yeah, sure. Friend. That's what we'll call it. If that freak showed up, then this heap of metal would really see how one should properly instill terror. Not that it mattered. That was impossible. They had just seen each other recently, seriously, just recently. There was no way there'd be such a ridiculous coincidence. The Finger Maiden who had long since lost faith in him, falling into an endless depression, had agreed to transport him to the other side of the continent. There's no way that lunatic would chase him across the lands between. Sure, he was insane, and Patches was a well-known figure, but that strange Tarnished was far more preoccupied with women and collecting great runes. Which, to be honest, was a relief. That meant Patches had nothing to worry about. Unless, of course, there happened to be a woman with a great rune somewhere nearby. Rise with us, against the Erd Tree. Having completely tuned out Tanith's speech, Patches absent-mindedly nodded along. Like hell he was going to refuse with that terrifying knight standing right there. If the guy wasn't in armor, then maybe he'd. Wait. Wouldn't that make him even scarier? By Marika's tits, am I seriously starting to fear naked people? Patches mentally groaned. Yes, yes, of course. Zoraya's, watching from the sidelines, carefully pretended not to notice how Lady Tanith shot her a look, as if silently asking who in the name of all the outer gods and whatever else above she had brought into their manor. Still, Lady Tanith wouldn't be herself if she didn't have a certain flexibility. Such a confident answer from a brave Tarnished soul, the masked woman cooed in her usual gentle voice. The tasks will be difficult, but only a hero as courageous as you could possibly accomplish them. Patches, who had been subjected to every imaginable kind of insult, was now, perhaps for the first time in years, hearing someone address him with actual kindness. The voice of the woman who had once captured the heart of the most blasphemous of lords slipped into Patches' ears like the sweetest of melodies. In truth, she hadn't even said anything all that extraordinary, but the way she had said it. It struck a certain chord within Patches. And that wasn't all. Of course, Volcano Manor values its servants. You may settle here if your heart so desires, brave Tarnished soul. Your journey must have been difficult. To reach this place through all its dangers without an invitation must have been quite the challenge, wasn't it? I nearly died like 100 times. Patches exclaimed indignantly. You've got a giant monster living on one of the cliffs. Looks like a beetle, a cosmic beetle. And it uses gravity magic. I've had enough gravity magic in my life, damn it. I barely got away from that thing. Not to mention the damned serpent men, the exiled sorcerers, the raving lunatics, the bloodthirsty demi-humans, the rotting corpses, the somehow even bigger marionettes trying to slice him to ribbons, the wild animals. And let's not forget that this was all happening in rocky, absolutely unwelcoming terrain for any regular traveler, not to mention that spiky abomination. It was like the whole world was trying to kill him. Patches had no idea just how right he was. He unwittingly stumbled upon a fundamental feature of the Soulslike genre. Tanith calmly folded her hands. And yet, you managed to overcome every danger to arrive here. That is worthy of admiration, brave tarnished soul. Patches sniffed, straightening up. Yes. Yes, worthy of admiration. Finally, someone gets it. Tanith smiled beneath her mask. The Crucible Knight, Lady Tanith's ever-loyal guardian, scratched the side of his helmet. It seemed they had a very unusual new resident. Surprisingly, Patches actually settled into the manor. For some reason, Lady Tanith didn't just tolerate him, she seemed, at least at first glance, rather amicable toward him. Zarias, having been the one to vouch for the so-called honest merchant, spent some time genuinely confused as to why her lady had chosen to keep such a strange figure around. But eventually, she started to understand. At least it's not boring, Bernal shrugged. The old tarnished, once righteous and noble, had long abandoned his ideals and joined their manor. At times, Zarias caught traces of regret on the old knight's face, but lately, he seemed, noticeably more lively. Patches, through the sheer fact of his existence, was an irritant, one that provided a tremendous motivation to keep living. Even to those who had long since stopped being alive. Kill me, someone, please, you The ghost of Volcano Manor. A bodiless entity that had taken up residence in their home. They never saw it, but every now and then, strange wails echoed through the halls in the dead of night. Ghosts were nothing out of the ordinary in the lands between. What was unusual was that this particular specter's voice actually reached them. It must have been in agony. Though, sometimes, Zarias wasn't entirely sure if the ghost's pleas were directed solely at Patches, or if he was only part of the problem. 5. Either way, the manor had definitely grown livelier, which, on some level, was a good thing. Even Lady Tanith's knight had started speaking now and then. Admittedly, his vocabulary mostly consisted of curses and barely contained murder attempts directed at their newest tenant, but still. At times, Rhea was so bored that she began hallucinating serpent people walking through her chambers. Ones just like her. Or maybe slightly different, but close enough. The arrival of the bald bandit, or merchant, whatever he was, Patches, in any case, had helped distract her. Even if he was insufferable. For better or worse, fate had other plans for her life, and, in truth, for the entire lands between. It wasn't long before their manor received new visitors. And they knew of them before they even arrived. Perched atop one of the cliffs was a beast known as the Falling Star Beast. A creature they never dared to approach, fearing the very thought of angering something that had fallen from the depths of the cosmos. A harbinger of broken cameras, janky hitboxes, and a massive health pool. Like all things that stood against a sweaty Soulslike player. It fell. Chapter 43. In the lands between, there weren't many left who hadn't at least heard of Costa. You'd have to try really hard to avoid hearing about the tarnished whose strength surpassed that of demigods. The bearer of 3 great runes, the one who, with high probability, would soon become the next Elden Lord. And Tanith was no exception. She couldn't be. By the time Rhea first told her about the half-naked madman, he had already claimed his first great rune. That alone was enough for Volcano Manor to welcome him with open arms. His second great rune, obtained in record time, made him even more valuable. Tanith even considered sending her adopted daughter out again to seek the Tarnished and invite him back. From Rhea's stories, he seemed to be surprisingly kind to her. But there was a disconnect. Tanith and Constantine lived with entirely different perceptions of time. The woman had only just begun considering her plans when another rumor reached her: Radon had fallen. And the same lunatic had been the one to defeat him. Needless to say, this madman became the last person Tanith wanted to see at her manor. Like an uncontrollable force of nature, he tore across the continent, collecting great runes, and something told her he wasn't going to stop. And her suspicions were confirmed. Well, if it isn't Constantine the Tarnished, Tanith said, offering a polite, if slightly strained, smile behind her mask. Yet, her voice betrayed not even the slightest hint of unease. Welcome to Volcano Manor. Costa nodded curtly, his helmeted gaze meeting the hostile glare of the Crucible Knight. Hostile, yet eerily composed. Costa frowned, feeling an inexplicable urge to fight the knight. It almost felt like a challenge. Frankly, he wasn't opposed to crossing swords with this brute, someone who, once upon a time, had nearly locked him inside a damn boss arena. Unfortunately, they still hadn't added an option to explain an accidental death of the woman who devours her defeated husband. 1. Tanith, noticing the tension between the two men, exchanged a glance with Selen, who was smiling in amusement. For a brief moment, there was mutual understanding between them. I see you've brought a companion, the former dancer continued. Sorceress Selen, Lady Tanith. Selen introduced herself with a slight bow. Selen. Tanith repeated with mild curiosity. I'm certain I've heard that name before. Preta Rykard was one of Queen Renala's sons, formerly of Raya Lucaria, an academy that was practically a city yet for some reason still called itself an academy. Naturally, Tanith had heard quite a bit about it. The name of the exiled sorceress was at least familiar to her. However, she didn't dwell on it. The academy had produced many notable sorcerers over the years. I'm pleased to hear that, Lady Tanith, Selen said with a pleasant smile. She could have said that she had heard things about Volcano Manor and Tanith as well, but she kept quiet. Not that she feared anything while standing next to Constantine, but let's just say he had a knack for ruining relationships all on his own. Meanwhile, Tanith's knight and the Tarnished continued exchanging unfriendly glares. The Crucible Knight gestured toward the exit, silently offering to discuss things more directly outside. Costa narrowed his eyes. Of all the things he'd expected from this questline, the Crucible Knight being this aggressive wasn't one of them. Sure, Costa wasn't exactly a beacon of humility, but this was the first time someone had openly threatened him so boldly. It made him very interested in meeting Godfrey's people up close, too. We'll settle this after the quest is over. The Crucible Knight, taking this as a direct challenge, instinctively raised his blade, but Tanith swiftly intervened. The last thing she needed was her manor being reduced to rubble. There's no need for fighting. Especially not with such a renowned Tarnished, Tanith said, her voice even. Rhea spoke highly of you. A noble but strange warrior, that's how she described you, I believe. She allowed herself a soft, affectionate laugh. From somewhere near the doorway, a faint, embarrassed hissing sound could be heard. Everyone, collectively pretended they hadn't noticed. This questline, it seemed, had already gone completely off the rails. Costa barely refrained from shaking his head to clear his thoughts. I was invited by a waifu. I couldn't refuse. Tanith tilted her head slightly, studying him, as if trying to read anything from his expression, only to be met with a solid wall of stoicism. Is he somehow connected to the Crucible Knights? Tanith wondered, glancing at her ever-stoic knight. So, you came here because of Rhea? The waifu was the main reason, but that's not my only purpose. He really enjoys tormenting people, Selen thought, casting a sidelong glance at him. The hissing behind the door grew slightly louder. Once again, everyone collectively ignored it. Volcano Manor was full of secrets, and this just became one of them. "And what is your second reason?" Tanith asked, a hint of genuine curiosity creeping into her voice. She prided herself on understanding people. And not people, too. The only one who could ever truly deceive her senses was her own knight. She knew he was loyal, but reading his emotions, when he had them, wasn't always easy. Though, with the recent arrival of Patches, it had certainly become much easier. That alone had earned the bald rogue a few points. And now there was another lunatic, hiding his emotions behind an infuriating mask of indifference. Just like her knight. She'd known him for gods know how many years, and she still didn't even know his name. "I want to fight Praetor Rykard." Costa's words landed like a meteor from a stele. A growl, deep and guttural, rumbled from the Crucible Knight's throat, a sound not unlike that of a dragon's. The air turned suffocatingly heavy, thick with tension, making it seem like a battle was inevitable. Selen blinked in mild surprise. She hadn't expected the conversation to escalate like this. But in a way, it made sense. This was Constantine the Tarnished, after all. She barely stopped herself from grinning. An illusion could never capture the thrill of experiencing moments like this in a real body. "You want to fight the Lord?" Constantine turned to see Rhea, who had stepped forward at last. She looked utterly shaken, as if the ground beneath her feet had crumbled away. Honestly, the sight of a betrayed waifu almost made Costa falter, but his commitment to completing quests his way, even when they contradicted one another, was stronger. The path to good waifu endings was paved with suffering and trials. Honestly, he'd much rather just be stuck retrying bosses than dealing with all this. "You wish to challenge the Lord?" Tanith repeated, her voice unreadable. "That is possible." "Lady Tanith?" Rhea gasped. "This desire is worthy of respect," Tanith said quietly. "A warrior and sorcerer as mighty as you, Constantine the Tarnished, has earned that right. But first, please, be our guest at the manor." "You did come to see my daughter, didn't you?" Costa shrugged. "Yeah." He had expected exactly this response from Tanith. 3. "Excellent," the woman smiled. "In that case, welcome, Constantine. You must be exhausted after defeating the falling star beast. We are grateful that you have rid us of such a dangerous creature." For some reason, Costa had the distinct impression that the Crucible Knight grimaced under his helmet, as if he had been about to go into the fight himself. Any second now, he'd probably sprout those angelic wings, or whatever they actually were. The Tarnished allowed himself a grin, the kind only an overleveled summoned phantom could give, completely ruining their summoner's sense of accomplishment. The Soulslike community could be both the most united and the most bitterly divided. The legends of the toxic, sweaty Souls veterans were many. The Crucible Knight, somehow picking up on the exact spectrum of emotions radiating from the Tarnished, let out a deep, guttural growl, barely restraining himself from attacking the lunatic only out of respect for his lady. "He's not as emotionless as he seems," Tanith noted, observing the silent exchange between the two men. "The drawing room is further down the hall. Rhea will take you there and give you a key. Make yourself comfortable." Tanith then turned her gaze toward a bewildered Zarias. Realizing she had zoned out, Rhea hastily nodded. "You understood." The lady of the manor then unexpectedly turned her attention to Selen. "Of course, I am also pleased to welcome you, sorceress. Make yourself at home." "Thank you, Lady Tanith," Selen replied with a broad smile. Tanith's demeanor stood in stark contrast to the rumors that had reached Selen. And that only convinced her further that, without the Tarnished, she wouldn't have dared approach this manor within a comet's distance. Inside Volcano Manor, a somber yet strangely celebratory atmosphere reigned. Enormous, sparsely populated, with only a handful of servants still present, though they were mindless, merely repeating the tasks assigned to them in life, mechanically tending to the estate. It may be a little dark and damp, but you'll get used to it quickly. Rhea called out as she led them. A little? Selen mentally screamed. It's practically a snake's den, not a manor. The place completely lived up to its reputation. Rhea, lost in thought for a moment, suddenly smacked her forehead. Please don't go upstairs without an escort. Inquisitor Giza likes to rest there, sometimes he doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, so please be understanding. 5. Selen blinked, glancing toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Constantine, however, didn't even look surprised, just nodded. Unfortunately, his composure didn't last long. A familiar scream echoed through the hallway. Charging down the staircase they had just passed, Patches bolted past them, followed by none other than Inquisitor Giza, who was cackling madly, swinging a massive spiked will attached to a handle. Within seconds, their figures disappeared into the shadowy corridor, and silence returned. A frustrated hiss escaped Rhea's lips. I told him not to go upstairs alone. Zarias, having lived in the manor since childhood, never noticed the oppressive atmosphere that loomed over it. If anything, the dampness and darkness brought her a sense of comfort, a feeling of home. Constantine, his expression unreadable, stared at the space where Patches had just fled. This is the curse of all Souls players, he closed his eyes in resignation. Souls-like games wouldn't be themselves without Patches. He had even been in the long-forgotten Demon's Souls. Dark Souls 2 didn't count. Cost aside. He would just have to accept the near omnipresence of the bald bandit as a fact of life. A cursed fact. The drawing room Tanith had mentioned was not empty. Unlike the rest of the manor, it was surprisingly warm and well-lit. Perhaps that was why it wasn't completely abandoned, at least here, there was a hint of life in the otherwise lifeless estate. Constantine the Tarnished. A man extended his hand. It's an honor. I am Bernal. A Tarnished, like yourself. Constantine shook his hand. The honor is mine. He had learned much from him. 6. Bernal let out a hearty laugh. He hadn't expected the Tarnished, who had so quickly made a name for himself across the lands between, to know who he was. Even though the world had mostly emptied, the continent was still vast enough that countless warriors were simply forgotten. In a world where true death did not exist, there was no worse fate than to be lost to memory. The sheer amount of cut content in Elden Ring was terrifying. And the DLC had only made it worse. Rhea, watching the friendly conversation between Costa and Bernal, barely held herself together. She still couldn't fully believe that he had come to challenge their lord. The last thing she wanted was for either of them to die. But then again, she hadn't heard much about Praetor Rykard. And she had certainly never seen him. This was all so strange. Too strange. And the worst part was, she had no idea how to even approach such a delicate subject. Rhea was about to speak when the door to the drawing room suddenly slammed open, and a panicked Patches burst in, throwing the door shut behind him before leaning against it. In the distance, faint, crazed laughter echoed away. By Marika's rounded blessings. The bald bandit groaned, sliding down the door. These fanatics, they never let up. Just as Patches was about to sigh in relief, his gaze landed on Constantine, whose expression was darker than the night. His eyes widened in horror. You have got to be kidding me. Oh, damn it, this is impossible. Patches' face twisted in disbelief before he forced a strained grin. Ah, my friend. I'm so glad to see you. Well, I have urgent business, goodbye. Springing to his feet as if he had been struck by lightning, Patches threw open the drawing room door and bolted down the dim corridors of Volcano Manor. There were plenty of other empty rooms he could hide in. Somewhere in the distance, a spectral, exhausted wail drifted through the manor. Kill him, you. Selen, silently observing the chaotic scene, glanced at the flickering candlelight in the room. What a strange place. Constantine, whose composure had once again severely suffered thanks to patches, stood motionless for a moment, staring at the door. Then, finally, he turned toward a startled Rhea. "Let's go." Huh. That thought seemed to hit both Selen and Rhea at the same time. The Tarnished had no intention of delaying his quests. Stepping into the dimly lit hallway, Costa narrowed his eyes, scanning his surroundings. Rhea and Selen followed close behind. Where are we going, noble Tarnished?" "Constantine." "Just Costa," the Tarnished grumbled out of habit. "Looking for a hidden passage. Aren't you curious about those strange noises you've been hearing?" Zariah's pupils narrowed. Noises. The manor was much larger than he remembered. He doubted he'd find the passage he needed without tearing the place apart. And even then, he had a hard time picturing what exactly the hidden area beneath the manor would look like. It might take days, if he planned to keep things quiet and not resort to outright destruction. Which was why he needed to start now. After all, he still had to time his meeting with Alexander just right to receive the most valuable treasure ever to grace the lands between. An artifact of immeasurable worth, a symbol of power and prestige. That looked like a completely ordinary and insignificant piece of junk. Costa's eyes gleamed with determination. However, his thoughts were quickly derailed. "By the way, where's Diallos?" Rhea tilted her head in confusion. "I don't know who you're talking about, Constantine." Costa frowned. He remembered the guy's questline but honestly had no idea how his actions might have affected it. Maybe it just wasn't time yet. Then again, before leaving, he had instructed the sorcerers at the academy to help the knight servant. Could that have changed something? It looked like he'd need to make another courtesy visit to Raya Lucaria. The Tarnished sighed. The half-dead lands between, when you really looked at it, was a bottomless pit trying to tear apart any unfortunate Soulslike player who dared venture too deep. "You'll have to show me how you create your illusions," Costa declared firmly. Maybe he would have to stretch himself thin with all these tasks. If he needed extra stats, he'd just grind for them. Selen's eyes gleamed with an intensity Costa had rarely seen. Rhea, seeing the downright terrifying expression on the sorceress's face, took a step back. The next few days were spent searching, until finally, they found the passage they were looking for. Upon seeing Volcano Manor, Melina immediately tensed. She knew who was imprisoned within its depths. And even more so, she knew why her chosen one had decided to venture there. She had been away for just a few days, and that was more than enough for him to get himself tangled in yet another catastrophe terrifying even to the demigods. The girl sighed, adjusting her hood. "Could you stop appearing so suddenly, witch?" the false finger maiden grumbled in irritation. Runni pretended not to hear Melina's complaints. Selen has been surprisingly patient and methodical in her teaching. Even I find her magic lessons to Constantine interesting. What? Melina instinctively snapped open her cursed eye, frantically looking around, but all she caught was the fading shimmer of a starlit afterimage. Runni had fled. The smug witch had escaped without explaining anything. Chapter 44. One question. Just one question crossed Melina's mind the moment she saw what was happening. What is going on? Two men, one half-naked, the other clad in heavy armor, stood a short distance from the manor on the scorched volcanic plain, burning each other with their gazes alone. Melina instantly recognized the Crucible Knight. As for Costa, well, that went without saying. The knight didn't have to remove his helmet for anyone to understand his intent. Melina directed her question to Selen. Her voice was melancholic, devoid of anger, laced with reluctant acceptance. The sorceress flinched, feeling a phantom ache shoot through her body, and forced a smile. "A duel, my lady. Please close that cursed eye of yours, it unnerves me." Mostly because of its mysterious properties, which lore scholars, both reputable and otherwise, were still debating endlessly on various forums. The discomfort she felt every time Melina opened her usually sealed, though, as of late, not so much, I was never a good sign. Selen trusted her instincts. As much as she was intrigued by something so unusual and enigmatic, she'd rather observe its effects from a safe distance. Melina narrowed her eyes. They had already sorted things out, the hierarchy was established. And yet, Selen remained remarkably uncontrollable. Under normal circumstances, Melina would have long since eliminated her, but their situation was so far from normal that trying to compare it to anything was pointless. And what infuriated her the most was that Selen understood this, which was exactly why she allowed herself such frivolities. What a witch! The other women didn't concern her as much. With the exception of that filthy temptress at the round table hold. The one who stole warmth from the tarnished, her tarnished, in such a questionable manner. But Constantine hadn't interacted with her recently. He had been too busy with his other quests, leaving only Selen within Melina's line of sight. A witch even bolder than the other semi-divine witch. But at least that one was honorable, and Melina knew she wouldn't do anything stupid. Probably. Most likely. Maybe. Melina desperately wanted to believe that. Selen, however, was different. The false finger maiden let out an unexpectedly weary sigh and closed her cursed eye. Selen raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. I will not harm you, Melina said calmly. Just promise me you won't exploit his weaknesses for your own gain. The jealous girlie greatly underestimates her chosen one, Selen smirked. At those words, Melina flushed, both with rage and embarrassment. Fortunately, Selen was quick to continue before the goddess's daughter had time to do anything to her. You may not believe in my honor or honesty, Selen said smoothly, but do not underestimate my sense of reason. Have I ever given you a cause to doubt it? Seeing Melina's deeply skeptical gaze, Selen let out a soft giggle. I crave the like no less than you do. Perhaps even more. Is that really so unnatural? The false finger maiden had no answer to that. Instead, she averted her gaze, deep in thought. What drowning man wouldn't want someone to reach out and save him? Even among those who had long lost their will, many still hoped. And what about those who had no intention of perishing at all? Melina exhaled slowly, shifting her attention back to the two men. He considers him a serious opponent, she asked. Selen smiled cryptically. Yes and no. The goddess's daughter frowned, demanding an explanation. It was actually very simple. Costa never underestimated Crucible Knights. Back in the day, their insane poise had drained much of his patience and sanity. That is, unless you overleveled, of course. And while now he was definitely overleveled, Constantine wasn't the type to dismiss weaker opponents outright. He knew, Soulslike games had taught him well, that bosses weren't the hardest part of the game. The real threat was the trash mobs you had to plow through just to reach the boss. Every single enemy, no matter how weak, no matter what level a casual or tryhard might be, could potentially be dangerous. Hesitation meant defeat. And let's not even talk about the dogs. But in this case, the reason for taking off his armor was something entirely different. Costa, an experienced Souls-like player who had fully awakened, was doing what all experienced players did at some point in their career. He was trolling. Blatantly. Deliberately. With his very presence, he was mocking the Crucible Knight's heavy armor. And the knight knew it. Arm yourself, tarnished. Only the greater will knew how much Tanitha's knight was holding himself back. The openly mocking tarnished wasn't even giving him the bare minimum of knightly respect. Not a single shred. Your armor restricts you, Costa's eyes sharpened, like an experienced tryhard, trying to educate an innocent newbie whose only previous gaming experience was Pressure Washer Simulator. You think just because you leveled up and found a good set, you've become invincible. That's not just casualizing the game. That's just being a noob. The tarnished smirked, then, without warning, he clapped his hands together. And laid down on the scorched ground, sprawling out as if he were about to take a nap. 1. To say his actions were strange would be an understatement. But that only made them more infuriating. The Crucible Knight snapped. Behind him, spectral angelic wings unfurled, his massive sword glowing with power. With a flash, the armored knight lunged forward, intending to tear the arrogant Tarnished apart. Only. The outcome was already obvious. Those dodges. Rhea whispered, drawn by the sounds of battle. Costa, rolling effortlessly around his furious opponent, occasionally patting the knight's shoulder as if in encouragement. At first glance, it looked bizarre. At second, third, and fourth glances. Still bizarre. But at the same time, the fluidity, the grace of those dodges, was almost hypnotic. Each perfect roll, each frame-perfect dodge, briefly phased Costa out of space and time. It was perfection. Selen nodded, unsurprised when she turned and found that Melina had already vanished. If General Radon couldn't kill the Tarnished, what hope did a Crucible Knight have? He was strong, yes. One of the few who had once sworn fealty to the first Elden Lord, having survived multiple eras of the lands between. But he was nowhere near the might of the strongest demigods. The outcome was inevitable, Constantine won. He exhausted his opponent, forcing him to drop his sword and fall to his knees, acknowledging the absolute superiority of a seasoned Soulslike player. Though, to the women's collective surprise, the ending was far more dramatic than they had expected. Rolling. The Crucible Knight rasped, barely able to speak. How did you reach such power, Tarnished? Tanitha's loyal knight knelt before Constantine. But Constantine didn't look down on him. And not because the Crucible Knight, even kneeling, was still taller than him. No, Constantine's gaze was the same as that of a veteran, who had just seen potential in a rookie. I kept trying until I got it right, Costa said matter-of-factly. And when I did get it right, I didn't stop. Didn't stop, the Crucible Knight whispered. Different builds, challenges. Costa's eyes scanned the battlefield before he lowered his voice. Speedruns. For some reason, those words sent a chilling shiver through the air. Everyone felt it. Even if they didn't fully comprehend the true horror of the Tarnished's words. Not that he needed them to. You thought the world had given you everything and that there was no room left for growth, but you've limited yourself too much, Costa declared with inspiration. A true Souls-like player doesn't restrict themselves with conventions, or even the game engine itself. The Crucible Knight, somehow grasping the deeper meaning behind his words, unexpectedly bowed his head. He remained composed, but this time, without challenge, his posture carried cold determination and acknowledgement. What must I do? Costa clapped again, this time without mockery, only respect. And truly, how could he not respect someone who actually managed to understand his nonsense? The Tarnished smiled. Everyone started as a noob. That was normal. You've grown too used to your armor, Knight. It's become your power, making you complacent. Do you even remember the last time you took it off? I understand, the Crucible Knight nodded solemnly. An unseen Melina rubbed her eyes. She felt drained. And rightly so, because the Crucible Knight, ever composed, began removing his armor. In the end, he stood clad only in a loincloth, one eerily similar to Costa's own. A figure of muscle and scars, his body marked with draconic growths, the knight stood before Costa, a noob who had finally set foot on the true path. He still bore the face of an old man, but who said it was ever too late to start anew? Sweating from failed attempts and cursing everything under the sun was something you could do at 15 or 50. This was one of the core pillars of the community. Excellent, Costa said with complete composure. Now, repeat after me. The Tarnished raised his hands toward the sun. Praise the sun. For a brief moment, the Crucible Knight hesitated. Then, firmly, he echoed the Tarnished's cry. Two half-naked men, magnificent in their solemnity, standing upon the scorched ground, had reached an understanding. What is happening? Rhea, Melina, and Selen turned their heads toward Tanith. Though her mask remained in place, it could not fully conceal the expression of the Lady of Volcano Manor. "They're just insane, isn't it obvious?" Patches scratched his bald head. "What?" Naturally, he had no idea why everyone was looking at him so strangely. Surprisingly, Rhea had little trouble believing that there was a hidden passage in their home. Having spent her entire conscious life in the manor, she had noticed plenty of oddities, and the existence of some secret extension to the manor would explain a lot. So when she saw Selen touch an unassuming wall, only for it to crumble in a flash of casual energy, revealing a concealed passageway, she wasn't even that surprised. It would be strange if the son of the Grand Master of Raya Lucaria wasn't a skilled sorcerer, Selen muttered thoughtfully, examining the wall. Ordinarily, she could sense such hidden passages easily. But this wall had been indistinguishable from the rest of the manor. If the Tarnished hadn't known for certain that a passage existed, they might never have found it. So it was real. Rhea murmured in quiet resignation. Unbelievable. Truth be told, she had long known her mother had lied to her. Not just about the manor's secrets, but about many things. She simply had no proof and had subconsciously avoided unpleasant questions. Who would have thought that the man she had personally invited would be the one to uncover the truth? Lady Tanith, my mother, lied to me. Was I not born by the grace of the king? Rhea shook off those wrong thoughts, turning her gaze to Constantine. This passage. Does it lead to the Lord? It's one of the ways to reach him, Costa grimaced, sinking into unpleasant memories. God, how he had hated exploring this place, too. And yet, there were so many players who loved it. Truly, the ways of the community were inscrutable. From the passage, a repulsive giant slug slowly slithered out. Why do you need to fight him? Rhea started glancing around, feeling like her mother could appear at any moment and find out what they had discovered. You'll understand when you see him, Costa shrugged. His social skills had long surpassed any other Soulslike player of his caliber, but even he found it difficult to explain what became of the current Lord of Volcano Manor. Seriously, he should have just gone farming like a normal person instead of this. Can I come with you? Rhea whispered. Costa shrugged. Sure. But first, I need to prepare. Prepare. Melina's eyebrow twitched. Her Tarnished never prepared. At first, he refused to be a casual, and besides, he never needed preparation in the first place. But it didn't take long for her to realize what he meant. A magic staff appeared in Constantine's hand, which he struck against the ground. Casual energy flowed into the staff and radiated outward. Objectively, Melina found it hard to say exactly how long she had been gone. More than a few days. Probably. But no more than a week. A pathetic week, hardly any time at all in the lands between, where nothing of significance had happened for decades, if not centuries. But, as usual, Constantine had his own opinion on the matter. Or perhaps, he had no opinion at all. Which was somehow even scarier. Before them stood a perfect copy of Constantine. A material illusion, mirroring the Tarnished's every movement, woven from golden energy. Stable, so much so that even Melina couldn't immediately tell which of them was real. Seeing how ecstatic Selen looked, it wasn't hard to guess who had taught him this. There is no limit to casualization. Both Constantine said it at the same time, then simultaneously grimaced. You still need a bit more practice, my apprentice, Selen whispered sweetly. Rhea, nearly shifting into her snake form out of pure shock, stared at the two Tarnished with wide eyes. Costa grimaced again. Obviously, the developers, who had already given casuals 1,000,001 ways to make the game easier, had stopped short of gifting players Selen's ability to create stable material illusions. But this world was different. In a way, this was the first casualization that Costa had actually mastered himself, one that didn't just come pre-installed due to his bizarre existence. Costa grimaced again, this time, only him. The illusion remained motionless. I need to farm more, Costa thought, glancing at the innocently crawling slug. The illusion slowly turned its head toward Melina, who visibly flinched. Can you teleport me, Meli? Still refusing to manifest, the false finger maiden grabbed the illusion's hand, gasping at how real it felt, before both of them vanished, swept away by the currents of grace to some far-off place beyond Volcano Manor. Rhea, her horror barely concealed, stared at the spot where the copy of Constantine had just been. Ghosts SS. She hissed, her voice slipping into something serpentine. And her tail flicking through the air. Selen's gaze snapped to Rhea's tail. Costa, barely sparing it a glance, still adjusting to being in two places at once, reached into his inventory and pulled out Meli's gift, looking at the club with pure love in his eyes. Words couldn't describe how happy he was to have received a present from her. And now, finally, he could use it. Rhea, coming back to her senses, finally noticed the way Selen was staring at her. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked. Following the sorceress's gaze, she suddenly froze, and let out a frightened hiss. Powers SS Almighty. I wonder which powers she's talking about, and how many phases they have. Constantine mused as he headed into the hidden passage. Still struggling to move his legs, he felt each step growing easier. Though he still had to figure out how to explain why he needed to. Well, quite literally tear himself in two. As it turned out, his greatest enemy wasn't bosses, mobs, or even interactions with his waifus, but time. In the game, quests would wait for him as long as needed. Here, though, this place introduced a whole new factor. Thankfully, it didn't take Melina long to realize where Constantine was headed. There were times when Alexander hated his life. Normally, he was a rather cheerful warrior jar, but if he was being honest with himself, his entire existence had been artificially created. So he wasn't exactly designed for life or survival, in general. Not that he usually dwelled on it, except for moments like these. He was stuck in a hole. Again, 3 great jars above. It happened often. Way too often. Sometimes he was trapped for days, sometimes he got out easily. There were times when the warrior jar genuinely thought he wouldn't meet his end in battle, but in some random hole instead. Even though Alexander put on a brave face, showing no signs of fear, every single pit he encountered terrified him. Natural enemies in an unnatural form. Opponents he could never defeat. They could only be buried. Then again, was that really winning? What am I even thinking about? Alexander sighed, somehow. Hey! Can anyone hear me? I'm stuck. Somebody help. Hey, Ennio, OH stars, Constantine, where did you come from? The last person Alexander had expected to see was the tarnished hero who had materialized out of thin air, accompanied by a slightly bewildered finger maiden. I came to help, Constantine said with complete composure, deliberately ignoring how he had even found him. And to invite you somewhere. Invite? The Jar Warrior echoed in surprise. What are you talking about, my friend? Constantine smiled. Have you ever tempered yourself in a volcano? I thought you might find it interesting. Alexander, who had just been preparing to set out toward Gelmir, shuddered, jar and all. Is my friend becoming omniscient? Wait. Did he imagine it, or did the tarnished's form just glow for a moment? No, surely he was just imagining it. Melina, seeing how lost the Jar Warrior looked, pursed her lips, staring at Constantine's illusory form. He scolded me for running away from healing. Again. She was almost afraid to imagine what he would become when he finally sat on the throne of Elden Lord. But the more she observed, the more she wanted to see it for herself. Not just to keep an eye on the witches and other questionable individuals around him. But simply to witness it. To feel pride for her chosen tarnished. To experience an era the lands between had never seen before. A vision of the Crucible Knight stripping off his armor and accepting Constantine's faith flashed through her mind. Perhaps, in the end, she wouldn't need to protect him from scheming women. She might have to protect the world from him instead. Despite herself, Melina hadn't even noticed the subtle shift in her own thinking. She was starting to see herself in a time where she was never meant to be. And that, without a doubt, was a good thing. Chapter 45. Did Patches expect to receive orders from Tanith? Honestly, after everything that had happened in the past few days, he had completely forgotten about it. As in, entirely forgotten that he owed anyone anything. You look exhausted, Patches. Running from the Inquisitor again? He was running from me, the former law-abiding bandit huffed, turning up his nose. From somewhere on the second floor, distant, deranged laughter echoed. Patches flinched, glancing toward the staircase. Who in their right mind keeps a mad Inquisitor in their manor? Sometimes, he felt like the only sane person in the entire lands between. I thought so, Lady Tanith chuckled behind her mask. I have a new task for you. It's urgent. But I already. It's urgent, Patches, she pressed, her voice sharp. But just as quickly, it softened into something gentle and coaxing, only a noble hero like you can handle it. Of course, that's me. Patches declared proudly, then, realizing what he had just agreed to, smacked himself on his bald head. But you already have. He abruptly shut up the moment he met the cold, lifeless gaze of the Crucible Knight. Ever since undressing, the knight had become 100 times more terrifying. Even his aura had changed. Lady Tanith sighed, shifting her gaze to her ever-unflinching knight. As his lady, she could not order him to put his armor back on. If she were an unmarried woman, well, given the state of his physical condition, perhaps she wouldn't have minded. The draconic features didn't faze her in the slightest. But as the lady of Volcano Manor, Tanith remained faithful to her husband, despite everything, even if he had become a giant, grotesque serpent abomination. Really, though, these men and their peculiar interests. Only you can handle this mission, Patches, Tanith sighed. Surely, I can rely on such a brave tarnished, can I not? But if you're not enough, I could ask the Inquisitor to go why. How about Knight Bernal? Patches blurted out. He's already on another task, she replied smoothly. But don't worry, I'm sure you'll quickly find common ground with the Inquisi. I got it, I got it. Patches practically screeched, hearing the distant laughter grow, closer. What do you need, Lady Tanith? Follow the secret path after the powerful Tarnished, the sorceress, and my daughter. Observe them and report everything that happens. Of course, if you sense any trouble, the Inquisi. Patches was already gone. Somewhere in the depths of the manor, mad laughter echoed once more. Lady Tanith, now alone with her nearly naked Crucible Knight, shook her head. Would you consider wearing something other than just that loincloth, my servant? Not a single muscle on the knight's face twitched. Tanith sighed again, this time, in resignation. Had Melina been here to witness this scene, she would have felt a deep, profound sense of sympathy for the lady of Volcano Manor. Fortunately, or unfortunately, she was elsewhere. Underscore 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 underscore. The last thing Melina had expected to see was her chosen Tarnished bathing in lava alongside a sentient warrior jar. Yet, here they were. Completely unexpectedly. Spontaneously. Oh. Fiery mountain. Temper me in your flames. Oh ho ho. Constantine, sitting beside him, remained motionless, his expression focused, serious, as if he were enduring a trial of the gods. Clearly, his material illusion was not thrilled about being burned alive. Alexander, however, was thinking along similar lines, glanced at Constantine with concern. I never thought that beings of flesh and blood could temper themselves in fire, my friend. But I am still grateful that you brought me to this place. I would have taken an eternity to get here on my own, ha ha ha. Costa gave a stern nod. At first, I didn't consider that not everyone has the luxury of easily traveling across the lands between. But if the timing of a quest doesn't line up, adjust it yourself. For a brief moment, the man's form flickered with light before stabilizing again. Clearly, while this controlled illusion of the Tarnished was keeping up the conversation with the warrior jar, his real body was occupied with something else. Melina, of course, had a good idea of what that was. Clearing the area. The dreaded farming. And yet, she felt a strange sense of pride. If someone had told her at the beginning of their journey that her chosen Tarnished would, probably in the near future, not only be able to hold conversations with other beings but also do so through a controlled illusion while simultaneously handling other tasks, Melina would have just sighed. Even she, the daughter of a goddess, doubted she could have learned such a thing so quickly. Obviously, this was a skill Constantine hadn't always had. His consciousness must have evolved to an absurd level, but it seemed like he wasn't in a rush to fully utilize it. Yes, my friend, fate has bound us together. Alexander sighed, somehow. Constantine's material illusion wavered, his skin momentarily peeling away to reveal golden strands of light woven together. Cursing under his breath, Costa got to his feet and then rolled, through the lava toward the nearest outcropping that wasn't submerged in molten rock. Oh, stars! Alexander shook his jar-like head. His friend was certainly unusual. Fortunately, the body woven from casual energy didn't completely break down, quickly stabilizing again. Even casualization requires practice, Costa remarked, completely unfazed. Then, after a brief pause, he added, "You already figured out I'm not really here, haven't you?" Alexander let out a hearty, good-natured laugh. "Of course, my friend. I highly doubt your real body would be bothered by such temperatures. After all, the Tarnished was the bearer of 3 great runes, had faced one of the most powerful demigods in the realm, and emerged from the battle completely unscathed. His body's regeneration was nothing short of unnatural." "I'm sorry," Costa's expression wavered slightly, his composure not as solid as before. "I'm just trying to keep up with everything. I've never had a time challenge like this before." Melina, watching from a distance, tensed. Of course, she understood him. Probably everyone who interacted with him did. They couldn't keep up. Events moved too fast, too imperceptibly, and trying to catch up with this man was almost impossible. She had never even asked if her mother was one of his waifus. And that answer might determine not just the fate of the lands between, but the fate of Constantine himself. "Oh, nonsense!" Alexander bellowed. "If not for you, I'd still be stuck in that damned pit, and who knows how long it would have taken me to get here. And how did you even know about the oil, too, ho ho ho?" Constantine didn't answer, his face settling back into its usual unreadable state. Melina knew how deeply the man respected the warrior jar. Alexander had helped him embrace hardcore casualization, and while she still didn't fully grasp what that meant, she understood that it had been something incredibly important to him. It was after that conversation that Constantine had truly begun to change. Alexander, noticing the serious, yet oddly unreadable, expression on Constantine's face, crossed his arms. "I see. You've taken on a heavy burden, my friend, but..." The warrior jar thumped a hand against his hardened shell. "Know this, I'd be an absolute fool to hold a grudge over such a small matter. You helped me become even stronger, even though I've done almost nothing for you." "You've done far more than you think," Constantine muttered, "not just for himself, but for the entire community. That is true friendship," Alexander declared. "So don't dwell on the fact that you couldn't do everything exactly as you wanted. What matters is that, in the end, we've met again." Constantine was about to respond, but Alexander continued, and for the first time in what felt like ages, Melina saw the Tarnished genuinely emotional. "On my way here, I crafted something for you. Take it. I believe it will suit you well." Alexander reached deep into his jar-like body, rummaging around. Constantine's material illusion stared at the offering, its heart, woven from pure casualization, stopping for a moment in anticipation. To be honest, Melina felt a twinge of indignation. Constantine's reaction was eerily similar to when she had gifted him the club, crafted from the dead branch of the Erd tree itself, reinforced and enhanced by one of the greatest blacksmiths in the lands between. And yet, Alexander was offering him a jar. A completely ordinary jar. Or was it? Had she underestimated its significance? Without hesitation, Constantine rolled through the lava, reaching the astonished Alexander, and accepted the gift with absolute reverence. "I will treasure this jar like a waifu," he declared solemnly, lowering his gaze to the vessel. The illusionary man's eyes burned with light like never before. Or perhaps it was simply that his illusion was already at its limit. A grand artifact, a symbol of might and dominance, an ultimate mark of a true tryhard, revered in legend, sung of in ballads, rendered in CGI animations. "This is but a small gift," Alexander chuckled, though he was clearly pleased by how warmly the Tarnished had received it. "More importantly, though, the flames here are too weak. I won't be able to temper my body so that it never cracks again." Unfortunately, the lava was insufficient to fortify his jar to the degree he desired. "I suppose I shall head east. I recently heard an ancient saying, if you seek the eternal flame of ruin, make your way to the snowy mountaintops of the giants, high above the clouds." Of all the things Melina did not expect, it was for Alexander to suddenly provide her Tarnished with a direct lead towards something terrifying. Thankfully, before she had time to panic, Constantine turned his head toward her, as if sensing her reaction. "You shouldn't go there," he stated flatly. "If you need help with tempering, I can try using my flames to aid you." Alexander frowned. At least, Costa thought he did. "You have already done far too much for me, Constantine," the warrior jar rumbled, shaking his vessel-like body. "As much as I would like to accept your help once more, I still have my pride as a warrior. I ask for your understanding." Costa exhaled quietly, then gave a reluctant nod. Of course, he understood. This was the mindset of all hardcore tryhards. No summons. No spirits. No consumables, controllers, monitors, or even the game itself. "I understand." Constantine's illusion watched Alexander depart with complicated emotions. On one hand, he felt immense relief. On the other, it was as if the warrior jar himself was marching toward his ending. And while Alexander may not have considered it a bad one, to Constantine, it was horrifying. "Is this jar the reason you created this illusion, Constantine?" A cold voice cut through the moment. Melina had appeared. Costa turned his head toward his waifu, lost in thought. The waifu sorceress was right, he wasn't perceiving the world the same way as he would in his real body. Everything felt muted, dulled. Even his vision was like seeing everything from the corner of his eye, and in a way, that was exactly what was happening. He was occupied elsewhere, devoting only a fraction of his attention to this illusion. Without this unnatural perception, he physically wouldn't have been able to pull off this trick. The human mind simply wasn't built for it. Not to mention the nature of the magic itself, it didn't just require conjuring a projection, it demanded that a literal piece of his consciousness be severed and infused into a cluster of casual energy. For Selen, whose soul and mind had long existed within primeval glintstone, this wasn't an issue. Her consciousness was vastly different from that of an ordinary person, which, arguably, could be said about any sufficiently powerful casual. Constantine closed his illusionary eyes, pushing away unnecessary thoughts. "I will use this gift only once, when the time comes. But yours. I will use it until it breaks." Melina hadn't expected to hear that from her Tarnished. She felt her heart skip a beat, warmth spreading through her chest. "You won't break it so easily," she said, standing a little taller with pride. His words were pleasant. Lately, they hadn't had much time to speak alone. And though she didn't love the fact that, at this very moment, Constantine's real body was somewhere else, likely with that arrogant witch. She had to admit, that arrogant witch had helped him tremendously, revealing a unique magic that would allow him to accomplish everything he wanted. That thought alone made her feel a little better. "Yeah, Melly," Constantine said, completely unfazed. Melina had been about to protest at the nickname, purely out of principle, when suddenly Constantine held out a jar to her. Instinctively, she took it. "I couldn't keep holding it forever," the tarnished said with a casual shrug. "Thanks. You really helped me." She instantly understood what he meant. His body was beginning to dissolve. Before she could say anything, his illusion crumbled away, leaving the false finger maiden standing alone, clutching a strange jar. Just before he disappeared completely, she barely caught his voice in the distance. "Try not to run from healing." Melina pressed her lips together. Her tarnished had perfectly timed his exit. But that wasn't even what bothered her the most. "I was just about to ask if he considers the goddess a waifu." Another moment lost. She let out a soft sigh, lowering her gaze to the jar. Still, she was glad. At least this time, she, the most useless finger maiden in the history of the lands between, had been able to help. Of course, she'd still have to find another moment to ask her pressing question. "Anne." Melina lowered her head further, hiding her face beneath her hood. Maybe she really should stop avoiding his healing. But she'd still have to ask him to make sure it was a bit more private. Realizing how that sounded, even in her own head, Melina let out a tiny, almost inaudible squeak. Life in a Soulslike had prepared her for a painful, and repeated, death, but not for the realization that she would have to ask a man to be alone with her, just so the other women wouldn't see her embarrassing reaction to enjoyment. Unfair. Underscore 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 underscore. Patches had suspected that the manor was bigger than it seemed. But he had not expected to find an entire burning city beneath it. May all the outer gods, the queen, and goddess Marika's divine curves have mercy. A city crawling with actual humanoid snakes. The ones that had survived. "Hey, you!" A serpent man, hissing from behind the remains of a building, cautiously peeked out and stared at the bandit in shock. Patches sauntered up, squatting down next to the creature. "You seen a half-naked psycho? Or just a regular psycho?" The serpent man let out a fearful hiss, glancing around nervously. Patches could understand. Destruction was everywhere. The ground was covered in fresh craters, as if some giant had been swinging a massive club through the hidden city. And let's not even talk about the sheer number of corpses, serpent men, marionettes, bats, and the undead, all piled up in various states of defeat. SSSS, F. Fairms. Patches flinched. That forbidden word. It was spreading quickly throughout the lands between, striking terror into the few remaining beings who still retained a shred of sanity. Harvesting, no, farming, was a nightmare beyond comprehension. Yeah, that's the one, good job, buddy. Quick thinker. Now, where did he go? Hurry up, I'm a busy man, got a business to run, you know. The serpent man froze. Then, oddly, it let out a strange hiss as its neck began to stretch, unnaturally long. Seeing the formerly harmless creature growing larger and larger, the brave tarnished made the only rational decision. Run. Fortunately, if there was one thing Patches was good at, it was running. Before the serpent could fully transform, Patches had already bolted. The creature hissed in surprise, watching the bald man flee at an impressive speed. The hidden city beneath the manor, once teeming with horrors, was now a graveyard. Well, Technically, that was nothing unusual for the lands between. But this time, it had been one man that turned it into a wasteland. That half-naked lunatic had wiped out everything, leaving only a handful of barely sentient beings cowering in the ruins. As Patches continued searching for the tarnished, another problem emerged, the lakes of lava and the overwhelming heat. It was so hot that Patches actually found himself grateful to the Greater Will for blessing him with a bald head. The problem of the lava lakes remained unsolved, forcing Patches to search for an alternate route. More than once, he had to rely on the mechanics of non-existent parkour, leaping across ledges. In short, he had lost track of the tarnished long ago. Where am I? Why is this place so huge? Patches clutched his head, barely able to breathe. It was hot. Unbearably hot. The very color palette of this place seared his eyes. The hidden section of Volcano Manor had unfolded into a sprawling, winding labyrinth. At some point, Patches had simply lost his way. Honestly, he would have loved nothing more than to escape. Just run, never look back. But two things stopped him. First, he was lost and had no idea how to leave. Second, he really wanted to hear a few more of Tanitha's praises for his underappreciated, at least by society's more self-aware half, persona. Finally, someone who understood him. And for that, he needed to complete her task. Unfortunately, that meant more exploring. And so, he found himself squeezing through cracks, climbing over ravines, and pushing open an alarming number of strange doors. One such door gave him pause. A massive, pale, bloated form lay resting at the center of the chamber. Marika's. Patches whispered, but never finished, as the enormous, slumbering mass twitched. Not even the Greater Will itself could determine the sheer effort it took for the bandit to not scream at the top of his lungs. But, whether fortunately or unfortunately, he didn't. Whatever that thing was, it remained asleep. It seemed he had not triggered its aggro. 3. They really need to clean out this basement. Patches barely stopped himself from groaning aloud. Did Tanith even know what was living under her manor? What kind of lady of the house let this happen? Slowly, carefully, feeling his heart hammering in his chest, he crept around the beast's perimeter and finally slipped out through a window. The moment he was safely outside, Patches exhaled in relief and, after a quick glance over his shoulder, let out a smug laugh. See that, you bloated bastard? It's me, Patches the Untethered. The beast inside let out an earth-shaking roar. Patches bolted, once again speedrunning deeper into the hidden city, still trying to track down that insane tarnished. Conveniently, forgetting his own fear. Hey! Walking piles of iron, where am I? Two abductor virgins exchanged confused glances. 4. Patches sighed as they began rolling toward him at an ominous pace. He was really starting to get tired. And yet, Patches' survival instincts remained impeccable. He had scoured nearly the entire hidden portion of the manor without dying even once. Say what you will about the so-called honest merchant, but the fact that he had outlived some of the lands between's bravest heroes had to mean something. And people say luck isn't a skill. Now, where is the exit? Wait. A path? Patches muttered, scratching his bald head. He had scoured every inch of the lower manor, finding only traces of the tarnished's activities. But him, his waifu, or that snake girl? Nowhere to be found. Patches was starting to suspect that the half-naked lunatic had finished whatever act of mass destruction he had set out to accomplish and had already left. He was wrong. Because Constantine was still searching, too. Searching for an alternate route to the boss room, meticulously inspecting every stone in this new, but familiar, location. And so, following after the tarnished and his waifu, Patches unknowingly led them to the only place left. The boss has to be here. The calm voice behind Patches sent a shudder down his spine. He barely had time to turn before Constantine kicked him directly into the path. Wah! Patches tumbled down, rolling all the way to the bottom of the passage, landing in a completely unexplored area. Scrambling to his feet, the very offended merchant whipped his head back toward where he'd fallen from. Only to see Constantine. Perfectly still. Perfectly composed. And, for some goddamned reason, smug as all hell. "Hey! Why the hell did you kick me?" That's a question the community has been asking for years. Constantine's calm response only deepened Patch's frown. He didn't get it. At all. "Listen, buddy," Patches began, putting on his best fake grin, "how about you help me out of here, huh?" The Tarnished feigned deep thought. "I'll help," Constantine finally said with a smile. "But first, I need you to do something. Could you check out that cave?" "Huh. He's chattier than I expected," Patches mused, rubbing his bald head. "Sure, pal." He turned and peered into the narrow passage. Shrugging, he made his way forward. With every step, the cave widened, growing larger and larger until, finally, he stepped into a true arena. If the last creature had inspired fear, then. Upon seeing this boss, Patches felt nothing but exhaustion and rage. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Why me? A creature, dozens of meters tall. A grotesque, mutated serpent, a writhing mass of intertwined corpses, coiled into a massive knot, slowly opened its eyes. Praetor Ricard, who had not seen new visitors for a long time, awakened from his slumber. And, honestly, he probably shouldn't have. Chapter 46. TN, missed a whole week, here are a few chapters to make up for it. Both Sorayas and Selen could only speculate about what the Praetor looked like. But while the sorceress remained largely indifferent, Rhea was drowning in doubt. The hidden city of the Serpent Men had opened her eyes, nearly driving her to despair, but it had not consumed her. Not only because she was too preoccupied with watching the Tarnished farming with his club, like an unstoppable force of nature tearing through the city, leaving behind only those few who had the sense not to attack him and instead hid among the ruins, but also because of an unexpected gift. A gift that had come so suddenly, it had left her momentarily stunned. To some, it was vile, repulsive. But to Rhea, it was something warm and familiar, a serpent's amnion, one. It seemed as if Constantine had known from the very beginning exactly what to look for to help her, and so they had turned the entire hidden section of the manor upside down. It seemed the man wanted to complete her quest as quickly as possible. But as it turned out, all of her worries, and even Constantine's terrifying farming spree, were just a prelude to the true horror. They knew he was searching for the Lord. He had been looking under every rock, trying to find the path to some hidden place that only he seemed to know about. A secret passage. And in the end, he found it. Or rather, he found Patches, but Constantine wasn't one to turn down help. Casualization wasn't a sin, after all. This is, the Lord of Volcano Manor. Selen knew firsthand what experiments with magic could lead to. She had conducted plenty herself on other astrologers, which was largely why she had earned her reputation. She did not believe in restrictions, refused to accept limitations, and had tried every possible path to climb higher and further. That in itself wasn't necessarily a bad thing. What was bad was that she had forgotten the boundaries that didn't restrict her, but supported her. Selen glanced at the Tarnished, wondering if he had intended to show her the Praetor from the start. After all, if he knew how dangerous it was, he could have simply told them to wait above, couldn't he? Or did he believe that as long as they were by his side, they were safer, even if they were up against the outer gods themselves? Or perhaps, there were other reasons. Or maybe, he simply didn't give it much thought. Interesting, the sorceress mused, narrowing her eyes with a smile. There was still something she wanted to test, but for now, the opportunity had not presented itself. Rhea was far less composed. She stared in horror at the monstrous, towering beast before her, just as powerful as it was grotesque. Lord, she trembled, her legs weakening beneath her. Her mother's barrier wouldn't protect her. Nothing would. If that thing lunged at her, she had little hope of escape. She couldn't believe she had been living right above something like this all this time. And even more than that, she couldn't believe that her mother, the one she called mother, had been sending the manor's servants, her most loyal ones, to this thing. It was madness. It was too much. Buddy! Patches screamed, dashing behind the ever-unfazed Constantine and hiding behind his back. The praetor, not yet making any move to attack, regarded his guests with curiosity. "He's not quite him yet, too," Costa said calmly, staring at the massive serpent's face. "I doubt we'll be able to have a proper conversation." Not that he seemed particularly disappointed by that. The man glanced around. "Step back, he's got AoE attacks." The experience of a father's belt phasing through textures must have had a profound impact on the vision of the genius game designers. Rhea and Selen exchanged glances. "Did you not hear him?" Patches screeched, grabbing the women and pulling them back. "Run, run, run, before I change my mind about protecting you, run." Constantine, watching in mild surprise as the suspiciously motivated rogue dragged the waifus away at record speed, felt something unusual. For the first time, he didn't feel like kicking Patches off something. Who knew how long that feeling would last, but right now, it was real. Of course, Runni couldn't ignore something like this. The demigoddess had her regrets, but most of them she had let go of long ago. But what her own brother had turned himself into, in his pursuit of power, that, she couldn't ignore. "He deserves to be freed," she said coolly. "What's with the jar?" Melina, who had just arrived in time for the show, clutched the vessel more tightly, nearly dropping it. The thought of how her tarnished would react if she dropped it terrified her. "Please, don't ask," she exhaled, turning her gaze to Tryhard. The expression on the daughter of the goddess's face was strangely indifferent. She was growing less and less concerned for Constantine. It wasn't out of apathy or arrogance, but rather simple, natural trust. So this is the path Carian royalty chose to oppose the Golden Order. It wasn't often that Melina managed to get a rise out of Runni. In fact, it was almost unheard of, partly because they rarely interacted, and partly because the demigoddess was simply better with words and able to control her emotions with ease. But right now, the words of the false finger maiden hit home. Seeing the slight pout forming on the normally composed demigoddess's spectral face, Melina felt an immense sense of satisfaction. "Suck on that, witch." Of course, outwardly, Melina remained just as calm and indifferent. "The path my brother chose to walk, in pursuit of freedom," Runni narrowed her eyes. "You are not the one to judge him, maiden." The demigoddess turned away with an air of finality. And yet, she had seen the slight smile hidden beneath Melina's hood. And that irked her. Runni huffed, puffing up her spectral cheeks even more. She shot the insufferably smug false finger maiden a glare, mentally promising to get back at her for this one. After all, how could she argue against the words of the goddess's daughter, when she had been thinking the same thing? Radon had been a victim, transformed into a monster against his will. But Tryhard had consciously twisted his own essence, ceasing to be himself. To any sorcerer, the mind was the most important thing they had. Losing a limb, or even an entire body, meant nothing as long as their consciousness remained. But her brother, the son of Queen Renala, the greatest astrologer, had thrown that away, willingly sharing his will with some pathetic snake. Was that not even worse than submitting to an outer god that couldn't even fully influence this world? Runni frowned. Fortunately, neither of the queen's daughters needed to continue this conversation, because now, the real spectacle was about to begin. Both the tarnished and the blasphemous lord had grown tired of staring at each other. Constantine stepped forward, heading straight for the weapon waiting for him, the tool made for slaying this serpent. A hybrid of a great sword and spear, embedded in the ground, as if it had been waiting all this time for someone who could finally slay the beast. To be honest, Costa still couldn't quite believe he was seeing it just sitting there, but the tarnished grasped the weapon, feeling its energy resonate with him, merging with his own. He had already held upgraded weapons before, so this was nothing new to him. Soulslikes were always anime, Costa muttered to himself, leveling the greatsword spear at the serpent. And this kind of fight brings that out the most. The snake hesitated for a moment, then. Lunge. A maw, large enough to swallow him whole, snapped forward. To be fair, Rhea thought this was the end. But she had simply forgotten that she had already witnessed one strange duel with the Tarnished before. Luckily, Constantine reminded her quickly. There was no normal way to dodge the serpent's lunge. It was too big, too fast, there was nowhere to go. Unfortunately for the lands between, roll mechanics worked exactly as intended. Because in Soulslikes, the engine doesn't decide the rules. The player does. Roll. To say the serpent was surprised would be an understatement. Until now, tryhard had been in a dormant state. But now, he opened his eyes, staring directly at Constantine. At first, the gaze was barely interested, but after frowning and taking a closer look. You are unworthy to be sacrificed to the Serpent King. Costa blinked, surprised by yet another inconsistency, but he didn't argue. Instead, he swung his weapon, unhesitatingly tapping into the power slumbering within him, reinforced by his own casual energy. After all, this was a cinematic battle. It needed to be spectacular above all else, not grueling, and the man saw nothing wrong with that. You had to diversify the gameplay somehow, didn't you? A strike. For a moment, a beam of light illuminated the entire battlefield, forcing the spectators to shield their eyes. A painful roar of 100 voices erupted as the monster's maw gaped wide. And this was only the beginning. Grab. Roll. Constantine rolled to the side, and seeing that the shockingly intelligent serpent was already trying to intercept his dodge. He simply and effortlessly leaped backward, not by a step or two, but by dozens of meters, nearly launching himself into the sky. Was there even a ceiling here? Mid-air, the man swung his mighty weapon again, pouring even more power into it. Strike. The serpent howled even more desperately, its massive body, bathed in magma, convulsing uncontrollably, sending fiery splashes everywhere. More and more. Some of the splashes, whether Constantine wanted it or not, landed on his clothing. What little could still be called clothing began melting against his skin, exposing him. The serpent had no idea that all it was doing was unleashing the true power of a Soulslike player. Melina sighed in exasperation. Constantine, unfazed by his attire being burned away, swung his weapon again, feeling it overflowing with power, on the verge of cracking apart. It turned out that Melimeli's gift was far superior to some pre-made piece of iron designed for a single fight. Costa squinted with satisfaction, feeling the warmth of one of the best waifus enveloping him at the thought. Strike. Of course, intellectually, Rhea understood how powerful the Tarnished was. Someone who had collected 3 great runes in such a short time was more terrifying than even the mightiest of the demigods. And yet, it was one thing to hear about it. It was entirely different to witness the ground shaking from every swing of that bizarre weapon, the entire cavern engulfed in golden light, burning their lord alive with every blow, while the beast couldn't even land a hit on what seemed to be just an irritating little fly. Rhea's serpentine tail twitched with intrigue, her pupil narrowing. Well, except for the clothing situation. How are you so calm? Rhea whispered to Selen, turning her head. Patches was nowhere to be seen, he had bolted back the way they came. The sorceress, observing the battle with interest, ignored the half-serpent, fully engrossed in the spectacle. After all, she rarely had the opportunity to personally witness the Tarnished strength rather than just seeing it through an illusion. Going to spit venom? Roll. Magma. Roll. Bite. Roll. To Constantine, the serpent was an open book. It was as if he had fought it dozens, even hundreds of times before. And unlike Radon, whom he had honored as a warrior, the Praetor, who had willingly fed himself to the serpent, did not inspire the same respect. The Lord of Volcano Manor, merged with the devouring serpent, felt it. He felt how the insanely powerful Tarnished was pressuring him, how his gigantic body was being scorched with every single swing of that bizarre but merciless weapon, one that had been lovingly left behind by a predecessor. In the lands between, there was no true death. But that didn't mean one couldn't lose their body. And, fortunately, very few beings could persist as untethered spirits. Praetor Rykard was no exception. Constantine, covered head to toe in magma, didn't even flinch. It simply couldn't harm his skin, sliding off his body as if obeying some unknown will. And, strangest of all, the modest strip of cloth covering his decency, having already survived more battles than any demigod, remained completely intact. The disparity in power was obvious, and soon the wounded serpent realized it. And so, it changed tactics. If it couldn't harm Constantine, it had to target someone it could. The serpent suddenly lunged, its massive body stretching toward the startled Selen and Rhea. The last thing they had expected was for the Tarnished's opponent to suddenly change strategy and cowardly attack them instead of Constantine. Unfortunately for the Praetor, it didn't help. The gaping maw, poised to consume the women whole, was slammed away, along with the rest of the beast. Boom! A thunderous crash rang out, so powerful that it felt like the entire cavern might collapse, burying them all alive. The burst of golden light was so intense that, for a moment, the entire cave was drowned in Constantine's energy. So concentrated, so filled with unrestrained rage, raw fury, that for an instant, it felt as if reality itself trembled. Selen blinked rapidly, trying to clear the blinding afterimage, turning her gaze to Constantine in fascination. How intriguing! The veins across the man's body shone with golden radiance, his once gray eyes now blazing with gold. His entire form was wrapped in a golden shroud, permeating every fiber of his being, creating an utterly unique aura. An otherworldly aura. In the man's grip remained only the hilt of his greatsword spear hybrid, the blade itself shattered by the force it had absorbed. Terrifying, why you're not scared at all? Rhea stammered, her voice trembling. It was as if she had just watched her entire life flash before her eyes. Selen stared thoughtfully at her own shaking hand, then back at the Tarnished, in whose eyes, for perhaps the first time, she saw something akin to fear. What a peculiar weirdo. The sorceress smiled, waving at him to show she was unharmed. Constantine gave a curt nod, casting a brief glance at his broken weapon before casually tossing it aside. Then, his gaze shifted to the struggling serpent, wounded, burned, its body decaying before their eyes. The Praetor had never looked so pitiful. Now, not the serpent, but Rykard's own face stared at them. And in those wide, bloodshot eyes, for the first time in an eternity, there was fear. Heretic, Constantine spat, like an inquisitor laying eyes on the manifestation of filth. A filthy heretic had dared to threaten the few things that made Soulslikes beautiful. Rage. For perhaps the first time since arriving in the lands between, the Tarnished felt pure, unfiltered rage toward an opponent. If both of his waifus had been devoured alive by this giant snake, it would have been an instant loss for him. All his efforts to reach his ending, one he had never gotten to see in the game, would have been meaningless. But most importantly, he had brought them here himself. It had been his mistake. The serpent had gotten too close. This was a lesson Costa wouldn't soon forget. You tried to casualize me, he said, his voice outwardly calm as he slowly approached the Praetor. By itself, that's not a bad thing. What's bad is, how you chose to do it. The last words came out as a growl. Rykard, now fully awakened, sensed the impending doom. He had no idea what the Tarnished meant. He only knew his end was near. Very well. The abomination reached into its own serpentine maw. And pulled out a massive sword, forged from writhing, interwoven bodies. A world without death could create things far worse than simple monsters. Too bad for this world, Souls-like players thrived in it. You want to see what real cheesing, looks like? Constantine's voice turned to ice. I'll show you what real cheesing is. Melina's phantom heart skipped a beat. In one hand, the man now held the club she had gifted him. In the other. It was Runni's turn to be surprised. A summoning bell. The tarnished rang it several times. A strange mass emerged, blinking curiously. But its task became clear immediately. It began to tremble, and took the shape of Constantine. The mimic Tyr's hand formed an exact replica of the club wielded by the tarnished. Not just an imitation, but a perfect copy, temporarily mirroring the full power of the original. For better or worse, the world would never witness two serpent hunters, at once, but it would witness something else. Without a word exchanged, the two half-naked men, practically twins, sprang into action simultaneously. Tryhard let out a thunderous roar, swinging his massive sword. Roll! The wind pressure from the swing was so intense that it would have blown an ordinary person away. But neither Constantine nor the mimic Tyr fell under the definition of ordinary. If anything, the tarnished dodged without even feeling the force, while his copy. For just a moment, it melted into a puddle of goo before instantly reforming back into Constantine's shape. A mimic Tyr upgraded by Roderica, as befitted a true embodiment of absolute casuality, had far too much HP. Smash! Melina's gift, brimming with the full power of the tarnished, proved to be a much more fearsome weapon than the serpent hunter, enduring far more of his strength. The impact was so powerful that the ground beneath the serpent cracked, and the cavern trembled with a dreadful, echoing wail. Unfortunately, that was just the prelude. The mimic Tyr, raising its replica, mimicked Constantine's movement. Smash! Right behind it, Constantine followed up with another crushing blow, unwilling to forgive the serpent for daring to threaten his waifu. Smash! The mimic Tyr required no additional commands. Smash! 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 Anyone who witnessed what Constantine was doing with this strange imitation of ash felt an involuntary shiver run down their spine. What had previously resembled a battle, at least outwardly, had now devolved into a full-fledged beating. The enraged tarnished and his duplicate had gotten right up in the boss's face and were pummeling it, like some rabid beast, each strike reducing the cavern further to rubble. A creature dozens of meters tall had been reduced to nothing more than a punching bag, thrown around the cavern, desperately trying to crawl away from the two monsters. But its greatest flaw, its sheer bulk, had now become its doom. Tryhard had a blind spot beneath his own massive body, a weakness he could do nothing about. And the two relentless beings exploited it ruthlessly, preventing him from so much as touching them. Constantine alone would have been enough to defeat Tryhard. But together with the mimic Tyr, this wasn't even a victory. This was the annihilation of a heretic who dared open his mouth against a waifu. The god-devouring serpent. The blasphemous lord. The lord of Volcano Manor. Once revered Praetor Tryhard, a monster who had devoured the bodies and souls of countless warriors, was reduced to a bloody pulp. Chapter 47. Runni pressed her spectral lips together. This is not how I envisioned my brother's liberation. Melina nodded numbly. Of course, they had expected Constantine to win. Perhaps not this decisively, but win nonetheless. After all, he already possessed 3 great runes, had defeated one of the strongest demigods, claimed his runes and, naturally, his great rune, making himself even stronger. In the end, he had farmed a lot. But the way in which the tarnished had won. The fearsome lord of blasphemy had been reduced to a snake cutlet. There was no beauty in this battle, no elegant rolls, no perfectly timed dodges. Only the brutal beating of a heretic. For the first time, they had seen Constantine angry. The Soulslike community had a reputation for being toxic, rightfully so. But what did they know of waifu fans? Those creatures that existed in every fandom where even the faintest trace of the word woman could be found. And angry waifu fans, especially angry waifu Soulslike players, were terrifying by their very existence alone. He really liked the gift. Melina's barely audible whisper made Runny shoot her a displeased glance. No matter how you looked at it, that gift had just turned someone she once cared about into mincemeat. Unfortunately, she was in no position to complain about the untimely ends of close relatives. If her goals conflicted with her feelings, she would discard those feelings and bury them deep within her doll-like heart. Regrettably, the opposite rarely happened. But when it did, Constantine should hurry up and... The spectral demigoddess narrowed her eyes thoughtfully for a moment. Continue my quest. Melina blinked in surprise, glancing at Runny, only to see her vanish in a burst of starlight. Which, Melina noted instinctively, tightening her grip on the jar in her hands. She needed to get it to her tarnished as soon as possible, before she accidentally did something to it. Like crack it. Or drop it. Or shatter it into dust. Or... Melina hastily faded into incorporeality, heading toward him. He had just finished praising the sun. Oddly enough, he did not forget the obligatory ritual of victory over a powerful enemy. Constantine stood before the battered corpse of the snake, lost in thought. His anger still smoldered within him, but it was beginning to fade. He needed a few moments of silence to digest the runes and distribute them throughout his body. He didn't have the time to reach a site of grace. He had once again been hit with an absurd influx of runes, not to mention another great rune. It felt as if he didn't feed most of them to his inner sun soon, he might just explode. A strange feeling. As he felt the 4 keys to sweaty gamer supremacy now pulsing inside him, Constantine involuntarily glanced down at his loincloth. A random scrap of fabric, yet it had proven more durable than the sturdiest armor. And he knew it wasn't the cloth itself, that was completely ordinary. It was more like his own power was protecting it. The power of censorship. Good thing he never bothered with those kinds of mods. Costa shook his head, pushing away unnecessary thoughts. As always, he decided to shelve them for later. Quests wouldn't wait. Your vessel, Constantine, said the false finger maiden, handing him the jar with her usual detachment. The tarnished nodded just as impassively, accepting this most sacred of gifts and storing it away in a place only he understood. The most important things were already in his possession. Everything else was secondary. Your clothes are ruined again. Melina muttered. I'll get you some and eat. New clothing appeared on Constantine's body. Slightly different, but still resembling his old travel attire, light and practical. I kinda just threw it Toj. Costa suddenly fell silent as he saw the way her eyes lit up. Melly wasn't particularly expressive, but right now, she looked so happy, she might as well have been on the verge of breaking into dance. But all I did was just dress myself. Absolutely delighted, the waifu had been about to say something when she suddenly turned and noticed Selen and Rhea approaching. Adjusting her hood, she disappeared into the immaterial realm. There would be time to discuss things later. Perhaps, she could finally take advantage of the next healing session. Or the next 2. Or the next 3. Or perhaps, not just 3. For a moment, Costa could have sworn he saw the incorporeal false finger maiden stumble. Probably just his imagination. Your spirit is quite unusual, Constantine, Selen mused as she approached, rubbing her chin while surveying the scattered remains of the snake. My student teacher, wouldn't you be interested in studying this creature later? She hadn't seen his journey to Nokron. Seeing the curiosity shining in his waifu sorceress's eyes, Costa could only shrug. When I get the chance. When you fulfill your destiny and claim Elden's power, Selen corrected, raising a finger with a sly smile. Just don't forget about me afterward. Now, Constantine held 4 great runes. Even with 2, he could have marched to the capital. With 3, even more so. But 4 great runes in the hands of one tarnished, someone who could wield them to their full potential. Selen doubted the lands between would ever witness anything like it again. And he accomplished it in such a short amount of time, no less. It was impossible. Absurd. Ridiculous. Laughable. Terrifying. Unnatural. There were endless words to describe it, and still, they wouldn't be enough. Upon hearing Selen's remark, Costa's expression hardened. If I ever forget about you, I'd rather turn myself into a disco ball. The sorceress let out a loud laugh but quickly collected herself. After a brief moment of contemplation, she narrowed her eyes in thought as she has come to a decision. It was hard to say, even for the greater will itself, what exactly she had just decided. The Lord. The Lord is. What should I do? Rhea was far less composed. And who could blame her? She had just learned far too much, all at once. And most of it was not good. The girl was teetering on the edge of something far worse than death. Perhaps the best comparison would be someone who had spent their entire life playing Happy Farm and Truck Driver Simulator, only for their dearest friend to recommend playing Dark Souls 2 after a long workday. Or something like that. Praise the sun. The steady, confident voice made Rhea stare at him in confusion. She had been wondering since the beginning, why was he so kind to her? Especially considering the fact that he must have known the truth from the start, about her origins, about the horrors of her manner, about how she had unknowingly lured him into certain death. He should, at best, hate her. And yet, he was being kind. Why? Praise the sun. Costa nodded. No matter how difficult things get, the sun will always light your path. Rhea's pupils shrank. But, what if there are clouds? Parry them with your shield, Constantine replied, dead serious. And, what about the night? The first answer hadn't clarified much. If anything, it had only made her more curious. Even the presence of the moon didn't save it, he said, just as unfazed. Then. Costa sighed. First and foremost, the sun is within us. Now, repeat after me. He raised his hands, fixing Rhea with a firm gaze. Reflexively, she hesitated, then mimicked his movements. Again. But. Praise the sun. Praise the sun. Again. Selen folded her arms thoughtfully. Strange as it was, Constantine's approach was working. Repeating after him, Rhea truly felt something begin to warm her from within. Most likely, it was nothing more than a simple hope, one that had taken root in the girl's heart just like it had in so many others before her. Through his actions, his casual hardcore power, and his unwavering will, this man had already accomplished the impossible. And he continued to do so, right before everyone's eyes. Whatever he said or did, all of it held a weight too great to resist. Not that anyone really wanted to resist it. You. Selen turned her head and saw Lady Tanith, her half-naked crucible knight, and Patches skulking somewhere in the background. Of course he was the first to run and report everything to her. It was difficult to put into words what exactly the mistress of Volcano Manor was feeling at that moment. The last thing she had expected to see upon arriving in her husband's lair was his flattened, utterly pulverized corpse, his mangled face frozen in an expression of shock, confusion, and pain. But mostly confusion. Destruction was everywhere. The cavern itself looked like it could collapse at any moment. The air was thick with the scent of blood, but this time, Tanith knew it was not the blood of countless victims. It was her husband's. Tanith's gaze shifted to Constantine and Rhea, who were gloriously praising the sun. So it's true, she finally spoke, drawing attention to herself. You actually defeated the Lord. Constantine glanced at her and simply shrugged. Lady Tanith's eyes flicked to Zariah's, who was deeply engrossed in the ritual, waving her serpent tail enthusiastically, her mask discarded, seemingly useless now. Who would have thought everything could fall apart so suddenly? Years of schemes, intrigue, all of it crumbling before the sheer might of a single man in nothing but a loincloth. Such was the law of this world, one that could only be challenged by power of equal measure. A paradox. I am deeply grateful to you, Tanith said evenly. Our Lord was weak. You have shown us the truth. Even if he had been stronger, he still would have lost. Grinding alone doesn't compensate for skill, Constantine muttered, then added, he had more strength than Radon, too. But no mastery. And he never would have. Tanith, carefully listening to the man who had killed her husband, gave him a respectful bow. There is wisdom in your words, Tarnished. A brave soul who walks the most treacherous path shines the brightest of all. I admire you. And she truly did. He had come with thunder and would leave with fire. An unstoppable force before which even the mightiest fell. The lady of the manor cast a sideways glance at her unwavering crucible knight. Still, something about this powerful Tarnished unsettled her. Namely, his inclination toward nudity. And the fact that he was spreading this inclination to others with surprising success. Then again, compared to her husband, his eccentricities were harmless. These men. Tanith sighed. Unfortunately, she was merely a dancer. Disciplined, composed, loyal to her man, or whatever he had become, but still, just a dancer. Defeat is not the end, she said after a brief pause. Our Lord is immortal. One day, he will return, stronger than ever. Until then, I will continue to follow the path and fulfill my duty. I will be leaving Volcano Manor soon. I advise you to do the same. I have one last thing to do before I go, Constantine replied with a smile. For some reason, he had the feeling that, despite the impending collapse of the cavern, the woman had no intention of leaving. No matter how normal she seemed on the surface, in today's lands between, there were no truly normal beings left. Everyone had long since lost their minds to some degree. Lady Tanith shuddered in horror as she saw Constantine's body ignite with crimson flames. Dark, destructive, not radiating warmth, but something else entirely. After all, the sun did not merely bring light and comfort. It could burn just as easily. The Tarnished crouched, pressing his hands against the ground, and then hell itself erupted. A storm of fire, so fierce it consumed the entire cavern in an instant, devouring Rykard's remains as if it were alive. Tanith barely had time to process what was happening before nothing remained of her husband. Not even ash. He would never be reborn in his body again. Not even the absence of death itself could save him now. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to her knees. No need to feast on grilled snake steak, Constantine remarked, then turned his gaze to the woman's knight. You're going to have to take care of her. And not just her. The Tarnished glanced at Rhea, who was still standing there, arms raised mid-praise, her serpent tail curling nervously. The hellish fire that had suddenly swallowed her left quite the impression. No. Definitely too many impressions for Zarias in one day. The Crucible Knight, unfazed by the flames, did not so much as flinch. He gave a firm nod, then dropped to one knee, bowing his head. Of course, remaining as composed as ever. I don't need that, Costa said sternly. Just keep grinding, and one day show me what you're capable of. But take care of your mistress and the waifu. Even if they resist. His gaze shifted to Rhea, who flinched. Whether he liked it or not, some waifus had a habit of self-destruction. In Soulslikes, that was practically normal. But that didn't mean Constantine was just going to accept it. He doubted she'd willingly stay with him or go to Stormvale Castle, so he had to make sure someone could look after her. At least until she recovered. Perhaps his illusion could check in on her from time to time. Blindly following the will of a waifu would not lead him to his own proper ending. Constantine understood that. Yes, my lord, the knight replied just as sternly, rising to his feet. Praise the sun. Covered in draconic scales, the warrior raised his arms. In his eyes, the light of faith had fully awakened. Still wearing only his loincloth, he silently strode toward Tanith, grabbed her, and hoisted her over his shoulder. She did not resist, continuing to stare at the spot where her husband's remains had once been. Rhea, seeing the knight moving toward her, thought about doing something, but he was too fast. In the blink of an eye, she let out a startled cry as he threw her over his other shoulder. Let me go." The Crucible Knight ignored her. "They still have much to discuss," Constantine said. "Be careful, your mistress may have a potion of oblivion, 3, with her. Don't let either of them take it. And don't kill Patches, even if he's skulking around somewhere nearby. Understood? Then you may go." The knight hesitated for a brief moment. That last part clearly confused him. "This is our shared burden," Constantine sighed. "It has to be this way." The knight, after a moment's internal struggle, gave a solemn nod. They all carried a shared burden. At first glance, Constantine hadn't been too fond of him. But now, he had to admit, the guy wasn't the worst person he'd dealt with. And his attitude was that of a true Soulslike player. He kept grinding, he had embraced the sun. And the way they first met. Well, many noobs naively believe that getting a good build will solve all their problems. "I'll definitely visit you later," he said, turning his gaze to Zariah's, who was still struggling to break free. "I'm sorry it has to be this way." Rhea gave him her saddest look, but in the end, she simply went limp on the knight's shoulder, accepting her fate. At the very least, she now had the serpent's amnion. "I understand." Costa grinned in satisfaction. "Things just keep getting curiouser and curiouser," Selen mused, watching the powerful figure walk away. "You've grown taller, my student. How do you feel?" She approached him, clearly intrigued. Now, she actually had to look up to meet Constantine's gaze. The man focused on his sensations. "I don't feel any particular changes." "What a weirdo," Selen clicked her tongue. "Aren't you afraid of getting too big?" He wasn't. There was simply no time for that right now. Such side quests could be dealt with later, after the main objectives. "I see," the woman nodded, catching something in his gaze. "Well then, shall we leave before it's too late?" Selen looked up. They could hear a faint cracking and grinding sound spreading through the cavern. The ground trembled beneath their feet, dust rose, and stalagmites began breaking off one by one. "Now!" Right after he spoke, a terrified scream rang out. Selen quickly understood what was happening. His summoned spirit, a perfect copy of the man, was dragging a struggling Patches by the leg. Friend, your spirit's lost its mind. Do something before I get mad at, what the hell?" The mimic tear wordlessly passed Patches' leg to Constantine. He grabbed the bandit by the ankle and began dragging him toward the site of grace. Tryhard couldn't have picked a better place for his lair. It was perfect. Without hesitation, the man caught the flow of grace, and with Patches still in tow, lifted him up. "Tanith might need help," Constantine suddenly said, surprisingly amicably, stunning both Patches and Selen. "You wouldn't want to leave her behind like this, would you?" The bald bandit stared at the tarnished in horror, gasping for breath. "I have no idea what you're." "Follow them. Occasionally, send reports to Stormvale Castle in Limgrave. I'll make sure no one bothers you. If I'm satisfied with your work, I'll help you set up a business. You did want to become an honest merchant, didn't you? At this rate, Tanith might even take notice of you. A successful merchant would have much better chances." Of course, Costa didn't believe that himself. He was simply trying to find a compromise. Maybe his patience with the bandit was excessive, but as he had told the knight, this was their shared burden, and without it, dark fantasy would lose some of its, well, dark shades. Patches groaned mentally, or maybe not just mentally, realizing that this terrifying psycho was reading him like an open book. "Bloody hell, buddy, when did you get so good at sweet-talking people?" "Fine, I agree, damn it, you crazy bastard." "Great." Costa caught the flow of grace, and after a brief pause to steady his senses, hurled patches into it. With a startled scream, the bandit vanished, sent far beyond the manor. The tremors in the ground became even more pronounced. Constantine knelt at the sight of Grace, extending a hand to Selen. Now that he had, imperfectly, but still, wrapped up another important quest, he needed to move forward. Specifically, he had promised to help a certain waifu. Fortunately, their journey wouldn't take long. Selen approached him and took his outstretched hand. Just as another stalagmite broke loose and plummeted toward them, the Grace's flow whisked them far away from the boss's domain. Before the Tarnished could say a word, Selen suddenly tackled him, pinning him beneath her. "I got a little bruised," she whispered into his ear. "Will you help me heal? I'm not foolish enough to try stealing you from that jealous girlie, but if it's just a little, the tiniest bit." She had long been curious to see how this power would affect a real body. And though she understood that her actions were still somewhat reckless, she wasn't going to go too far. At least not until the jealous girlie made a decision and stopped resisting. After all, she wasn't that crazy. Maybe just a little. Or perhaps a little more than a little. But still, not too much. Selen kissed the stunned Tarnished, though she didn't stay calm for long herself. The energy surged into her body, reaching straight for her primeval glintstone. It didn't take long for her to understand why the jealous girlie had such a strong reaction. Returning from another mission, Knight Bernal hadn't expected the manor to be nearly deserted. The only thing keeping it from feeling completely empty was the distant laughter of the Inquisitor, echoing from the second floor. But at this point, his presence was no different from the ghosts lingering in the halls, hardly worth talking to. Faintly, he could see them at times, even exchange a few words. Who would have thought that a specter would be his only real source of information? "The tarnished soul has felled the Lord, oh." Bernal scratched his helmet in confusion. Then, realizing what he was doing, he pulled it off and scratched his actual head. Tryhard fell at the hands of Constantine, the Tarnished. That explained a lot. And, at the very least, it was surprising, this Tarnished had only arrived a few days ago. If someone had told Bernal earlier that anyone could just walk into Volcano Manor and kill their enigmatic lord, he would have never believed it. Well. Bernal sighed. The strong kill the weak. That's the rule. He truly did believe in that rule. Their half-dead world had long since lost any traces of civilization, revealing the raw reality of things. If the Tarnished had been able to kill Tryhard, then he had the right to do so. It was that simple. Leaving the specter, and the laughing Inquisitor, behind, the knight stepped outside. Apparently, the day wasn't done throwing surprises at him, because right in front of him stood a sorcerer. An old man in a cracked mask, somewhat reminiscent of the Lady of the Manor's mask. He was bloodied and clearly exhausted. It was obvious he had been pursued and was not the one doing the chasing. Selen. Where is she? Soulslike knew she had been here. But now, her trail had blurred once again. She was close, very close. Bernal scratched at his helmet again, then cursed under his breath. You mean the sorceress? She already left with Khan. Damn it. Soulslike didn't wait to hear the rest. He vanished. It wasn't long before an entire group of knights arrived, led by a dark and imposing figure, Gideon. No Tarnished could mistake him for anyone else. Luckily, he was too preoccupied to investigate what another Tarnished was doing in Volcano Manor. Bernal quickly realized what was expected of him. A strange sorcerer was just here, Sir Gideon. I see. Then we're on the right path. Before long, they too disappeared, leaving the aging knight alone once again. He lifted his gaze to the moon. Perhaps he should stay at the manor for the night and leave, somewhere come morning. He had long since gotten used to the Inquisitor. If he thought about it, the guy wasn't actually that bad. Just insane. Then again, was anyone here normal? Bernal sighed. I've noticed you. Show yourself. It was shaping up to be a strange day. Another broken mask, the elderly knight found himself wondering, resisting the urge to scratch at his helmet. Before him, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, which, to be fair, was not exactly uncommon in the lands between, stood a slender man dressed entirely in white. On the exposed part of the man's face, Bernal spotted a strange mark resembling a trident. The stranger smiled. "You have sharp eyes, little lamb." "Var, 4. That is my name." "Little lamb?" Bernal raised a brow beneath his helmet. "Yes, truly a strange day." Chapter 48. Primeval sorcerer Asa didn't look great, there was barely anything human left in him. His body was covered head to toe in emerald stones, his very existence raising countless questions. Then again, the current lands between were built on unanswered questions. "You don't look so good," Costa said calmly. The living heap of stones responded, in silence. Judging by the energy in the air, it was probably something caustic and hostile. 1. Selen didn't comment, though it was clear she had her own interpretation of the situation, admiration. It shimmered in her eyes as if she were looking upon a masterpiece. "You have achieved something incredible, Master Asa. Do you still remember me?" "Yes, it's me, Master. I wanted to see you and thank you." "I know, it sounds absurd," the woman laughed. "Coming all this way just for such a small thing is foolish. But it truly is my only reason. My heart is at peace now." The sorcerer didn't seem convinced. Costa, listening to her, suddenly paused for a moment. "You can understand him. You just have to listen. Master is displeased that you destroyed his experiment, too," Selen said, raising a finger importantly. Costa could have sworn that the emerald-encrusted head tilted ever so slightly, agreeing with his former student. Against his will, Costa glanced back. It hadn't taken them long to find the village. Perched on a slope, it was small, practically abandoned, which, in fairness, described most of the lands between in one way or another. It was mostly inhabited by demi-humans, and they welcomed travelers in the same way most demi-humans did, by attacking. The sound of clearing the area soon drew the village boss, who promptly joined the growing pile. By now, these weren't even the kind of enemies that could pose any challenge to Costa, unless he really went out of his way to make things harder for himself. Clearly, this wasn't the time for such niche trials. "Happens," Costa shrugged. His spark for farming had faded, and it was barely yielding anything worthwhile anymore. Now, he only farmed those who attacked him first. Clearly, the demi-humans weren't in the mood for a conversation. Costa got the distinct feeling that Asa had just said something very unflattering about him. "I can't hurt you, 3, but that doesn't mean I can't toss you off a cliff or bury you in a cave somewhere," Costa said, completely deadpan. If before he'd only felt like Asa was insulting him, now the primeval sorcerer actually raised his stone-covered hand, flipping him off. Costa's eyebrow twitched. "What weirdos." Selen giggled, but Costa and the primeval sorcerer ignored her quip. Costa frowned, somehow grasping the vague meaning Asa was trying to convey. "Yeah, I'm a casual, so what?" Not only did the sorcerer understand, but he even replied. And this time, Costa caught the meaning even more clearly, deepening his frown. "I have thought about that," he admitted, lowering himself into a squat next to Asa. Costa listened to the silence again, then extended his hand. A faint ember of light flickered to life in his palm. "Look." Asa slowly reached out his stone-covered hand and touched the light. The primeval sorcerer seemed lost in thought. "Yeah, I've also been considering the degree of influence a specific type of casual energy has on the world," Costa nodded. "But..." Costa raised an eyebrow. "I wasn't finished." He suffered from the same tendency, so he didn't hold a grudge. "Has no one shown you the point downwards gesture, in a while?" the Tarnished asked calmly. Honestly, he completely understood why a brilliant game designer had never added a text or voice chat to the game. A single gesture and some meaningful silence could already say everything and more. Seeing how deeply engrossed the two men were in their conversation, or in Aza's case, deep silence, Selen quietly stepped back. It wasn't every day she got to see Costa speak so much, and with such enthusiasm. And not just with anyone, but with her mentor. Her master had already seemed to forget his ruined experiment, while Costa had long been accumulating questions and thoughts. And no matter how much he tried to push them aside to focus on quests, the scientist, lore enthusiasts, within him refused to stay dormant. He needed answers, theories, and explanations. Even if he couldn't find the truth, he at least wanted something close to it. If the Soulslike community didn't have dedicated scholars, lore masters, the series would never have reached its cult status. Love through hatred of repetition, that was the true mark of an enlightened mind, lore junkie. The hunted sorcerer is near. Selen turned in surprise to see Melina manifest. The maiden didn't say anything else before vanishing again. That, of course, didn't stop Selen from whispering, "Thank you." Melina hadn't lied, nor was there any reason for her to. Soulslike appeared shortly after. Gideon had made it his mission to personally close the book on the rogue sorcerer, putting all other affairs on hold. One of the demigoddess's retainers could feel the inevitable end drawing near. His mistress hadn't protected him, letting him become a victim of his own arrogance. She didn't need to punish her false servant herself, only to not intervene on his behalf. And, at the same time, to watch what Costa would do. Selen. Seeing the sorceress waiting for him, a thoroughly exhausted Soulslike felt a flicker of relief. Gideon was on his trail, closing in with a retinue of faceless figures, ready to seize him at any moment. At that moment, Costa finally turned away from his conversation with Aza and stood up. "I'll check in with you after I finish the main quests," Costa mused. At least, he hoped so. This wasn't a situation where an illusion would cut it. Listening to the specific nuances of the primeval sorcerer's speech required all available brainpower. Aza's stone-covered head tilted toward Selen, where Soulslike was sprinting toward her at full speed. "Yeah, I know she's reckless. I won't let anything happen to her." Either Costa had lost his mind, in a different way, or he was actually getting better at understanding the primeval Kazua, who somehow managed to speak through silence. It was, at the very least, unsettling. "A man in white?" Costa repeated, confused. "Why? What was his name?" Apparently, some time ago, a man in white had approached Aza, offering for him to join something. The primeval sorcerer just shrugged his stone-encrusted shoulders. He had launched a custom-made comment at the guest before he even had the chance to introduce himself. Probably not the best idea to start a conversation by asking someone to join a cause. Still, one particular trait made it easy for Costa to figure out who it had been. "Var," Costa muttered, surprised. When he first awoke in the lands between, he'd been in a peculiar state of mind. Looking back, he felt just a little embarrassed about it, especially in front of Meli. The first time he met Var, Constantine physically couldn't do anything to him. He was too weak, refused to rely on casual strategies, and Var himself, after trying to kill the audacious fool who attacked him, quickly realized after just one successful hit from Costa that running away from the half-naked lunatic was the only option. Back then, the Tarnished hadn't given it much thought, his mind mostly preoccupied with waifu-related matters. Or rather, nearly all of his few thoughts revolved around that. Could Constantine's reckless actions have led to something strange? The man sighed heavily. "I need to go. You probably won't understand me, but I have to thank you for giving casuals such a powerful boss skip without requiring any quests. Back in the day, it brought a lot of joy." Selen had no choice but to keep her word, but Constantine owed nothing to the puppet master, nor had he ever promised one of the best waifus that he would protect the sorcerer. The primeval sorcerer gave no reply, only watching the Tarnished as he left. Despite choosing to live in isolation, rumors still reached Aza. And now, with his own eyes, or whatever was left of them, he saw that those rumors were not false. More than that, the Tarnished didn't even seem particularly insane. By the standards of the current lands between, the man could almost be considered completely sane. A star. He had believed himself to be like the stars, but it seemed his journey was far from over. The last person Gideon expected to see was Constantine. Of course, he had known for some time, days, months, however long it had been, that the accursed puppet master had been seeking someone's help. But he had never expected that help to come from a terrifyingly powerful madman. As it turned out, though, Soulslike hadn't actually come to him for help. "Stay out of this, sorceress." She looked vaguely familiar to him. Gideon had eyes and ears all across the lands between, and there was no way he hadn't heard of a sorceress named Selen at least once. But recognizing her now, in this unfamiliar body, was more difficult. "I gave my word," the woman said solemnly. "Exactly." Soulslike hissed, tearing off his broken mask. "Keep your word, Selen." The puppet master looked terrible, exhausted, hunted, pale. Despite his ability to move quickly across distances, he was still just a man. More than that, his magic didn't always work, forcing him to rely on his own 2 feet, and those were already failing him. Gideon removed his own mask, plastering on a benevolent smile as he turned to the one person who could end this conflict before it began. The leader of the Tarnished understood that this decision wasn't up to Selen. "My friend, it's been some time since we last saw each other. I've heard of your exploits. It seems you've hardly visited the stronghold lately." Constantine met Gideon's gaze and shrugged. "I had my own quests. And, honestly, he just found it exhausting to interact with people too often. But now, he could admit he felt much better." "I've heard," the night sorcerer chuckled, clearly understanding him. "As well as the fact that my daughter is now under your care. I should thank you for all the help you've given her." "Don't let him sweet-talk you," Soulslike screeched. "Constantine, we serve the same mistress. You owe me, damn it." His pride vanished instantly. Or rather, he had never had any pride to begin with. What value was there in such a thing? Life was far more important. The moment he saw that accursed figure, that damned Tarnished, standing beside Selen, the old man immediately grasped the situation. But that didn't mean he was willing to give up. "So, you've chosen to serve a demigod?" Gideon's expression remained unchanged. It seemed he wasn't even remotely surprised. "To be honest, I'm a little shocked. But it's your decision, Constantine of the Tarnished." I don't have much time," Constantine interrupted. "I'm not obligated to protect someone who tried to turn a waifu into a puppet. Only not to attack." Soulslike was one of the most heinous heretics in the lands between, having gone against one of the best waifus in the most shameless and vile way possible. Of course, collecting figurines and waifu dolls was a sacred and honorable pursuit, respected by all. But actually turning the waifus into dolls? If not for the risk of ruining Runni's questline, the Tarnished wouldn't have tolerated this sorcerer's presence in any capacity. Fortunately, that quest was nearly over, just like so many before it. "Worm." Soulslike spat. "Selen, you promised." I remember. Selen sighed. "My dear mentor and student, I can't refuse him." "You don't need to," Constantine said calmly. "You physically can't help him. That's not your fault." Huh. That thought seemed to echo in everyone's minds. Strangely enough, the puppet master was the first to understand what the Tarnished meant. "You." Soulslike never got to finish his sentence. In a single instant, Constantine appeared at Selen's side, pulling her into a firm embrace. A flash of golden light enveloped them both, then they were gone. Soulslike stood frozen, completely alone, surrounded only by Gideon and his warriors. He stared blankly at the empty space where his last hope had just vanished. Marika's tits. Slowly, the professor turned his gaze toward the ever-smiling enemy before him, now surrounded by countless glowing blue blades of pure magic. Some distance away, hidden behind the hills, the primeval sorcerer Asa watched the scene unfold, as still and silent as a stone. It was impossible to know what he had said, but evidently he found this very interesting. After all, there weren't many forms of entertainment in the lands between, especially for the primeval persecuted sorcerers, those who had turned themselves into heaps of emerald stones and had been exiled for practicing forbidden magic. Constantine and Selen reappeared far beyond Mount Gelmir, standing in one of the many fields leading toward the capital. Selen blinked, taking in her surroundings. A crooked smirk crossed her lips. She had more or less anticipated how things would play out, but this method still struck her as a little barbaric. Effective, but barbaric. You've made me the kind of person who doesn't keep their word, my dear Constantine. It was never within your power, the man answered calmly. You did everything you could. She paused. That was true. She would have fought Constantine if the situation had required it. That was the power of a vow. If she said she would help, then, whether she wanted to or not, she would have. But fortunately, Constantine was not someone a mere sorceress could oppose. She would have given it her all, upheld her word to the very end, only to hit a wall she simply couldn't overcome. What a shame. Content with that conclusion, she leaned against the man, already thinking of how she should properly thank him, but Costa suddenly stopped her, turning his head toward the empty space beside them. You already got what you wanted. Later. I'll deal with your academy issue as soon as possible, he added, just as unshaken as ever. Just wait a little longer. She flinched. Breaking away from Selen, Constantine grabbed the empty space, which let out a surprised yelp, by its burn-covered arm and vanished along with it. Clearly, yet another massive influx of runes, coursing through his body and soul, had sharpened his awareness just a little more, enough for him to finally acknowledge that some things could no longer be put off. The others, women who had spent decades hesitating, drowning in contradictions, could afford to wait. But Costa? No. Alone once more, the stunned witch watched the fading light of their departure. It seemed the man had decided to intervene in their relationships, settling matters once and for all. On one hand, that was a little disappointing. But on the other, it was a relief. A commoner, staring blankly into the void with a vacant expression, was doing his best to pretend he understood absolutely nothing. However, the intruder into his personal space had his own opinion on the matter. Am I truly so unpleasant to the King of Omens? White Mask Var offered a friendly smile. The figure concealed under the illusion didn't hold back, casting an irritated glance at the lunatic. That's not me. Get lost. The illusions of the Golden Order are flawless. The last words were practically shouted, thick with wounded pride. Var, however, was entirely unfazed by the words of the material illusion. My offer still stands, he gently repeated. He has become far too dangerous. If we don't unite now, at least for a single battle, then later. Put these foolish ambitions to rest. Your arrogance disgusts me, the illusion of Morgoth growled. I will accept battle as befits the last king, not as some cowardly mutt. Begone before my mercy runs out, wretch. Var thoughtfully adjusted his cracked mask. Hidden under illusion, the copy of Morgoth, scheming to strike down the tarnished in cowardly betrayal, didn't exactly exude the noble presence of a warrior. But, then again, that wasn't his concern. White Mask Var smiled widely. You will regret this, false king. You. The illusion nearly lashed out at the insolent man, but before it could, Var vanished, gone as if he had never been there. The enraged Morgoth, scanning the surroundings with a scowl, eventually settled back into his position, trying his best to appear both casual and completely unresponsive. The illusions of the Golden Order are flawless. Honestly, it didn't sound quite as confident this time. Perhaps he needed to prepare just a bit better. Chapter 49. Seeing and feeling the healing energy wash over her body and soul was pleasant. For many reasons, most of which had already been mentioned more than once. But right now, what pleased her most was how it was happening. Her tarnished was dressed, focused, surprisingly attentive, and actually speaking with her. He had torn himself away from that arrogant witch and had chosen to spend time with her. "How do you feel?" A question he had asked before. He already knew the answer. And yet, he asked again, looking directly into her eyes, calm, but with intent. Could it be said that Constantine had completely recovered? Or, could he go even further? What would he become if he absorbed even more runes? "Good," she muttered, averting her gaze. "Then close that cursed eye," Costa said flatly. "That cut scene with the burning bush, on your head didn't leave the best impression, Melly. A possible future." Melina murmured. "Is my hairstyle really that bad?" She sounded oddly lost as she said it, staring at the ground in thought. "Yes. What? How did that even happen?" It seemed she was genuinely concerned about her hair. No matter how much time she had wandered the lands between, she had always taken care of herself. Spectral body or not, a world teetering on the edge of ruin or not, it mattered. The world burned, Costa shrugged. Melina gasped. "You." "The moment they called me maidenless, too, I realized my greatest fear," Costa declared with unusual gravity. "And that's losing you." Worlds without waifus were empty, any waifu enthusiast could tell you that. But truly dead worlds were the ones that had once had waifus, and then lost them. At that point, nothing else mattered anymore. Darkness. Emptiness. Oblivion. Costa hadn't been grinding and cheesing his way through the lands between just to bask in some cheap, overpowered strength that ruined the fun of real challenges. His goals had been clear from the very first day. Melina suddenly had the overwhelming urge to fade into immateriality or, if that wasn't an option, just sink into the ground and vanish. But the man in front of her wouldn't let her. He grabbed her hand again, stopping her from running away. Let go. But the unyielding Soulslike player did not let go. His face was a perfect mask of stone, the unshakable calm of a veteran who had dodged every AoE attack, who feared no janky hitboxes, who had faced bosses forums called easy only to suffer countless retries at their hands. And Melina. Melina could not fight against that. She stopped struggling, feeling something inside her snap. "You say such things to me, but you'd say the exact same thing to the other, witches." She didn't care about some random Irene, Millicent, or Roderica. But Selen and Runni. The real problem here was greed. Probably. Of all the waifus, the false finger maiden was likely the most possessive and stubborn, refusing to even consider sharing her tarnished with anyone. Irene, Millicent, and Roderica. She could tolerate them, at best. Concubines. Nothing more. But witches. Witches. What? Costa raised a brow, genuinely puzzled. "No, I wouldn't say that to them. I have no other finger maiden. Only you. Without you, I never would have made it this far." The vast majority of Soulslike players, if Melina had not gifted them Torrent, would have long since died of exhaustion, forced to trudge across the endless expanse of the lands between at the pace of a turtle. That was the absolute truth. After all, let's not forget about softlocks. Liar. Melina said it without heat or malice. Maybe, on some level, she'd never truly believe him, no matter what he said, or how many times he said it. And maybe Constantine understood that, too, because his expression darkened slightly. He had to really think about this, about how to get through to the closed-off, just slightly unhinged girl in front of him. "I don't know what I'll do once I become king," he admitted at last. "Strength, that's all I have. So tell me, without you, who do you think I'd start listening to?" It was obvious. The women who would surround him. Costa's words hit Melina harder than she wanted to admit. It was exactly what she had feared all this time. The one thing keeping her from disappearing into nothingness. I can become a king. But I am still a tarnished with no name, no lineage, Constantine murmured. A tarnished without a maiden is incomplete. Maidenless. At that last word, Costa grimaced so hard that Melina's lips twitched into a tiny smile. She liked when her tarnished spoke like this. How expressive and passionate he was. You want me to remain your maiden? A maiden for the tarnished. A queen for the king, Constantine said plainly. Melina shook. A queen. Her. She, the one who couldn't even count on the title of a demigod? One of Queen Marika's forgotten daughters. My mother. Not waifu. Not waifu. Melina shouted. The answer she had been waiting for all this time. The question that could determine everything. Now, she had her answer. Costa simply shrugged. If he had valued a waifu only for appearances, he wouldn't have been a true waifu enthusiast. A waifu came from the soul. Sure, Marika had an undeniable royal presence on many sites, but Costa, a connoisseur of true waifus, looked beyond the surface. And what he saw? He hadn't liked it since the very first day he arrived in the lands between. But Costa wasn't done. I gave you a ring, he said. Where is it? Already shaken beyond reason, Melina stared at him in alarm. Saying nothing, she reached under her mantle, hesitantly pulling out the ring. Wordlessly, Constantine took it from her. Then, as if this were the most mundane thing in the world, he knelt and slipped it onto her ring finger. He did it so casually, like he'd put rings on people hundreds of times before. Right now, though, Melina wasn't thinking about that. She wasn't thinking at all. She just stood there, staring at the ring he had just placed on her finger. Constantine rose, ready to say something else. But then Melina suddenly grabbed him. And kissed him. Quick. Fleeting. As if it hadn't happened at all. Then, without another word, the false finger maiden ran, leaving Costa alone. She had already pushed past every conceivable boundary. Melina needed a moment, just a moment, to process her own reality again. Constantine, whether he wanted to or not, turned his gaze slightly. And felt someone watching him. Someone who had been trying to hide. He locked eyes with Runni, who was peering out from behind some bushes. The spectral face of the lunar demigoddess tried to appear as indifferent as possible, but Costa could see the interest in her gaze, like she was watching an important plot development in her favorite show. Her only show, really. Saying nothing, the moon waifu disappeared. But the message was clear. She, too, had quests that needed completing. Constantine sighed. He understood. But lately, she had been appearing a bit too often. A dangerous thought crept into his mind. Was it possible that the death rune had reached her because she'd been too distracted? 3. Too focused on watching the adventures of a tarnished with no name. Costa shook the thought away. For now, there was something else to do. A flash of light swept him away. A hardened Soulslike player. A stoic tryhard. A master of casual cheese. It had been a long time since anyone had hugged him. Of course, first, he had to go back for Selen. You haven't visited me for a long time, my son. She was beyond happy to see him. When he hadn't appeared at the hold for some time, Fia had started to worry, but her calling as the companion of the dead was not given to her without reason. Who said the dead were silent? On the contrary, they spoke far more than the living. One only had to listen, try to understand their words, embrace them, and give them a chance to be heard. The companion of the dead had heard much. Commoners here. Corin murmured in confusion. He knew that the Golden Order's prophet, Gold Mask, should be somewhere on the Altus Plateau. But the plateau was enormous, as was the number of places from which one could admire the beauty of the Erd tree. Initially, Corin had considered asking the undead for directions. After all, just because someone had died a few times didn't necessarily mean they were aggressive or had completely lost themselves. But to his growing unease, he realized that all of them were just hollow illusions. Entire crowds of identical, lifeless commoners filled the Altus Plateau, exact copies of one another. The deeper he went, the more he saw these dolls, and the more unsettling the atmosphere became. Why? Who? Why was someone creating replicas of the same commoner? Instead of finding his way and locating his teacher, Gold Mask, Corrin was beginning to think that maybe he should temporarily leave this unsettling region. Only his devotion to meeting the hero kept him moving forward despite it all. In the worst case, his unseen companion could attempt to save him and transport him back to the hold. Brother Corrin was not one to flee from problems so easily. Fortunately, this time, fate smiled upon him. Or almost. Brother Corrin. Walking along a path littered with faceless commoners, Corrin feared most of all that they might suddenly spring to life and attack him. So, naturally, his reaction was to let out a startled yelp, his body glowing with golden light as he prepared to fight for his life, or rather, his life in undeath. But to his own surprise, he calmed almost instantly. The voice. It was familiar. Stomach still twisting with lingering fear, Corrin slowly turned his head, only to see a familiar figure. A clothed Tarnished. Constantine, he blurted out, dumbfounded. The Tarnished, standing a head taller than before and appearing as if he had materialized out of nowhere, smiled. I know where Gold Mask is. Ah. For some reason, Corrin thought that the previously unresponsive commoners scattered across the Altus Plateau had all simultaneously turned their empty gazes toward Constantine. But. Probably. Chapter 50. To say that the hero Gold Mask didn't inspire confidence was an understatement. He looked as if he had burned alive at least 5 times and spent most of his life, and possibly death, on a diet of pure Erdtree rays. Standing on the ruined bridge, he silently gazed into the distance, towards the towering Erdtree, lost in thought. The only reason Costa even remotely understood why Corrin held the revered hero in such high regard was the simple fact that Gold Mask was, without a doubt, a true tryhard. Perhaps the true tryhard, unlike Costa, who had inevitably drowned in all the vices of Soulslike games. After all, Gold Mask wandered the world practically naked, clad only in a thin golden ornament that concealed absolutely nothing. And unlike Costa, who had long since grown accustomed to wearing clothes most of the time, Gold Mask had no intention of ever changing his ways. Who was he, if not the most faithful adherent to the ideals of tryharding? Gold Mask. Corrin's voice trembled with barely restrained emotion under his blindfold. It's really you. This is an honor. But what am I saying? My name is. Gold Mask, his finger still pointing off toward the Erdtree, made the faintest movement. 1. Oh, so you already know about me. Corrin nearly broke into tears. What disturbed Constantine the most in this entire situation was that he, somehow, could also subconsciously interpret meaning from the man's finger movements. Apparently, prolonged exposure to the primeval casual had left its mark. Unfortunately, Costa hadn't come here to observe the movement of Gold Mask's finger, he had come to speak with him. Or rather, at him. Probably. Gold Mask. Constantine. Corrin nearly shrieked. You're interrupting Gold Mask's divine contemplations. Gold Mask's finger subtly altered its trajectory. He had absolutely no problem with the Tarnished speaking. Ah. The priest immediately lowered his head. I lost myself in the moment. I'm so sorry. Of course, Corrin hadn't forgotten who Costa was, or that it was him who had first planted the seeds of doubt in his heart. But Gold Mask was supposed to be the one to dispel them. The revered hero, the one who understood the Golden Order better than anyone else. Seeing that the priest wasn't going to interfere anymore, Costa spoke again. My name is Constantine. Costa is fine. I want to discuss lore with you. Gold Mask was clearly giving him his full attention. Costa fell silent for a brief moment, then, perhaps for dramatic effect, he enacted the principle of regression. Radagon is Marika, too. Goldmask's finger trembled uncontrollably. Brother Corin, as if hearing something truly forbidden, stood frozen, mouth agape. Costa raised an eyebrow, surprised by the intensity of their reaction. Easy with the finger movements, I haven't even gotten to the lore theorist's speculations yet. Unfortunately for Goldmask and Corin, this was only the beginning of what Constantine had to say. The history of Queen Marika's ascension had been buried beneath centuries of secrecy, but no one had ever bothered to warn Costa about that, so he had no problem laying it all out. He spoke of where the goddess had been born and why she had come to despise the Omen-born. He spoke of who the lands between had worshipped before the goddess and how the Omen-born were connected to the dragons. He spoke of the sacrifice Marika had made to become a goddess. He spoke of how she waged war afterward, ensuring that faith in the Erd tree spread and took root throughout the lands between. And he spoke of the ages, the era when the Erd tree was at the height of its power, and the era when it had begun to wither. Without even realizing it, Costa had just spoken more heresy in a single conversation than the lands between had heard in centuries. At first, the two followers of the Golden Order, their eyes wide, tried to listen and comprehend what he was saying. But by the end, Corin was kneeling, blindfold removed, staring at the Erd tree as if seeing it for the first time. Goldmask's finger had stopped moving. There's a theory, Costa continued, his tone as neutral as ever, that the real Erd tree burned down long ago. 3. What we see now is an illusion. The golden lineage has always been known for its illusions. He would verify this later. But honestly, even without confirmation, he was already fairly certain it was true. Constantine turned to the illusion of the commoner who had been following them, locking eyes with it. The cursed child of the goddess saw no hatred in the tarnished's gaze, only respect. And that only made the rage burn hotter. Morgoth's projection, having listened to everything from beginning to end, was on the verge of madness. Yes. Their illusions were flawless, may the greater will bear witness. But right now, this acknowledgement felt more like mockery. What he had always prided himself on was being turned against him, not as an attack on the golden lineage, not as an insult, but simply, as a historical fact. And somehow, that made it even worse. Now he understood why Melina had chosen to betray them. The root of the problem was this arrogant tarnished, this outsider who had brought a new outer god into their world. One who dared to place himself on the level of their goddess. One who sought to destroy what they had worked so hard to build. Then again, wasn't it they who had let the lands between deteriorate to this point? And, most terrifying of all, what if the tarnished's words were simply the cold, undeniable truth? He, a child born with cursed attributes, had seen enough to recognize the accuracy in the tarnished's words. He understood his mother's hatred, but to accept that. Morgoth exhaled, straightening his posture. He turned to Melina, who stood quietly at the side, watching the tarnished. The demigod was about to speak, but then, he noticed something. On the girl's left hand, on her ring finger, gleamed an old, worn-down ring. His gaze sharpened so intensely that Melina, misinterpreting it slightly, blushed and hurriedly pulled her hood down further. "I'll send you an invitation to the ceremony, brother." Their relationship wasn't that bad, after all. At the very least, they weren't enemies, and as for other relatives, well, options were limited. Morgoth, feeling his projection fading, dismissed it. All across Altus Plateau, the illusions began to dissipate, there was no point in keeping them anymore. The damned tarnished, who had deluded himself into thinking he was equal to the goddess, could see right through them anyway. Let's see how well he fared against a properly organized coalition of frightened lapdogs. That said, compared to Brother Corin, Morgoth's dissipated projection was in fantastic condition. The priest was completely devastated. Before he had even begun to embrace Goldmask's wisdom, he had already been shattered by the very man who had planted those seeds of doubt in the first place. Seeds that had blossomed into an entire forest. Gold mask. Say something. Gold mask? To be fair, Costa had gotten a bit carried away. At some point, he had stopped paying attention to Goldmask's finger movements. The hero stood completely motionless. And it quickly became apparent why. Goldmask, one of the most devoted followers of the Golden Order, had become so disillusioned with his faith that he had chosen to die. His finger trembled one last time. Then, the revered hero collapsed, lifeless. A massive surge of runes flowed into the nearest accidental murderer of a legend, along with a rune of perfect order, 3, something akin to a great rune, capable of reshaping the world. Costa had just skipped an entire questline in one move. He cleared his throat. The material illusion nearly disintegrated from the sheer energy influx, but it held. I didn't mean to. Melina averted her gaze from the corpse of the creature, whose body had been held together only by its unwavering faith in the perfection of the order created by her mother. Fortunately, history was quite forgetful, and even if the spirits carried whispers of this incident, they would eventually fade. At least, Melina hoped so. I see. Brother Corin, kneeling before the body of Goldmask. No, he had not gone mad, for. Instead, he let out a confused smile. After all, the one he had wished to call his teacher had, in his final moments, asked him to follow the one who had killed him, even if unintentionally. It was unintentional, right? You sought me out for a reason, Constantine. Everything you told me. What is it that you seek? Surely, you don't mean for me to. I need a specialist, someone knowledgeable in their craft, for my ending, Costa responded calmly. One could go a long way simply by praising the sun, a symbol of hope and light that remained undimmed by the hundreds, no, thousands, of retries. After all, it was the unwavering belief that every boss would eventually fall. Unfortunately, the sun alone wouldn't get far without preparation. If he truly intended to spread faith in the sun, he needed to lay the groundwork. You want to grant me the power to dictate the laws? Corin laughed nervously. He had thought about it ever since he saw how Stormvale Castle had changed. He knew he could help this fledgling faith take root. But never had he expected that the one spreading his creed throughout the lands between would come to him for help. Heresy. Absolute heresy. A scribe and a priest, one who had devoted his life to the Golden Order, who had spent most of his conscious existence studying its incantations, was now about to contribute to a new faith that would overthrow the current one. And yet, considering what he had heard, the fact that their world was barely holding together anyway. Corin's laughter grew even more strained. He began to feel as if this tarnished possessed some manner of influence over the mind, some unseen force compelling him to submit, to believe. It was as though a shard of the sun itself had taken root within him, filling him with light and hope. A part of him wanted to just go mad. But somehow, he had the sinking feeling that this lunatic, now unrecognizable from their last encounter, wouldn't let him surrender so easily. Even the one he had wished to call his teacher had blessed Constantine. If the Golden Order was imperfect, then it simply needed to be made better, even if it ceased to be the Golden Order at all. And Corin could help make it better. After all, as a tarnished, hadn't he always dreamed of aiding the future king in bringing order? His dream had been twisted, turned inside out, and fulfilled to the absolute limit. Perfectly in line with the setting. I don't really have a choice, do I? Corin exhaled, gradually calming himself. But I alone won't be enough, Constantine. Or should I start addressing you as, Your Majesty? Costa frowned. Just Costa is fine. I'll take you to someone who can help. Huh? Constantine's illusionary projection grabbed Corin's shoulder. The space around them twisted. Corin blinked, disoriented. In an instant, the madman had transported him to a ruined temple where, seemingly indifferent to their sudden arrival, a massive turtle, wearing a bishop's hat, rested peacefully. Who in the world put a hat on this turtle? Corin's eyes widened at the sight. The massive turtle, however, seemed utterly unfazed by their appearance. Constantine the Tarnished, the deep voice rumbled with amusement. You have returned so soon. I need to finish my main quests as soon as possible, Costa's projection replied with his usual deadpan tone. Of course, Muriel, 5, didn't quite understand him fully, but he grasped the general idea. The bishop turtle had heard the rumors, and the wandering sorcerer, Thops, had only found his way to him thanks to this strange Tarnished. Muriel had long wanted to meet him, and it was no small surprise that this time, it was the Tarnished's projection that had sought him out. To ask for assistance in building a new order. Perhaps even during the unforeseen union of Renala and Radagon, things had not been this strange. Would this Tarnished's arrival prove to be a blessing or a curse? He couldn't yet say. At the very least, it wouldn't be boring. There were so few entertainments left in the lands between, after all. Ho ho, of course, Constantine. Muriel agreed without hesitation. Is this the one you spoke of? Yes. Excellent. Welcome to the Church of Vows. I am Muriel, steward of these sacred halls. My apologies for the current state of affairs. I already promised I'd help with the repairs, Costa stated flatly. Muriel gave no visible reaction, more focused on the priest standing before him. Are you familiar with the history of this place? How it came to be the Church of Vows? Brother Corin hesitated, scratching his head as he looked around. Just moments ago, the man he had wished to call his master had died. And now, here he was in another place, meeting yet another eccentric figure. And he still didn't know what those copies of a simple commoner were supposed to be. Though, truthfully, he wasn't sure if he cared all that much anymore. Of course, I know of the Church of Vows. This is where the houses of the Erd Tree and the Moon were united. Splendid, the turtle beamed. There are so few left who still remember this place. After the shattering, that is. Hearing such a genuine compliment from the pastor of Vows made the priest shift uncomfortably. The projection of Constantine nodded, satisfied with the exchange between the priest and the turtle bishop. I have to go. Of course, Constantine the Tarnished, Muriel responded kindly. You still have much to do. And remember, celestial dew. Costa blinked. That sounded suspiciously like an accusation of betrayal, made in advance, along with a preemptive offer to wipe the slate clean. In a way, it was the purest form of truth. With that, the illusion vanished, leaving Corin alone with Muriel. Naturally, the priest had to voice the question that had crossed the mind of every Souls player who had ever encountered this massive, benevolent, and highly suspicious turtle who just so happened to deal in universal sin absolution. If you don't mind me asking, Corin hesitated, forcing a smile. Who put that hat on you? It looked so strange. Muriel remained silent for a long moment. Then, in the most gentle and reassuring tone, he simply said. Let us use celestial dew and forget this disagreement. Corin blinked. He may have just stumbled upon something dangerous. The Carrion Study Hall. The stereotypical quiet girl's favorite library spot, the one Constantine should have visited long ago. Honestly, the moment the Tarnished stepped past the threshold of the library, he realized just how thoroughly it had been saturated with casualization. If the sorcerers had their own hub, it would undoubtedly be the Carrion Study Hall. Constantine had no idea how much time and effort had been spent turning the library into this bizarre spatial trap, and even less understanding of why one of the best waifus wanted him to go through it just to finally reach her real body, but... well, why not? Costa was grateful to Runni for patiently waiting and watching, allowing him to take care of all his other business first. Strange that she isn't nearby, murmured Melina as she materialized. I can't believe she wouldn't want to watch you brave this place in her name. Could it be that she... Melina didn't want to be in this library, period. The nature of her existence allowed her to perceive, better than most, just how unstable the space inside was. And the statue the Tarnished had received from the demigoddess certainly wasn't going to make it more stable. If anything, it would do the opposite. Runni isn't nearby, Costa confirmed. She's probably run into some trouble. She hadn't been around back when he was defiling the Golden Order with heresy either, something the ever-curious demigoddess would have absolutely wanted to hear. At times, Costa found himself wondering if fate actually did exist. But in his mind, fate was more like prescripted events, ones prepared by the world itself, or something like that. Unfortunately for fate, he didn't give a damn about those scripts. He'd find out later how many phases fate had. Melina blinked in surprise. She hadn't seen her tarnished particularly concerned about the doll. No matter how much the witch annoyed her, it was obvious that Constantine sympathized with her, and the demigoddess wasn't opposed to that sympathy. Whether she wanted to or not, Melina had to accept it. She should have accepted it a long time ago. Or, maybe not accept it, but at least not start unnecessary conflicts. "I'll handle this," Costa added after a brief pause. "In the meantime, free Blade and knock him out. Don't hand him over to Iji, take him straight to Stormvale Castle. I'll explain everything a bit later. Trust me." Melina silently opened her mouth. "Huh?" Without explaining anything, Constantine stepped toward her, grabbed her hand, and the false finger maiden suddenly felt herself being swept up by the currents of grace, sent hurtling in an unknown direction. She blinked in confusion, finding herself inside the spatial trap. It wasn't a problem for her, but it was for others. Looking around, the bewildered girl spotted a massive half-wolf, whining as he clawed at, well, distorted space. And rather successfully, too. "Woo! Blade." The half-wolf let out a startled whimper, turning his head toward Melina. Trapped within the sorcery, Blade didn't recognize her. After all, he had never met the false finger maiden face to face. "Who are you?" Melina gazed at the pitiful half-wolf, slightly delayed in her reaction. Her tarnished must have been in a real hurry to ask her to handle this. "I am Constantine's chosen maiden," she said calmly, drawing her blade. She was only going to scare him a little. The last thing the wide-eyed half-wolf saw was a girl bathed in the golden radiance of the Erd tree. Who ever said that being freed from madness would be painless?